Hidden Leaf Village, evening. Young Naruto was walking around the village looking for something to do. He walked past many markets to the Hokage monument and looked up at the stone faces. Someday, my face will be up there. Just you wait, Naruto said. When he turned around to go home, a mysterious masked ninja appeared in front of him, and Naruto walked straight into him. Hey, watch where you are going, said Naruto irritably. The masked ninja looked at Naruto and said, You need to come with me, Naruto. All Naruto could do was look at him strangely before they both vanished in a swirl of leaves. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Naruto and the masked ninja appeared in front of the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, I have brought Naruto to you as you requested, said the masked ninja. The third Hokage rose and said, Thank you. What's going on? Why did you guys bring me here? Naruto said. The third Hokage looked at Naruto and said, There is something I need to discuss with you, Naruto. Naruto looked at the third Hokage with curious eyes. The Hokage looked at the ANBU ninja. You may go. Carry out your mission well and report back to me. The ninja nodded and vanished just as suddenly as he had appeared. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto, we need to talk. Naruto looked confused and just stared at him. Naruto, I have been watching you grow for a while now, and I know that your dream is to become Hokage. Naruto nodded and continued to listen. However, I want you to know that being the Hokage is not as great as you think. There is a lot of responsibility involved and we are not able to roam freely. It is mostly a lot of boring paperwork. Naruto continued to listen, knowing where this was going. Therefore, I'm asking you to give up on your dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto immediately started to complain. Why, old man? Being the Hokage would be so cool. I would be the most powerful ninja and everyone would treat me with respect and dash the Hokage cut him off. No, Naruto. There is more to being Hokage than you think. You must have self-control. You must put the safety of others and the village before your own. I have seen the way you act and there is no way for you to become the Hokage with your current attitude. Naruto didn't say anything. He just looked down out of sadness. Listen, Naruto. Isn't it good enough to just dream to become Jounin and maybe have a family? You don't have to be the most powerful ninja to be respected. Naruto thought for a while. He could not believe that the third Hokage, his idol, was telling him to give up on his dream. No, it's not good enough. I want to be the Hokage and I will be the Hokage. Just you wait. Naruto was close to tears. The third sighed, but then he smiled. All right, Naruto, have it your way. Naruto looked confused. I can help you, not directly, but I think I have a way to set you on the right path. Naruto looked up. Really? The Hokage nodded. Yes, it is a risky path, but I believe it will help you. However, I must ask that you stay here tonight. Do not leave this room. Naruto nodded and blankets were brought in so that he could sleep. Uchiha compound, midnight. Itachi moved swiftly in the night. He had already hit a few houses, dispatching the Uchiha that lived in them. Training under the ANBU had its advantages. He could cover his emotion extremely well. Killing members of his own clan was not his desire, but it had to be done, for the sake of the village. He eliminated more of the members. He moved silently, taking every precaution to not make the slightest noise. Finally, he arrived at his own house. He hesitated for a moment. No, he thought, they must die too. He crept into the house and stood over his father and mother as they slept. He raised his sword and silently stuck it into each of them, making sure that neither of them made a noise. He then looked down at their bodies and began to let his sadness show. Just then, Sasuke, his younger brother, walked in. Brother. He looked at the bodies of his parents. Mother, father, mother. Tears started to form in his eyes. He then looked at Itachi and saw his blade soaked in blood. Brother. Why, brother? Why? Sasuke was overwhelmed with emotions and tears rolled down his face. He stared at Itachi through his blurry eyes. Then he was unconscious. Itachi had hit him just hard enough to knock him out. He exited the house and headed back to the Hokage's office. He jumped from roof to roof, trying to suppress his emotions. His training failed him for a split second though, as a single tear fell from his eye. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office, morning. Naruto awoke to the bright sun shining in his eyes.
Ah, good morning, Naruto.
He turned to see the third Hokage sitting in his chair. Naruto stood up and rubbed his eyes. All of a sudden, the ANBU ninja from the day before appeared in the office kneeling in front of the Hokage's desk. "It is done," said the ninja. The Hokage nodded. "Very well." Naruto looked confused. "What's done?" The Hokage motioned for the ANBU ninja to stand up and looked at Naruto. He didn't say anything for a while. The third Hokage sighed. "Naruto, the Uchiha clan was eliminated last night. Only Itachi here and Sasuke remain." Naruto could not believe what he heard. "What do you mean?" he said. "I meant exactly what I said. The Uchiha clan is now nearly extinct," said the third Hokage. "I ordered Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan because the elders of the Uchiha were plotting to overtake the Hidden Leaf Village." Naruto turned and looked at Itachi. "How could you kill members of your own clan?" Itachi removed his mask to reveal his face. His face was nearly emotionless as he held the mask at his side. "I followed orders to ensure the safety of the Hidden Leaf Village. That is what it means to be a former member of the ANBU Black Ops." Naruto looked at him with a confused look. "What do you mean by former member?" Itachi looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage said, "Itachi murdered an entire clan, even though he was under orders. He is still now considered a traitor." "So what do I have to do with this?" Naruto asked. The third explained, "As you may have noticed, the villagers do not treat you like other children." Naruto frowned a little. The third continued, "So, in order to provide you with a better training environment, I am going to send you out of the village with Itachi." Naruto's eyes widened. "What?" he exclaimed. "Why are you sending me away from the village?" Naruto tried to calm himself down a bit. "Why can't you just put me into the academy like all of the other ninjas?" The third said, "I believe that you have the potential to become a great ninja, but you need to be privately tutored away from the village." Naruto stood still as he tried to absorb all of this. Itachi finally spoke. "Naruto, I will teach you how to be a great ninja. With my guidance, you may even have a chance to become the Hokage." Naruto looked up in disbelief. "Do you really mean that?" Itachi responded, "You might be able to, but I won't know until I have had a chance to train you." Naruto thought about it for a minute. The third added, "This does not mean that you will be a rogue ninja, nor does it mean that you are not welcome in this village. I just believe that it is best if you go with Itachi." Naruto looked at the third Hokage. "What about Sasuke?" Itachi frowned and said, "I don't think Sasuke will like me very much once he realizes that I killed the members of our clan." Naruto also frowned. The third Hokage spoke up. "So what do you think, Naruto?" Naruto looked at the ground, pondering his decision. He finally looked up and said, "Okay, if it will make me strong, I will go with Itachi." The third Hokage smiled and said, "Good. Now go pack whatever provisions you need." Naruto turned around to leave. "And Naruto?" Naruto looked at him. "Good luck," said the third Hokage as Naruto left the room. Hidden Leaf Village, main gate. Itachi was waiting patiently for Naruto to arrive. He was re-examining his ninja tools, his shuriken in particular. "I wonder what area he excels in," Itachi thought as he put away his shuriken and looked up at the clouds. Asterisk, if he excels in ninjutsu, then I should have no problem training him. But what if he is good at taijutsu or finds himself fascinated with weapons such as pole arms or tonfas? I can't train him very well to use those weapons. Asterisk, Itachi shook off the thought and leaned against the wall near the gate. He could still hear the third Hokage's voice in his head, telling him the plan. He barely made it out of the Uchiha compound in time. He had almost been caught by the Jounin, Kakashi, on his way back. Itachi sighed. I guess it was all luck after all. Itachi was more nervous than he felt like he should be. He had never trained anyone before. He was taught to keep his emotions in check by the ANBU. It was one of their main rules. Emotions will get you killed before they help you. Itachi sneered. Emotions didn't hurt me last night. He stopped as an image flashed through his head. It was his younger brother, Sasuke, crying in front of him. Itachi pushed the image aside and brought his feelings back under his control. I'm sorry, little brother. Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto's apartment. Naruto was running around his apartment making sure that he had everything. Okay, I have clothes and food, so what else do I need? Naruto looked around and scratched his head. Ah man, how am I supposed to train? I don't have any weapons. I don't know any jutsu. And worst of all, I'm not even a genin. Naruto ran all around his apartment trying to figure what else to bring. I'm so lost. I'm leaving the village today with a guy I don't know, and the only thing I do know about him is that he killed his entire clan. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. He killed his entire clan. How do I know that he won't kill me too? Naruto shook the thought out of his head. There's no way the old man Hokage would put me in danger, right? Naruto laughed nervously. He stopped arguing with himself and decided that the best thing to do was to meet up with Itachi and ask him what he should bring. He grabbed his bag, left his apartment and locked the door. Hidden Leaf Village, main gate. Itachi heard footsteps and turned his attention to the road. He saw Naruto running in his direction. Looks like he is ready to go. Naruto skidded to a halt in front of Itachi. Hey Itachi, I think I'm ready to go now. Itachi looked at the bag that Naruto was carrying. What is that, Naruto? Naruto looked confused and said, These are my clothes and provisions that I'm taking with me. Itachi shook his head. Naruto, leave the bag. This isn't a vacation, you know. Naruto looked worried and said, What do you mean? Itachi sighed. We don't need food and we only need 2 sets of clothes including what we are wearing. Trust me, extra weight will just slow us down. Naruto sighed and took off his backpack. He emptied the contents except for a pair of clothes and put the pack over his shoulders. Alright, let's go Naruto. Itachi turned toward the main gate. Naruto turned to look at the village. He frowned as he turned back towards Itachi. Naruto followed him out of the village, leaving his home behind. Wilderness near Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi, where are we going exactly? Naruto asked as they walked along the road. Itachi took his time coming up with an answer. We are going to a place where we can hide and train in secret. Naruto looked at him curiously and said, Where is that? Itachi opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly jumped to the side to dodge a kunai that was thrown at him. Naruto, hide. Naruto obeyed and hid himself in a small bush. A female ninja appeared on a tree branch a few yards away. She had long purple hair and was wearing ANBU attire with a ceramic mask over her face. Come on out, Itachi. We know that you are here. Itachi came out from hiding behind a tree trunk and looked up at the ANBU ninja. Ah, there you are, Itachi, said the female ANBU. Itachi looked at her without emotion and said, What do you want, Yugao? Yugao kneeled and bowed her head and said, By order of the Hokage, we are to eliminate you, Itachi Uchiha, rogue ninja of the village hidden in the leaves. Itachi stared her down. You are. He looked around casually, inspecting the trees. So where is your partner? Just then, a ninja put a kunai up to Itachi's throat. He was a tall ninja who also wore ANBU attire and a ceramic mask. Naruto's eyes widened. He had a more muscular build than Itachi and had short black hair. Itachi seemed to have no reaction and just glanced over at the ninja. So he was waiting for me to reveal myself so he would have an opportunity? The male ANBU member said, You should know better than to let your guard down, Itachi, especially when in the midst of the enemy. Itachi smirked and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The male ANBU gasped and said, Where the hell did he go? Itachi appeared a few yards behind them. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A huge flame erupted from Itachi's mouth and formed a massive fireball which was about the size of Itachi in diameter. The flame shot forth and engulfed several trees in a fiery inferno. Yugao jumped from the tree to dodge, but her partner was not as quick to react. Once the fire died down, the male ANBU was revealed to be a crisped corpse. Yugao ran at Itachi. Ninja art. Leaf blade illusion. 2 replicas of Yugao phased into existence on either side of her as she pulled out her sword. Sharingan, muttered Itachi as 3 Tomo appeared in his red irises. Itachi could now clearly see Yugao's movements and he brought his right arm up to block the attack. All 3 Yugao jumped into the air and brought each of their blades down at a different angle and speed to ensure that they hit Itachi. Itachi timed the hits and right as the first sword landed on his arm he said, Fire style, Clone explosion! Itachi's body exploded with great force that sent the real Yugao flying and dissipated the two fake ones. Naruto watched in awe seeing Itachi defeat both ANBU members with no trouble at all. Itachi appeared behind Naruto. Let's go Naruto, hurry. We need to reach the hideout before they send more ninja. Naruto nodded his head to agree with Itachi. Itachi led the way as Naruto stared at him with huge eyes. I can't wait to become a powerful ninja like Itachi. Sensei. Naruto followed Itachi as they ran. He had no idea where they were going. Naruto had never been outside the village before. In fact, he had never been allowed to go outside the village. The third Hokage was pretty strict about that. Naruto sighed as he remembered the village. A part of him wanted to go back, but he knew that once he chose to go with Itachi, there was no turning back. Naruto sighed and forced himself to smile. At least I will be trained by a strong ninja. Itachi-sensei took care of those two ninja back there so easily. Naruto smiled for real as he looked at Itachi. Itachi, sir, how much farther? I'm getting tired. Itachi shook his head. This might be more work than I thought. Forest near Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi was slowly walking through the forest with Naruto following closely behind. Itachi was the first one to break the silence. Look around you, Naruto. Examine the bushes and trees carefully. In order to be a ninja, you must always be aware of your surroundings. Naruto started to look around while listening to Itachi. He noticed how tall the trees were and was surprised at their height. He also scanned the area around him and tried to see the landscape and Itachi was. Itachi stopped and turned around to face Naruto. Naruto looked up at Itachi with a confused look. Itachi said, Naruto, from now on you will call me sensei. I will teach you what I know eventually, but first we will start with basic survival. Naruto looked at him and said, What do you mean by survival, Itachi? Itachi glared back at him and Naruto caught his mistake. I mean, Itachi-sensei. Itachi nodded with approval and explained. Well, first of all I am going to show you how to determine what plants you can and cannot eat, and then later I will show you how to make traps to catch wild animals. While Itachi was talking, Naruto gave him absolute attention. Within days of meeting him, Naruto had not only come to envy Itachi, but also to respect him as a strong ninja. Forest near Hidden Leaf Village. Time skip. Naruto woke up early to check the traps he had set last night. It had been 2 years since he had left Hidden Leaf Village with Itachi. Naruto had trained himself to be a light sleeper and had mastered the art of setting traps and analyzing the landscape for the slightest disturbance. Naruto heard footsteps coming from his left side. Since he had not learned any jutsu and had limited taijutsu, he dove into cover. He peered around and saw a familiar purple-haired woman. Yugao again, Naruto thought as he watched her carefully. Yugao had been appearing more and more often lately and had been close to finding Naruto and Itachi many times. Naruto decided that he should return to Itachi as quick as possible to inform him. Itachi was packing up camp when Naruto arrived. Itachi-sensei, Yugao is close by. Itachi said to Naruto without looking up. I know. I think it is time we changed sites anyway. Naruto started to help Itachi pack up and proceeded to ask questions. Why is Yugao always hunting us down? Itachi stopped packing up and decided to let Naruto finish. Well, Naruto, I am a rogue ninja and Yugao is in the assassination division of the ANBU. That means that she has been assigned to deal with me personally. I know Yugao well enough to know that she takes her work very seriously. Naruto seemed satisfied with that answer and finished tearing down the campsite, making sure to leave no trace of their presence. He looked up at Itachi and nodded his head, signaling that he was done. Itachi turned and started walking towards a large boulder. Naruto, I think that it is time that we move in to the Uchiha hideout. Naruto looked at him with curiosity. Wait a minute. Are saying that you have access to a hideout and we are only just moving in now? Itachi touched the boulder and it vanished, revealing a small trapdoor. Yes, we are moving in just now because not only have you mastered the art of survival, but also because we cannot hide from Yugao forever in this forest. Naruto seemed to understand his reasoning, but he still could not hide the fact that he was a little disappointed. Both Itachi and Naruto jumped into the hole revealed by the trapdoor and fell into the darkness. Uchiha hideout. Itachi took a few steps forward in the complete darkness that filled the hideout. Fire style. Searing flame jutsu. Several tiny fireballs flew from Itachi's mouth and one by one, candles along the side of the hideout lit up. Naruto looked around in amazement as the wide stadium-like room slowly grew brighter. This is our new home, Naruto. The room had a light gray color covering every surface and a big Hokage-style obsidian chair in the center of the far end of the room. Naruto finally gathered the courage to ask a question that he had wanted to ask ever since he saw Itachi fight Yugao for the first time. Itachi-sensei, can you teach me how to use jutsu? Itachi looked at Naruto with a curious look. Why do you ask, Naruto? Naruto looked down with a sad look. Well, when I heard Yugao coming I noticed how defenseless I was, and I think that jutsu will make me stronger. Naruto looked up with a huge smile. Besides, Itachi-sensei, I want to be as strong as you someday. Itachi looked at Naruto with a faint smile. All right, Naruto, I will teach you one jutsu for now. Itachi put his hands together in a lowercase t shape and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared next to Itachi and revealed an exact clone of him. Naruto stared in awe and quickly mimicked the hand sign and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Itachi looked at Naruto in disappointment as the puff of smoke revealed a flimsy rubber-like Naruto. Naruto looked at it with his mouth open in disbelief. What the hell? I did exactly what you did. Why did that thing show up instead of a clone? Itachi explained, creating a clone requires a certain level of chakra control. You need to focus your chakra into your hands and then transfer it into an empty space nearby. Naruto tried again. Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, after the smoke cleared, a fat rubber Naruto was revealed. Naruto sighed and dissipated his clone. You should concentrate on distributing your chakra evenly. Itachi said, I will use my Sharingan and watch you until you make a perfect clone. Naruto groaned and continued his training. Uchiha hideout. Naruto collapsed, finally exhausted from his tremendous effort on the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Itachi sighed and stood up. He had been sitting the whole time as he watched Naruto through his Sharingan. Looks like he is finally out of it, Itachi said as he walked over to examine Naruto. Asterisk, I can't believe how much stamina he has. Even though he is still ranked as a genin, his stamina is equal to some chunin. Asterisk. Naruto was out cold and looked peacefully exhausted after spending more than 6 hours straight trying to master the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Itachi deactivated his Sharingan and picked up Naruto. He carried Naruto to a nearby bed in the back room and set him down. He then stepped back into the main room and sat in his obsidian chair. As Naruto slept, Itachi planned out the next few months of Naruto's training. Asterisk, it would be in his best interest if he became an official genin of the Hidden Leaf. But Yugao might notice him and hold him hostage. I must protect Naruto at all costs, even from the Hidden Leaf village. The nine-tailed fox sealed within him is precious cargo and must be kept secret. After all, that is the real reason the third Hokage sent him with me. Asterisk. Itachi snapped out of his deep thought when he heard Naruto groan. He turned around in his chair and saw Naruto standing in the doorway. Naruto rubbed his eyes and said, What are we waiting for? Let's get back to training. Itachi had a slight grin on his face and replied, All right, continue your work from earlier. Naruto nodded his head and formed a small cross with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared next to him and revealed a mirror image of Naruto. Itachi's grin grew even bigger as he said, Well done, Naruto. Now you must learn to control your clones separately from yourself. Let the real training begin. Hidden Leaf Village, same time. The sunlight was shining into the Hokage's office. It reflected off of a picture on his desk and onto his face. The third Hokage moved the picture just as an ANBU ninja appeared in front of him. The female ninja bowed before him and said, Lord Hokage, I have lost track of Itachi Uchiha again. The Hokage stood up and looked out of his balcony window behind his desk. Itachi has remained unseen for 2 years now. I think that it is almost time to put him down as wandering and stop the hunt. Yugao looked up and said, Lord Hokage, give me 1 more month to find him. I promise that I won't let you down. Itachi will be brought to justice. The third Hokage closed his eyes and pondered the thought. Asterisk, 1 more month, I think Itachi can stay hidden for another month. but Naruto must also remain out of sight for that time. He looked out into the village. All right, you have 1 more month. Uchiha hideout. Naruto and Itachi were both panting from their workout. Both were covered in scratches and light bruises. Itachi stood up straight and stretched. You did very well, Naruto. Even though I didn't use my Sharingan, you still put up a decent fight. Naruto grinned at the sound of praise from his idol. Naruto sat on the floor and rested while Itachi walked to a room on the right side of the main hall. Itachi came back out and tossed a rice ball at Naruto, which he caught. Thanks, Itachi-sensei. Itachi sat in his obsidian chair and ate his food. Naruto took this opportunity to talk. Itachi-sensei, when can we go back to the village? Itachi kept a black face and said, I'm not going back. I'm a rogue ninja, so they will kill me on sight. That answer did not satisfy Naruto and he asked another question. Well, you are the rogue ninja, but what about me? Can't I go back to the village? Itachi sighed and started to tell Naruto his plan. Well, Naruto, I was planning on sending you back to become an official genin. But we should wait a little bit longer to make sure that they have listed me as a wandering ninja. Naruto looked confused. What does that mean? Itachi looked up and looked at Naruto. A wandering ninja is a rogue that the ANBU is not actively pursuing. This means that they will still kill me if they see me, but they won't come looking for me. Naruto nodded in agreement and asked another question. So when do you think they will list you as wandering? Itachi replied. It should be soon, but we will stay hidden until we are sure. We will give them another 2 months to label me in our favor. After hearing that, Naruto decided that it was time to rest up and he wandered off to bed. Uchiha hideout 2 months later. Over the past 2 months, Naruto had greatly increased his capability with his shadow clones. He was now able to create 4 stable clones without them having diminished qualities such as a slower reaction time. His max amount of clones was around 30, however creating that many put a huge amount of stress and fatigue into him. Not to mention that the clones were pretty much worthless except for looking strong and intimidating others. Itachi and Naruto were currently sparring and it looked as though Naruto was winning. However, fire style, scorching flames jutsu. Itachi had trained his searing flames jutsu and now the would-be fireballs were about 4 inches in diameter. Naruto had trouble dodging all of the flames and 2 of his clones disappeared in puffs of smoke. The remaining 3 Narutos regrouped and launched a counterattack. One clone ran straight at Itachi while another flanked him on the right and the real one followed closely in the shadow of the first. Itachi still refused to activate his Sharingan or use any high-level jutsu such as a normal fireball. Itachi threw 3 kunai at the clone flanking him and punched the first clone in the gut, causing both of them to vanish in a puff of smoke. The original Naruto shot straight at Itachi and landed a kick to his side. Itachi flew sideways but caught himself in midair and landed on his feet. Itachi smirked and said, "That's enough for today, Naruto." Naruto also grinned slightly while panting and said, "All right, Itachi-sensei." Itachi stood up straight and looked at Naruto. "Naruto, it has been 2 months. I think it is time." Naruto looked up with a curious face, and then remembered and grinned ear to ear. Uchiha hideout exit. Naruto looked up at the hole in the ceiling of the hideout. "Are you sure that it is all right if I go, Itachi-sensei?" Naruto turned around to look at Itachi with a curious face. Itachi had a slight grin and said, "Yes, Naruto. It is time for you to join the academy. I might be a great ninja, but I am not a teacher. There are some things that you can only learn from the academy." Naruto looked satisfied with that answer and stared back at the hole. Itachi said, "Naruto, don't forget to talk to the Hokage about your papers." Naruto nodded his head to show that he heard him. He sighed and with one jump he easily cleared the top of the hideout. Itachi looked after him and had a thought cross his mind. I hope that the 3rd Hokage hasn't changed his mind. Forest near Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto stretched and inhaled deeply. It had been quite a while since he had been outside. Ever since Yugao appeared last time, both he and Itachi had been staying underground. Naruto examined his surroundings. He was once again able to hear and see the things that he had missed, like the chirping of birds and the smell of nature. Itachi said that Yugao should have given up on him by now, but I should still keep my guard up just in case. Instead of going straight to the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto decided to get a good feel for the area around the hideout. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 Naruto clones appeared in a giant cloud of smoke. The original Naruto looked at them and said, "All right everyone, split up and scout this area so that I can find my way back." All of the Narutos replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Every Naruto took off in a different direction while the original sat down and took a nap. Forest near Hidden Leaf Village. 20 minutes later. Naruto woke up to the faint sound of a clone vanishing. He stood up and collapsed all of his other clones. He stood still for a minute as he collected all of the information gathered by his clones. Naruto then started to walk off in the direction of the village. As he neared the village, he began to hear the unfamiliar sound of people crowded together and talking to each other. Naruto knew that he would stick out, so he decided that he would follow closely behind a merchant wagon. Hidden Leaf Village. Once he got past the gate, Naruto detached himself from the wagon and looked around at the village. He was amazed at how neat the village looked. There was no trash on the ground and the streets weren't crowded with hundreds of people. He looked around at the many two-story houses with amazement. Without even thinking, he leapt onto the nearest house to get a better view. This caused quite a few people to look at him in a strange way. He took no notice of them and started heading in the direction of the Hokage mansion. He hopped from roof to roof and drew nearer to the mansion. He dropped down in front of the familiar house of the Hokage and started to climb the stairs. Hokage's office. Naruto politely knocked on the door that led to the Hokage's office. He heard the third Hokage say, "Come in," and he walked through the door. The third Hokage had his official straw hat of the Hokage hanging on the back of his chair and was wearing the official Hokage robes. "Well, there's a face I haven't seen in years. Welcome back, Naruto." The Hokage stood up and walked over to Naruto. He placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Hey old man, didn't think you would see me so soon, did you?" said Naruto playfully. "What can I do for you, Naruto?" said the Hokage. Naruto's face grew serious. "Well, actually I was hoping that you could put me in the academy." The Hokage looked at Naruto with a sad face. "Well, Naruto, it's not that easy. You are far too old to put in the academy now. Why, you are already 11. Surely you do not mean to be put in for only 1 year." Naruto looked at the Hokage with a grin of confidence. "Yep, that's what I plan on doing. I have the papers right here which have the information needed to get into the academy." Naruto handed over his papers and the Hokage glanced over them briefly. "Well, Naruto, this all looks good, but I'm afraid that I cannot allow you to join just yet." Naruto gave the Hokage a curious look, waiting for him to finish. "Naruto, in order to join the academy for the last year alone, you must be tested to make sure that you have the proper skills that are equal or greater than a ninja of your age." Naruto grinned and said, "Oh well, that's easy. Just watch." Naruto made a hand sign and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Once the usual smoke disappeared, a shadow clone of Naruto was standing next to him. The Hokage's eyes widened slightly. "So Itachi, you have taught him the shadow clone technique." Both Narutos looked up and said at the same time, "So, what do you think?" The Hokage smiled and said, "That is good enough. Take these papers and go to the academy." Naruto smiled and headed off to the academy with the papers. Leaf Ninja Academy. Naruto opened the door to the classroom and walked inside. Apparently there was a class in session right now because immediately all eyes were on him. He became a little nervous but crossed the room to the teacher. He handed the papers to the teacher, who looked over them cautiously. The teacher spoke up and said, "All right, class, we have a new student. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and he will be joining us for a year of graduation." Everyone looked stunned and turned their heads to look at the new student. Naruto was wearing an orange shirt and blue pants with shin guards underneath. "Naruto," the teacher said, "why don't you go sit down next to Sasuke?" Naruto nodded and sat down next to a guy wearing a blue shirt with a red and white fan on the back of it. He looked over and said, "Nice to meet you, Sasuke." Sasuke looked over at Naruto and said with a harsh tone, "Shut up, newbie. What makes you think that you are even half as good as me?" The entire class looked over at the two of them as Naruto and Sasuke glared at each other. Naruto had a huge grin on his face. Sasuke looked at him and got even angrier. "What the hell are you smiling at?" Naruto just grinned and said, "You are going to be a fun person to spar with." Sasuke stood up and grabbed Naruto by his shirt. "What did you say, you little orange bastard?" Naruto quickly grabbed Sasuke's arm at a pressure point with his left hand, causing Sasuke to let go. He then punched Sasuke in the gut with his right fist and used his momentum to bring his right leg around and gave Sasuke a horse kick to his chest. Sasuke flew back into the wall and landed on his knees. "I said, you are going to be a fun person to spar with," the teacher sighed. "Well, this is going to be fun." Academy training grounds. "All right, class, it is time for accuracy training," said the teacher. Naruto looked around and saw some targets on tree trunks. He asked the teacher, "Hey Iruka-sensei, what are we using to practice?" Iruka turned to look at Naruto and grinned. "Well, Naruto, we are going to be practicing with kunai and shuriken today." Naruto looked intrigued as he was handed the sharp throwing knives and stars. The teacher spoke aloud. "Okay everyone, grab a few kunai and practice throwing them. Try to hit the center of each target." Sasuke looked at Naruto and smirked. "Ha, I hope you don't think you can beat me at this type of training. I have been practicing with these since before I joined the academy." Naruto looked back at Sasuke distastefully. "I don't expect to be better than you when using a weapon that I've never even held before." Sasuke brushed off that remark as he started throwing shuriken. Sasuke was extremely angry at Naruto because Naruto had been better than him during every other practice they've had. It was always the same. Naruto came in first while Sasuke came up short in second place. But Sasuke knew for sure that he could win this time. Naruto started throwing some kunai at a target or two, but what he was really focusing on were two girls on the other side of the training grounds. He took great notice of the one called Sakura, who had bright pink hair and wore a red shirt with tan pants. But he took even greater notice of the girl called Hinata. She had short black hair and had very lightly tinted eyes in the shade of purple. Naruto snapped out of his daze when the teacher announced that now they were throwing kunai in order to earn points. Naruto did not really care if he beat Sasuke, but he wanted to impress the girls. Naruto's throws became more accurate and Sasuke looked over at him and started to panic. Sasuke started throwing his kunai and shuriken faster, and so did Naruto. Both of them were throwing sharp objects at an alarming rate. The teacher, Iruka, thought about stepping in to stop them, but he decided not to. Sasuke started to throw some kunai slow and then throw faster ones which would ricochet off of the slower ones, and he still managed to make all of them hit their mark. Naruto watched Sasuke closely and mimicked his movements, causing his kunai to ricochet as well. Both of them kept throwing faster and faster. Finally, Iruka stepped in. "All right, you two, you can stop showing off. I cannot decide which of you is better. It is a tie." Naruto grinned, but Sasuke stormed off muttering curses under his breath. Ninja Academy, 1 year later. Naruto looked around at his classmates. He was at the graduation ceremony and everyone was dressed up for the big day. Even though most of the class consisted of 12-year-olds, they were all fairly skilled ninja. However, they would not be considered ninja until they received their Leaf Village headband when they graduated, which would signify their transformation into ninja. Besides the students, there were also teachers such as Iruka-sensei. The third Hokage was also there. The Hokage looked at each of the genin-to-be and thought about what they would be like when they grew up. The first was a boy with medium-length spiky black hair in a ponytail. He reportedly had an IQ of around 200 and was not only the most intelligent by far, but also the laziest student. His name was Shikamaru Nara. Next to him was a rather big boy who ate everything in sight named Choji Akimichi, and a blonde-haired girl who always talked about Sasuke who was named Ino Yamanaka. Other almost genin students consisted of Hinata Hyuga and her cousin Neji Hyuga, a boy who had the same pupilless eyes but wore a loose whitish shirt. Also there was Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Rock Lee, who wore a full green skin-tight suit, was talking to a boy who had a small dog as his ninja pet. The owner was Kiba Inuzuka and his puppy was called Akamaru. The last two students were Shino Aburame, who wore an off-white trench coat, and a girl named Tenten who was talking to Sakura. The ceremony was rather quick. The teacher, Iruka, would call each student's name and the student would receive their headband and walk over to their parents. However, Sasuke and Naruto did not have any parents, so they walked over and stood next to the Hokage. Uchiha hideout. Itachi was sitting cross-legged in a meditative position and was sorting his thoughts. Asterisk today should be Naruto's graduation. I haven't seen him since he left a year ago. I hope he learned at least a few useful things in the academy. As soon as he gets back, I will start training him for the Chunin exams. The sooner he becomes a Chunin, the better. Asterisk. Itachi sensed an unfamiliar chakra and opened his eyes. He looked around and saw no one. Show yourself, said Itachi. Whatever you are looking for, I assure you, it isn't here. A puddle of water formed on the ground in front of Itachi and a human-like form started rising from it. Slowly, it took the appearance of a scaly fish-like man. Itachi examined this unwelcome guest. The fishman was wearing a black robe with a pattern of red clouds on it. He was also equipped with a huge sword wrapped in gauze on his back and had a headband from the hidden mist village on his forehead. The headband had a scratch through the symbol, which meant that this ninja was a rogue. Hello, Itachi Uchiha, the fishman said. I have come to speak with you about an offer. Itachi looked up at him with a curious look. Is that so? Itachi stood up and stared the tall man down. He was about 6 inches taller than Itachi. And who might you be, rogue ninja? The tall man looked at Itachi. You have no room to talk, Uchiha. You are a rogue ninja too. My name is Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi stood still and continued to look at Kisame with no emotion, which was starting to piss Kisame off. Itachi said, Well, are you going to tell me what you want, or are you just going to stand there like an idiot? Kisame showed his sharp teeth with disgust as he answered the question. I have been ordered by my superior to recruit you into our organization. Itachi replied, And what organization is that? Kisame smirked and said, I am from the Akatsuki. Our goal is to capture and seal away the 9-tailed beasts that plague this ninja world. Itachi thought to himself, Asterisk, I cannot allow them to get Naruto. He is the host of the 9th-tailed beast. Asterisk. Itachi frowned. Then I'm afraid you have come all this way for nothing. I'm not interested. Kisame also frowned and said, I was ordered to recruit you. If you refuse, I will just have to drag you in. Kisame launched himself at Itachi and brought back his fist to punch him in the face. Itachi quickly closed his eyes and then opened them again, saying, Sharingan. He ducked under Kisame's punch and attempted to sweep his legs. Kisame, however, used the momentum of his punch and practically climbed over Itachi. When Itachi turned around, Kisame was already in front of him and Itachi was kicked in the stomach hard. Itachi flew back several feet and skidded to a stop. Kisame was already behind him and punched Itachi in the face again. Itachi landed on the ground a few feet away and quickly got to his feet. He made a few hand signs and said, Fire style, fireball jutsu. A huge fireball flew through the air at Kisame and engulfed him. Itachi stared at the cloud of smoke created by the impact intensely. But to his surprise, Kisame appeared unscathed. Kisame laughed devilishly. Did you really think that a fireball would score any damage on a ninja from the hidden mist village? Ha 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 ha. You are a really funny person, Uchiha. But it is time to end this. Kisame completed a series of hand signs and slapped his hands to the floor. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. A blue shark animated from water and flew at Itachi. He just barely dodged it and copied Kisame's previous hand signs. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. This time, it was Itachi that animated water in the form of a shark. The shark hit Kisame hard and sent him flying to the far end of the room and into a wall. Kisame growled at Itachi. You're really starting to annoy me. He made a few hand signs and inhaled. Impenetrable mist. A thick cloud of water vapor erupted from Kisame's mouth and filled the room. Itachi focused and waited for Kisame to strike. There! Itachi held a kunai in his hand and swung his arm around his back, stabbing Kisame. He, Kisame said. You should be more careful. Itachi watched as Kisame melted into the floor. A water clone. Before Itachi could react, he was kicked from behind. Itachi skidded on the ground but regained his balance quickly enough to avoid another shark. You're fast, Kisame said. But let's see you dodge this. He made a long string of hand signs and clapped his hands together. Water style. Overflowing tsunami. Water erupted from the ground and rose high until it almost touched the ceiling. Kisame laughed as he rode the tsunami straight into Itachi, pinning him against the wall. When Itachi appeared to be unconscious, Kisame released the jutsu and the tide slipped back into the ground. He then walked over to Itachi and kneeled down to get a better look at his face. Itachi's body melted and sunk into the floor. "What the hell is this?" Kisame said as he backed up and pulled out his sword. Everything lost its color and turned gray. Kisame looked around and saw Itachi standing behind him. "You have lost, Kisame," Itachi said. "From the moment I destroyed your water clone, I have had you under my Tsukuyomi." Kisame was outraged. "What the hell is going on?" Itachi grinned. "Did your superior not tell you about this ability of mine? What a shame. Time to go to sleep." Gray water seeped up from the ground and engulfed Kisame, knocking him out instantly. Itachi then released the jutsu and made a shadow clone. The clone carried Kisame's body out of the hideout and across the border of the Land of Fire. The real Itachi walked back to his chair and sat down, as if nothing had happened. Uchiha hideout. Itachi sighed and sat back down in his meditative position. He looked around the room to see how much damage was done. The only aftermath marks of the battle between him and Kisame was a small dent in the wall and the floor, along with a black scorch mark along the ground left from his own fireball. Itachi closed his eyes and began processing his thoughts once again. Even though I hate to do it, I must tell Naruto of this. He has the right to know that he will be hunted in the future. That means that I must prepare him for upcoming threats. Once I teach him a little more about chakra control and a few new jutsu, he should be able to pass the Chunin exam. We will start as soon as he arrives. Hidden Leaf Village, graduation ceremony. Naruto looked around at the other new genin with their families. He became a little sad until he remembered something. He said to himself, "Oh yeah, I should go back to the hideout now and tell Itachi-sensei that I am now officially a genin." Naruto smiled at his new title and started to walk off towards the village gate.
En Naruto.
Naruto turned around to see where the voice was coming from. "Oh, over here." He turned to see Hinata smiling at him. "Oh, hey Hinata. What's up?" Hinata blushed and said, I was just wondering." Naruto looked at her with a curious look. "If YUW would like to come to the G-graduation party my father is hosting." Naruto looked at her and smiled. "I would love to, Hinata, but I have somewhere to be. Thanks anyways." Hinata frowned and said, "Oh, okay Naruto." She turned and walked back to the rest of the genin while Naruto turned and walked in the opposite direction, towards the village gate. Uchiha hideout, boulder and trance. Naruto stood in front of the boulder that covered the Uchiha hideout. He took a deep breath and touched the boulder. He muttered the word release, just as Itachi had taught him, and the boulder vanished. Naruto then jumped down the hole and into the not-so-dark room. When he landed, he walked into the main room and was shocked at what he saw. He had seen worse battlegrounds, but it shocked him to think that a battle took place here. He noticed Itachi in a meditating position and walked over to him. "Nice to finally see you again, Itachi-sensei. What happened here?" Itachi opened his eyes and stood up. He smiled as he saw Naruto in front of him after 1 year away from the hideout. "Hello, Naruto. This has something to do with what I have to talk to you about." Naruto looked confused at Itachi's choice of words, but waited for him to continue. Itachi walked over to Naruto and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, a man from the group called the Akatsuki came here. Have you ever heard of them?" Naruto shook his head and looked at Itachi, waiting for him to explain. "Well, the Akatsuki is an organization of rogue ninjas that wander the world capturing people who are jinchurikis." "What is a jinchuriki, Itachi-sensei?" Itachi sighed and started to explain. "Let me give you a history lesson first. There are demons in the ninja world. These demons are called tailed beasts because each one has a different number of tails. The number ranges from 1 to 9 tails, with 9 being the strongest. Well, truthfully, the 9-tailed beast has the capacity to be the strongest, but can be passed temporarily by the demons with a fewer amount of tails." Naruto absorbed this information as fast as he could, but it was overwhelming. He sat down and listened to Itachi some more. Anyways, back to the main point. The tailed beasts can be sealed inside ninja who have enough chakra to house them and be their host. Naruto, you have one of these beasts sealed inside of you. Naruto's eyes widened as he started to panic. What do you mean, Itachi-sensei? I don't understand. How can I be a host to one of those demons? I'm only 12. Itachi calmed Naruto down a bit and started to talk again. I know this is a lot to take in, Naruto, but it is the truth. Lift up your shirt and see for yourself. Naruto did as he was told and lifted his shirt. When he did, an 8-pronged seal appeared on his stomach. He looked at it with awe and disbelief. Itachi-sensei, how many tails does my demon have? Itachi hesitated for a minute. 9. You are the Jinchuriki host of the 9-tailed demon fox. Naruto couldn't believe it. He was the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Since you house the 9-tailed fox, the Akatsuki will come after you eventually. The man who came here was trying to recruit me into the Akatsuki. I rejected the offer and fought him. His name was Kisame Hashigaki. Remember that? Naruto looked solemn and didn't know what to say. He finally regained himself and asked Itachi, "What should we do?" Itachi smiled and said, "Don't worry. I am fully prepared to train you. You will take the Chunin exams in 6 months. So I have 6 months to make you a strong ninja who can at least escape death from the Akatsuki." Naruto gulped at the mention of death but nodded his head in agreement. Then let's get started. Uchiha hideout 1 week later. Itachi had spent the last week testing what Naruto had learned at the academy. Itachi wasn't impressed, but he decided that 1 year for the title of genin was still worth it. Naruto had learned some of the basics which Itachi skipped, such as walking on water, climbing trees, and, interestingly enough, accuracy training. After a thorough breakdown of what Naruto had learned, Itachi started discussing their training schedule. What is most important right now is learning what type of fighter you are and what jutsu you excel at. You can already manipulate your chakra fairly well, so we will increase your chakra control, which will in turn increase your shadow clone capacity. Naruto listened to Itachi intently, gathering all of the information about the upcoming training. He was really interested in what jutsu he excels at, so he asked about that immediately after Itachi stopped talking. "Itachi-sensei, how would we know what jutsu I am good at?" Itachi looked intrigued by Naruto's curiosity. "Well, Naruto, I will teach you 1 jutsu of each type, and whichever one you can master after 3 tries is your specialty. So what you're saying is, you will teach me ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, and whichever one is easiest is what I excel at?" Itachi nodded and began to teach Naruto. "I will teach you low-level jutsu of each. The first is ninjutsu." Itachi made 2 hand signs and said, "Chakra bubble jutsu." A blue bubble formed around Itachi and encompassed him, slowly rotating. Naruto looked excited and mimicked Itachi. "Chakra bubble jutsu." A blue bubble formed in front of Naruto. However, it was only 1 inch in diameter compared to Itachi's, which was 6 feet. Itachi grinned and said, "Well, it's not ninjutsu." Naruto frowned and waited for the next step. "Now for genjutsu," Itachi said. Itachi made 2 hand signs and said, "Voice mimic jutsu." Itachi started to laugh and sounded just like Naruto. Naruto followed Itachi's lead once again. "Voice mimic jutsu." Naruto started to talk, but he sounded the same, with the exception of a slightly lower voice. Itachi shook his head. "Then I guess you specialize at taijutsu." Itachi raised his fist and punched the ground while saying, "Crater fist." A decent-sized dent appeared in the ground where his fist landed. Naruto once again copied Itachi. "Crater fist." Naruto punched the ground and his eyes widened. A tear fell from Naruto's eye as he screamed in pain. Itachi had a worried look on his face. "That is strange. One of those jutsus should have worked even for a novice. You must be a specialist at something else then." "But what?" Itachi started to think, and then it hit him. "Naruto, I think I know your specialty, but it is the second hardest type of jutsu to master. Only talented people can perform them correctly. You should be able to perform this jutsu." Itachi made 5 hand signs and said, "Single-pronged seal jutsu." Itachi's first finger was enveloped in chakra, and he touched his forehead. Instantly, a seal mark appeared on his forehead. "Your turn, Naruto." Naruto barely managed to remember all 5 hand signs and repeated Itachi. "Single-pronged seal jutsu." Naruto touched his own forehead and, surprisingly, a perfect seal mark appeared on his head. Itachi smirked and said, "Well, there we go. You are a natural at Fuinjutsu." Naruto looked confused and said, "What's Fuinjutsu, Itachi-sensei?" Itachi looked directly at Naruto. Fuinjutsu is known as sealing jutsu. It is used by the normal ninja seal items into scrolls. But a natural-born sealer can place seals on people. Naruto looked at him curiously. What kind of seals? Itachi pointed at his own forehead. Well, the single-pronged seal suppresses energy such as stamina or endurance. Can also reduce your opponent's strength. Since you specialize in Fuinjutsu, I will teach you up to the three-pronged seal eventually, but after that I cannot help you because I cannot make seals with more than 3 points. Naruto asked curiously, "What does the two-pronged seal do?" Itachi explained, "The two-pronged seal is mainly used on yourself. It seals a little bit of chakra in a point of your body, and when you release the seal it will give you a burst of speed, strength, energy, and it will sometimes speed up the rate at which you heal. However, if you manage to put the seal on an opponent, it will paralyze them for a split second, which aside from being humiliating to them is completely useless." Naruto looked at his hands in awe while thinking about the power he could have. Just then a bird dropped a letter down the hole to the hideout. Itachi walked over and picked it up. "It's for you," Itachi said as he walked and handed the letter to Naruto. Naruto opened it and his mouth dropped open. "Itachi-sensei, I've been assigned to a team, Uchiha hideout." Naruto was vigorously trying to figure out who his teammates were going to be. Asterisk, how do they arrange the teams? Are they based on skill? Do I get to choose my teammates? Who will be on my team? Asterisk, Naruto was literally pulling his hair while trying to figure it all out. "Naruto, stop worrying." Naruto looked up at Itachi. "How can you say that, Itachi-sensei? I have so many questions that I want answered." Itachi grinned and sat down, once again assuming a meditative stance. "Just calm down and think about it logically," said Itachi. "What is your main concern?" Naruto finally calmed down and sat down opposite of Itachi cross-legged. "Well," started Naruto, "I want to know how they divide up the teams." Itachi closed his eyes and started explaining. "The teams are divided into groups of 3 with one sensei leading them. They genin are usually assigned to a team to make it as diverse as possible. For example, they would couple a heavy jutsu user with a taijutsu user and a weapon specialist, or possibly a genjutsu user with a taijutsu user and a medium-ranged ninjutsu user." Naruto grew calmer as Itachi spoke. "So what teammates do you think that I would get matched up with, Itachi-sensei?" Itachi thought for a moment and then replied, "I can only guess, but since it is not known that you are adept at Fuinjutsu, then they would use the next best thing, which is your ability to use the shadow clones effectively." Naruto still looked confused. "Okay, so what does that mean?" Itachi sighed. "It means that you will be paired with a taijutsu user for sure, and maybe a long-ranged ninjutsu user." Naruto thought to himself, taijutsu and long-ranged ninjutsu, I wonder who they could be. Asterisk. Naruto shook out of his thoughts and stood up. "Thanks, Itachi-sensei. I should go meet my team. I'll be back." Naruto turned around and started walking towards the exit of the hideout. Itachi called after him, "Naruto." Naruto turned around and Itachi continued, "Play nicely." Naruto grinned and exited the hideout. Hokage Mansion. Naruto walked up the spiral stairs around the Hokage Mansion. He was filled with anticipation to meet his team. As he reached the top of the stairs, he looked ahead at his new sensei. His Jounin watchdog, as Itachi once called them. His sensei was wearing a red shirt that was half covered in bandages. His sensei had long brown, wavy hair that went just past the shoulders and crimson eyes. "Ah, you're early, Naruto." Naruto stared in awe at his female sensei. Naruto said, "Hello, sensei. I just thought that the others would be just as early." The female Jounin showed a friendly smile. "Well, I guess you get to meet me first. My name is Kurenai Yuhi." Naruto smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Kurenai-sensei." Naruto and Kurenai waited for a few more minutes for the other two members to show up. The first to arrive was Trench Coat Man, otherwise known as Shino Aburame. Naruto looked slightly curious at his team so far. Last to arrive, but still on time, was someone that made Naruto's heart stop. It was Hinata Hyuga. Kurenai was the first to speak. "Now that we are all here, we can get to introductions. I want you to say your full name and what you feel your strength is." For example, my name is Kurenai Yuhi and I specialize is genjutsu. Naruto looked intrigued that he had a genjutsu master for a sensei. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I specialize in close to mid-ranged combat using shadow clone jutsu. After he said that, he turned his head and smiled at Hinata, waiting for her to go next. Hinata blushed and said lightly, my name is Hinata Hyuga and I am talented in close-range Taijutsu. She sighed when she finally could stop talking, and both Naruto and Hinata looked at Shino. Shino sighed and started talking. My name is Shino Aburame. I specialize in long-ranged combat using my insects. And I like bugs. Naruto cringed at that and Hinata became noticeably nervous. Kurenai smiled again. Well, now that introductions are over, I can brief you about this team. We are called Team 8. I requested you 3 because I thought that it would make Team 8 very balanced. We are skilled in close combat, mid-ranged combat, and long-ranged combat. We will be able to handle any situation. The most important thing on this squad is teamwork. You must know when to help and when to stay out of the way. This may sound harsh, but you all will understand after a few missions together. Naruto looked excited and spoke up. When do we start training, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai looked at Naruto and said, excited are we? Actually, you read my mind. We are going to meet at Training Ground 4 in 2 hours. So after you are dismissed, you should prepare to do some sparring. Hinata spoke next. What kind of sparring, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai replied, I will test each of your abilities and your natural teamwork compatibility. Hinata looked satisfied with that answer and let Kurenai continue. Now, if there are no more questions, you are dismissed. Meet in 2 hours. Kurenai vanished in a puff of smoke which caught all 3 genin off guard. Naruto stretched and said, well, I guess I'll see you 2 at the training grounds. Shino said his goodbye and walked away. Naruto started to walk away when Hinata interrupted him.
Naruto.
Naruto turned around and gave a friendly smile to Hinata. What is it, Hinata? She blushed and said as clearly as she could, would you like to, take a walk until we have to train? We could get to know each other a little better so that it won't be so awkward when we fight together. Hinata was surprised at how good her own reasoning was and at his answer. Sure, Hinata, let's go. They walked off together even though Hinata was a little closer to him than Naruto was comfortable with. Training Ground 1. 2 hours had passed and Naruto was still walking side by side with Hinata. They had to go through Training Grounds 1, 2, and 3 before they arrived at their specific training area. While passing through Training Ground 3, Sasuke saw them and came over to Naruto. Naruto, we've got a score to settle. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a confused look. What do you mean? I haven't done anything. Sasuke became pissed and shouted, bullshit. You always had to be better than me in the academy. Even with basic exercises, you always had to outshine me. If you're so fucking tough, then prove it. XXXXXXXXX never enough by 5-finger death punch XXXXXXXXX. Sasuke dropped into a fighting stance and charged at Naruto. He thrust his fist forward to try to hit Naruto in the stomach, but Naruto swerved out of the way and grabbed Sasuke's wrist. He flipped Sasuke over and slammed him into the ground. Sasuke spun around on the ground and swept Naruto's legs. Naruto fell to the ground and Sasuke quickly got to his feet and jumped at Naruto while he was down. Just before Sasuke landed a strike on Naruto, Naruto rolled on the ground and jumped up. He formed a hand sign and proclaimed, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 clones of Naruto appeared in a cloud of smoke and charged at Sasuke. As each clone approached Sasuke, Sasuke barely dodged each hit, making sure to dispose of the clone by countering with a punch or a kick. Naruto quickly remembered that the weakness of a shadow clone is that it is easily destroyed. After disposing of all of the clones, Sasuke attacked. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A giant flame blazed towards Naruto. Naruto dodged to the left but was burned on his right foot. Sasuke took this opportunity to gain speed by activating his family trait. Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson and 2 tomo appeared in each eye. Sasuke ran at Naruto with unmatched speed and kicked Naruto in the jaw, which sent him straight up. Naruto cringed in pain as Sasuke jumped up after him. Sasuke tried to land another punch, but Naruto did a barrel roll in midair and backhanded Sasuke in the face. Sasuke fell to the ground and Naruto haphazardly landed on his feet. Before Sasuke could get up, Naruto jumped on top of him. Naruto made 5 hand signs and his first finger glowed blue. He touched Sasuke's forehead and said, "Single-pronged seal jutsu." Sasuke's eyes widened as his Sharingan faded away. Naruto did a back flip off of Sasuke, pushing the arrogant asshole into the ground. When Sasuke stood up, he realized that his Sharingan had been deactivated by Naruto. What? What the fuck? What happened to my Sharingan? Naruto smirked and replied, "Apparently you don't have very good chakra control if a single seal interrupted your chakra flow." Sasuke took that as an insult and charged at Naruto, but he was a lot slower than he remembered. Naruto laughed and said, "Too slow," as he jumped into the air. Sasuke looked up at Naruto and tried to jump, but his feet would not let him. "What the hell did you do to me, Naruto?" Naruto didn't answer but instead formed the same 5 hand signs as earlier. Reverse seal. Single prong. A seal mark was revealed on Naruto's head and appeared to become 3-dimensional as it shattered. Naruto dove down at Sasuke at an alarming rate of speed and crashed his heel onto Sasuke's head. A small crater formed on the ground where Sasuke impacted. Naruto put a kunai to Sasuke's throat, but stopped short of contact. Sasuke screamed, "Do it!" Before Naruto could act, a hand grabbed his wrist. "I think that is enough." XXXXXXXXX and battle music XXXXXXXXX. Naruto and Sasuke both looked to see a white-haired ninja. Sasuke said, "Kakashi-sensei?" The ninja called Kakashi said, "Stop this meaningless fighting. You both just became genin and you want to end it already?" Naruto looked disappointed and said, "But he started it." Kakashi sighed and said, "That doesn't matter. Sasuke, get up." Sasuke did as he was told and walked over to Kakashi. Next to Kakashi appeared Kurenai. "What happened here?" Kakashi turned to her and said, "Naruto and Sasuke got into a fight. That's all." Kurenai sighed and looked at Naruto. "Come on, Naruto, you can explain on the way. You too, Hinata." Both Hinata and Naruto followed Kurenai-sensei as Kakashi turned to lecture Sasuke. Training Ground 4. As they arrived at Training Ground 4, Naruto finished explaining to Kurenai-sensei what had happened. Hinata always backed up what Naruto said to reassure Kurenai that he was telling the truth. "I see. So Sasuke attacked you first?" Naruto nodded and said, "That is right." Kurenai shook her head. "Kakashi is going to have fun dealing with him." "Naruto, why didn't you tell me that you knew how to use Fuinjutsu?" Naruto looked stunned at the question and replied, "Well, you asked what type of fighting we are good at, and I'm not very skilled at sealing jutsu yet." Kurenai laughed and said, "That's not what it looked like to me. It looked like you had received training." Naruto hesitated and said, "I did." Kurenai looked interested. "Who taught you?" Naruto thought about it for a minute. I probably shouldn't tell her. Itachi-sensei is still labeled as a rogue ninja. No one special, just some wanderer I found while in the woods. Kurenai looked worried at that explanation, but decided to let it go as she saw Shino waiting for them up ahead. When they met up with Shino, Kurenai started briefing them on their training. "Now that we are all here, I want each of you to go up against me one-on-one so I can test your strengths and weaknesses. This is not a battle to the death. We are just sparring. You first, Naruto." Naruto grinned and said, "Okay, Kurenai-sensei, here I come." Training Ground 4. Naruto, Shino, and Hinata were all panting from their workout. Kurenai had fought each of them one-on-one and then fought all 3 at the same time. "I'm glad to see that you all know the basics of fighting," said Kurenai somewhat mockingly, and yet praising them at the same time. Shino was leaning on a post while Hinata was kneeling on the ground. "I underestimated the power of a jounin," commented Shino. "Yeah," said Hinata. "I didn't think she could take us all at the same time." Naruto chuckled and said, "And without even breaking a sweat, you're really strong, Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai grinned and sat down with her legs straight out. Naruto sat down cross-legged and mimicked Itachi's meditation stance. He started taking deep breaths to slow his heart rate and closed his eyes. Kurenai looked at Naruto curiously. "Naruto, where did you learn to fight like that?" Naruto was caught off guard by the question and stumbled on his words. "U." I taught myself, said Naruto with an unconvincing smile. Really? Kurenai said as she twisted her voice to make it clear that she didn't believe him. Naruto ignored the question and quickly changed the subject. So, Shino, have you always been able to use those bugs? Shino raised an eyebrow at Naruto's sudden curiosity. Well, actually, Shino started. I became a host for these bugs when I was 5 years old. Ever since then, I've been training with them and learning about them. Kurenai looked worried at Naruto's unwillingness to talk about any help he received. Okay, I think that's enough for today. We will meet back here tomorrow. Naruto sighed and said, Okay, Kurenai-sensei. See you tomorrow. Naruto started to walk off, and to Kurenai and Shino's surprise, Hinata got up and followed him. She muttered, Bye Kurenai-sensei, and was off to follow Naruto. When they were out of earshot of the rest of their team, Naruto turned around. What's up, Hinata? Hinata froze in her tracks and she started stuttering again. WL, I was just, I wanted to ask you something. Naruto smiled and said, What is it, Hinata? Hinata blushed deeply and said, Never mind. Naruto looked slightly saddened and said, Oh, okay. You know, Hinata, you don't have to be nervous around me. We are teammates and friends, so you can talk to me whenever you want. Hinata nodded. Sorry to bother you. Naruto shook his head and smiled. You're not bothering me, Hinata. I'll walk you home if you want. Hinata blushed and ran over to take his hand. Uchiha hideout. Naruto crept down into the hideout to make sure he didn't disturb Itachi in case he was sleeping. When he reached the bottom, he was surprised to see that Itachi was throwing kunai around in an almost playful way. I'm back, Itachi-sensei. Itachi looked over at Naruto and grinned. So you are… Do you like your teammates? Naruto nodded and said, Yeah, I'm teamed up with Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga. My other sensei is called Kurenai. Itachi walked over and sat in his chair. Aburame and Hyuga, That is an interesting combination. How was your training? Naruto sighed and said, It was exhausting. We all fought Kurenai-sensei at the same time and she still beat us. By the way, Sasuke doesn't like me very much. I fought him on the way to training. This caught Itachi's attention. Really now? I hope you didn't start the fight. Naruto shook his head. Well, I didn't start it, but I definitely finished it. Itachi grinned and asked, So you were stronger than Sasuke? Naruto smiled and replied, Yep. Itachi closed his eyes. Naruto, now that you have a team, I am going to train you harder. Your days will be spent training with your team and at night you will train with me. Do you think you can handle it? Naruto thought about it for a minute. What kind of training are we going to do? Itachi looked at him and said, You will see. Based on that answer, Naruto knew he had no choice. All right, I'll do my best, Itachi-sensei. Itachi stood up and wandered off to his room. Well then, you should get some rest. We start tomorrow. Naruto did as he was told and went to his room. Uchiha hideout after training. As soon as Naruto got back from training with his team, Itachi made him a pleasant dinner. You are going to need your strength for your training. Naruto nodded in agreement and happily ate what Itachi served him. Sushi wasn't his favorite, but it is a very powerful appetite suppressor. After Naruto was finished eating, Itachi walked over to a door that Naruto had never seen him use. It was the only door in the hideout that had a lock on it. Itachi opened it and motioned for Naruto to follow him. Naruto did, and his eyes widened at the sight of the interior. The entire room was covered in ninja tools and weapons. From normal kunai to windmill shuriken to 10-foot battle axes. Naruto gazed in awe at each wall. To his left was a wall covered with huge weaponry. It held enormous pole arms topped with spiked balls or axe heads and even spears. The wall to his right was adorned with medium-sized weapons. It held katanas, scimitars, long swords, tunfas, bladed tunfas, and a couple short staffs. The far wall was mostly ninja tools. Hundreds and hundreds of multicolored smoke bombs and paper bombs were organized according to size. Along with those were empty transportation scrolls ranging from extra small, which was about half a foot across, to outrageous proportions like 30 feet across. Itachi grinned and motioned for Naruto to look up. Naruto did, and his mouth opened further as he saw thousands of kunai and shuriken hanging from the ceiling. This is what training we are starting, said Itachi. Naruto was still stunned by the amount of weapons in the room. The room itself was a scarlet color on every wall, including the floor and ceiling. It was at least 30 by 30 and 20 feet high. How am I supposed to pick a weapon, Itachi-sensei? There are so many to choose from. Itachi just laughed. Practice with every one of them. Just make your decision by tomorrow. Naruto couldn't believe it. By tomorrow? Are you sure that is enough time to choose? Itachi turned around to face Naruto. That's up to you, the weapon chooses you. Naruto looked confused as Itachi walked past him through the door. Oh yeah, here's the key, Itachi said as he tossed the key behind him. Uchiha hideout. Next morning. Itachi woke up early in the morning to the sound of steel against steel. He got up and walked into the main hall to see Naruto fighting one of his clones. Naruto was using a 6-foot Reaper scythe while his clone was wielding 2 katanas. Itachi spectated the battle and watched as the original Naruto finished off the clone with a sweep of his scythe to the clone's back. Impressive, Naruto, said Itachi. Naruto smirked as he held the scythe upright with it touching the ground. Itachi-sensei, none of these weapons seem to be working for me. I mean, I can use them all pretty well, but none of them feel like it's my weapon. Itachi sighed and walked over to Naruto. What you're missing, Naruto, is that you are not looking for a unique weapon. You are just trying them out at random. Look in that room and find a weapon that looks unique. The best weapons to use in combat are the ones that no one knows how to use or counter for that fact. Itachi smirked as he immediately thought of a weapon he had once used. Naruto walked back into the room and looked around. A weapon that no one knows how to counter. Naruto looked to his right and saw the perfect weapons. He picked them up and walked out of the room. Itachi looked in amazement as he saw the peculiar weapons that Naruto had chosen. In Naruto's right hand was a sun-yellow blade that was about 4 feet long. It had razor-sharp teeth carved into it, and it looked like it was part saw and part sword. The teeth themselves were about 2 inches long and 2.5 inches wide. They looked like shark teeth but were slightly slanted downward toward the handle of the blade. Itachi, however, was more curious about the weapon in Naruto's left hand. It looked like a giant fish hook. It was also about 4 feet long from the handle to the curve of the hook, and the blade continued downward from the curve for another 6 inches. Right where the curve started was a thin spike which protruded from the blade straight out, and that was about 4 inches long. Well, I did say to find weapons that are unique. I just didn't think that they would be that unique, Itachi commented. Naruto looked at his weapons with enthusiasm. All right, Itachi-sensei, can I try these on you? Itachi was taken aback and said, Sure, I guess, but don't count on me to sit here and do nothing while you bash me with sharp objects. Naruto laughed and charged at Itachi. He already knew how he was going to use the weapons. Itachi prepared himself as Naruto swung the saw blade horizontally at his chest. Itachi jumped straight up just as Naruto had predicted. Naruto took this chance to catch Itachi off guard and used his hook to grab Itachi's shin guard. He pulled Itachi down onto his saw blade and cut Itachi's leg. Itachi, however, disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing a log in his place. Itachi appeared behind Naruto and clapped 3 times. Very good, Naruto. You seem to already know how to use those effectively enough to land a hit on me. Itachi pulled a huge 5-foot katana from a scroll he had summoned. Now let's see how you fare against a longer weapon. Itachi vanished and appeared behind Naruto. Naruto saw him just in time to duck under his slash, and he spun his foot on the ground in an attempt to sweep Itachi. Itachi quickly blocked Naruto's foot with his blade and tried to cut Naruto's leg. Naruto, however, pushed down on his hands and grabbed Itachi's blade with his hook while in a handstand. That's impressive, said Itachi. Itachi jumped back and sheathed his blade. That's enough for now. Naruto stood normally and held his weapons at his side. Itachi-sensei, how will I carry these around? Itachi thought for a minute. For now you should seal them in a scroll. You're not yet good enough with them to use them as your main weapon. Itachi walked over and sat in his obsidian chair. Naruto, I have something that you might like to hear. Naruto raised his eyebrow in curiosity. What is it, Itachi-sensei? Itachi hesitated for a moment and finally said, How would you like to come on a mission with me? Naruto immediately got excited and said, Really, Itachi-sensei? I can come on a mission with you. Itachi nodded his head. It's not a hazardous enough mission that I need your help, but you could use the experience. And I also think that this will put you ahead of your teammates, and maybe even impress a certain girl you like. Itachi smirked as he said the last part, which made Naruto blush and turn his head to the side. Itachi laughed. Yes, I knew you liked someone. I can tell by your mood. So who is it? Naruto thought for a minute. Asterisk, do I like her? Does she like me, or was I just imagining it? Asterisk. Itachi grew slightly impatient. Well, Naruto spoke up and said, it's Hinata Hyuga. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Hyuga, Does she like you? I think she does, but I can't tell for sure, Naruto admitted. Well then, said Itachi. I guess we should get going. You want to get stronger for her, don't you? Naruto looked up at Itachi. Of course. Itachi turned around and started walking towards the exit of the hideout. Then follow me. Naruto walked towards Itachi but then remembered something. He turned around and ran over to a door. He opened it with the key and went inside. When he came out, he had a scroll attached to each thigh. All right, I'm ready, said Naruto as he ran to Itachi's side. Near Uchiha hideout. Naruto was walking next to Itachi down the middle of the road leading away from the Hidden Leaf Village. He still had no idea what the mission was about. He hadn't had a chance to ask Itachi. But instead of asking, he decided to just relish the moment of going on a mission with his idol as his partner. What surprised Naruto was that they were not running to their mission point. They were casually walking along the road. Every once in a while they would pass a traveling merchant. Itachi bought 2 capes for Naruto and himself. The capes were dark red with a gold stripe along the bottom. Just in case we run across ninja from the hidden leaf, Itachi had said. We don't want to be recognized. Tenchi Bridge. As they were crossing Tenchi Bridge, Naruto finally spoke up. Hey Itachi-sensei, where are we going? Itachi kept up the pace and said, we are going to meet the contact at my other hideout. After we get more information, we will go to the Hidden Sand Village to carry out the mission. Hidden Sand Village? Naruto thought. What could we be doing there? After another hour of walking, they reached a small cave and stepped inside. Itachi looked around for their contact while Naruto stood guard at the entrance. Itachi walked out a couple minutes later with a scruffy old man covered in dirt. Naruto, this is Fujin of the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto turned around to look at the old man. Nice to meet you, Fujin. The old man looked up and said, enough of the small talk. It's time to discuss your mission. Naruto stood and intently waited for Fujin to brief him of the mission. Your mission is to infiltrate the Hidden Sand Village and find out who the jinchuriki is. Naruto looked stunned. You want us to find out who the jinchuriki is? The old man got angry and said, did I stutter, boy? Yes. Find the jinchuriki. Naruto didn't want to ruin the mission by making Fujin angry, so he just kept his mouth shut and let Itachi talk. How do you want us to contact you when we are done? The old man looked back at Itachi. Just come back to this cave. I'll be here for the next few days. Itachi nodded and looked at Naruto. We should get going. Naruto also nodded in agreement and said, right. Hidden Sand Village. As they were walking through the street, Naruto noticed that they were getting strange looks from every direction. Itachi tried not to notice, but it was obvious that they were different. After all, they were the only 2 wearing black cloaks. The 2 of them came to a bar and looked at the front of it. At the top there was a sign that said, no one under 21 permitted. Itachi looked at Naruto. Well, it looks like we split up here. I'll just go gather information in this bar, Itachi said with a smirk. Naruto looked annoyed and said, I didn't know you liked to drink. Itachi ignored him and walked into the bar. Naruto turned around and walked down the street. He started wandering aimlessly. Where am I supposed to look to find information? He turned and walked down another street. Little kids won't know anything and adults will become suspicious. Naruto, without knowing it, was walking towards the Kazekage Dome, a huge spherical building which housed the office of the Kazekage and archives of the Hidden Sand Village. Naruto decided to aim for the huge building and walk toward it deliberately. He noticed that he was receiving a lot of unwanted attention as he grew closer to the Kazekage Dome. People started whispering and a few actually started to follow him. When Naruto could see the entrance of the dome, he noticed two very heavily armored guards. The guards had stern faces and instantly fixed their eyes on Naruto, who still had his black cloak on. As Naruto approached the guards, they both stood to block the doorway. "What is your business here?" asked the first guard. Naruto stayed quiet as he planned out what to say. "Hey," the second guard said. "He asked you a question, now answer it." Naruto looked slightly annoyed, although the guards couldn't tell. Naruto softly spoke. "I would like to know where your library is, please." Both guards looked stunned. "Who would like to know?" asked the first guard. Naruto slipped off his hood and tilted his head side to side, ensuring that his neck popped multiple times. "My apologies. My name is Nome Jibuntaro from the Hidden Leaf Village. I would just like to learn about the history of the Hidden Sand Village, as I hope to become a diplomat someday." This was a bold-faced lie, of course, but Naruto had become exceptionally good at lying under Itachi's guidance. The guard's face was stern once more as he said, "Well then, you should know that a suspicious character in a black cloak is not exactly the diplomatic type." Naruto nodded. "I am very paranoid of being known by people. It makes me feel as if everyone is out to get me." The guard raised an eyebrow and decided not to push the issue further. "The library is down the street on the corner, but if you were looking for history, then you came to the right place. However, I cannot allow just anyone in here. I will need to receive permission from the Kazekage. If you are willing to wait, I will send someone to appeal for you." "That would be I would much appreciate it." The guard nodded his head in a certain direction and a ninja of notably higher status appeared in front of him. The ninja was wearing a black outfit with brown trim. He was undoubtedly an ANBU from the Sand Village. The guard explained the situation and the ninja disappeared. "You can wait in that restaurant over there," said the guard as he pointed toward a building that smelled like fried crow and grilled cactus. "I will notify you when I have permission to let you in, Mr. Jibuntaro." Naruto nodded and thanked the man, then headed toward the restaurant. Hidden Sand Village, Bar. After 20 minutes of chatting with the locals, Itachi figured that he would not get much information unless he broke the ice. So, he bought a round of the cheapest ale for everyone in the bar, including himself. After seeing that cheap ale wasn't going to sway their wariness of him, he bought more expensive beer for the people who he thought would have the most info. Within the hour, Itachi was just barely sober. He could still keep his footing stable, but he was swaying slightly. He walked up to a drunken man in the bar and asked him, "Hey, do you know about any jinchurikis near here?" The drunken man shrugged his shoulders, bent over and smacked his own head on the table. He had fallen asleep. Itachi walked over to another man. He started up the same conversation as before. "Hey, Sand Village guy, do you know of anyone called a jinchuriki?" Unfortunately, Itachi did not realize that this man had not been drinking at all except for that free glass of ale and was nowhere near as drunk as Itachi. The man turned around and stood up. He was much taller than he looked and he had huge muscles. "Who are you to bring up that with a stranger?" Itachi realized his mistake and tried to apologize but was too late. The big man grabbed him by the cloak and lifted him off the ground. "I think you should be taught a lesson, punk." He pulled his fist back and prepared to hit Itachi in the face. Itachi thought, well, this isn't going well. Hidden Sand Village, Restaurant. A few minutes after entering the restaurant, Naruto's mouth was watering. He had never had grilled cactus before, but it smelt so good. He was tapped on the shoulder and he turned around to see the guard from earlier with a smile on his face. "Excuse me, Mr. Jibuntaro. I'm sorry for the wait. Would you like something to eat before I let you into the archive room?" Naruto couldn't believe the hospitality of this village. "Are you sure it's not a problem?" The guard grinned and said, "Of course. I was getting ready to have lunch myself anyway." Naruto accepted his offer and sat down with the guard. He noticed that the guard was quite a friendly person when not working. After ordering, the guard started asking him questions. "What are you looking to find in the archives, Mr. Jibuntaro?" Naruto looked up and said politely, "Please call me Gnome." The guard grinned and said, "All right, Gnome. What are you looking for?" Naruto saw no reason to lie, but he didn't want to tell the whole truth. "Well, I'm hoping to find information of the history of ninja in this village and how it differs from the history of the Hidden Leaf Village." The guard looked intrigued. "That is an interesting choice of research. Tell me, how old are you?" You don't look to be older than 15. Naruto shrugged and said, Actually, sir, I'm only 12. I just graduated the academy in my village a couple weeks ago. The guard looked baffled. Wow, you are an excellent speaker for your age. You would make a great diplomat. Naruto and the guard talked for a while over little things like food and the economy which Naruto barely understood. After they had eaten, the guard escorted Naruto to the archive room. The guard pointed in a direction and said, That wall over there has the ninja training program records. I'm gonna have to ask you to do your best not to damage them. The scrolls are quite old. Naruto nodded and waited for the guard to leave. As soon as it was clear, he raided the shelves for a book that could have info on jinchuriki. He found one that was fairly new and was titled Ninja of the Tailed Beast. Wow, that's convenient. Naruto thought as he opened it, and just as he found out who the jinchuriki was, he heard a crash coming from outside. Hidden Sand Village, bar. Itachi was on the ground outside the bar. The big man had hit him so hard that he had crashed through the wall. Itachi stumbled to his feet and looked at the man. Well, that wasn't very friendly of you. I was just trying to start a conversation. The big man spat at him and said, There's nothing friendly about that topic. Itachi started to think clearly again. This is bad. I'm in no condition to fight and he is strong. The man walked towards Itachi and raised his foot into Itachi's chin. Itachi flew upwards and away from the man and landed hard on his elbow. Itachi was too drunk to position himself before landing and his shoulder had been dislocated. Itachi! Naruto had just arrived and was watching helplessly. Itachi pretended not to know him to cover his identity. Stay back, kid. I'll be fine. The big man came up to Itachi and dropped his heel onto Itachi's back. Itachi gasped in pain. Naruto tried to get through the crowd, but the guard from earlier stopped him. Hold it, Gnome. I can't let you interfere. In the hidden sand, the bar fights are kept between the attacker and the defender. No outside source is to get involved. Naruto looked baffled at the guard. That's stupid. How can you just stand by and watch as someone gets beaten? The guard couldn't answer but continued to block Naruto's path. The big man knelt down to see Itachi face to face. Not so tough, are ya? Punk! A crowd had formed a circle around the scene. He stood up and kicked Itachi in the stomach. We don't talk about jinchuriki around here. A new deep voice said, Who speaks of a jinchuriki? A smaller man appeared between Itachi and the big man and looked at Itachi. Was it you? Itachi looked up and nodded. The smaller man kicked Itachi hard in the face. Itachi flew into the crowd and rolled a couple times on the ground. The crowd awkwardly maneuvered to make a new circle around the fight. The smaller man slowly walked over towards Itachi. I am the Kazekage of this village, and I say that no one speaks of jinchuriki. He raised his foot to kick Itachi again. As he swung it forward, a leg moved in the way and a kunai was at the Kazekage's throat. Naruto appeared between Itachi and the Kazekage. Foolish kid, said the Kazekage. Do you really think you can stop me? Naruto nodded and said, I will do whatever it takes to protect my sensei. The people in the crowd murmured and the guard was stunned. Gnome, get out of the way before you get killed. Naruto refused to move and the Kazekage punched him in the gut. Naruto doubled over in pain and the Kazekage kicked him in the face, causing him to be lifted off the ground and thrown through the air. Naruto, however, was not drunk and easily regained his footing. The Kazekage turned back towards Itachi and pulled out a sword. The punishment for your crime is death. He brought the sword down on Itachi's back and just missed his spine. Itachi groaned in pain as the sword caused his numbness from alcohol to fade completely. Naruto shouted at the Kazekage, Leave him alone. Naruto lunged at the Kazekage but was easily deflected as the man backhanded him. The Kazekage pulled his sword out and aimed at Itachi's head this time. Time to die. Naruto became enraged and screamed, No! Immediately, a shockwave shot from Naruto and knocked most people in the crowd over. The Kazekage turned to look at Naruto and his eyes widened when he realized what he was looking at. Naruto's body was leaking red chakra and the chakra began to encase his skin. Naruto shot at the Kazekage and punched him in the head hard enough to send him flying. By this time, Itachi had gotten over the pain by releasing a two-pronged seal and stood up. He formed a few hand signs and said, Three-pronged seal jutsu. His first, middle, and ring finger glowed blue with chakra, and he jumped over to Naruto and tapped his head. Naruto's eyes closed and he fell to the ground. Itachi picked him up and looked over to see the Kazekage still on the ground. He turned and jumped away towards the village gate. Itachi's hideout near Tenchi Bridge. Itachi placed Naruto on the ground and waited for Fujin to arrive. He started a fire and kept it going until Naruto woke up. UHG, where am I? Naruto sat up and looked around. Itachi-sensei, are you alright? Itachi looked over at Naruto and grinned. Yes, thanks to you, Naruto. Naruto scratched his head and looked at the fire. How did we get here? Itachi laughed. Well, after you knocked the Kazekage flat on his ass, I knocked you out and carried you here. Naruto looked confused. What do you mean? Itachi was about to explain, but Fujin came up to them. So, do you have the information? Naruto looked confused but then remembered. Oh yeah, the jinchuriki is a kid called Gaara. Itachi looked at Naruto and Fujin nodded. That is what I thought. Here is your payment. Fujin tossed a bag of money at Itachi. I'll be on my way now. Naruto looked at Fujin as he walked away and disappeared into the night. Near Tenchi Bridge. Naruto and Itachi were walking silently side by side. Neither of them had spoken much since Fujin left them. Naruto decided to break the silence by asking a question that had been on his mind since he had awoken. Hey Itachi-sensei, what happened back in the village? I don't remember much. Itachi blinked slowly and slowed his pace a bit. You awakened the nine-tailed demon inside you, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as many questions popped into his head. The nine tails? What do you mean, Itachi-sensei? They came up to the Tenchi Bridge and stood side by side overlooking the rail. Naruto, when the Kazekage was about to kill me, your inner rage allowed the beast to take over your actions. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. In what way did it take over? Itachi brought back up the memory of the previous battle and retold the events to Naruto. Happy-faced Naruto lunged at the Kazekage but was easily deflected as the man backhanded him. The Kazekage pulled his sword out and aimed at Itachi's head this time. Time to die. Naruto became enraged and screamed, and oh! Immediately, a shockwave shot from Naruto and knocked most people in the crowd over. The Kazekage turned to look at Naruto and his eyes widened when he realized what he was looking at. Naruto's body was leaking red chakra and the chakra began to encase his skin. Naruto shot at the Kazekage and punched him in the head hard enough to send him flying. By this time, Itachi had gotten over the pain by releasing a two-pronged seal and stood up. Happy face. Naruto tilted his head downwards and looked at the raging river beneath him. So, did we win? Naruto looked over when he heard a noise that he had never heard before. Itachi was laughing. Itachi was laughing for the first time. Naruto was confused. What did I say? Itachi calmed himself and chuckled as he replied, You really are something, Naruto. Itachi continued, We didn't really win, but that punch of yours gave us plenty of time to get away. Naruto smiled and looked back down at the water. Itachi. Itachi looked over at his student. Was that man really the Kazekage? Itachi nodded his head. Naruto sighed. He was really strong. I don't think I could have beaten him without the nine tails helping me. Itachi walked over to Naruto and slapped him on the back with his palm, hard enough to take his breath away. No, Naruto, you could not have beaten him. But that is why it is my goal to have you take the Chunin exam. If you become a Chunin, I will be able to teach you much more and I will make you stronger. Naruto cheered up a bit and then said with a somewhat irritated tone, Well, that's okay, but why did you have to hit me? Itachi grinned again, but only briefly. The power of the nine tails is not something to desire. You should learn to despise it. Fear it but overpower it. Naruto started to worry. How am I supposed to overpower it? Itachi looked out into the distance in the direction the river was flowing. You must learn to store more chakra and to use it more efficiently. Itachi turned and started walking to the other side of the bridge. Come on, Naruto. The sooner we get to the hideout, the sooner we can begin your seal training. After all, the only reason I was able to stop you was because I used a three-pronged seal on you. Itachi smirked as he said the last part. Really, Itachi? Naruto said as he ran to be at his side. Itachi smiled and said, "Yes, really?" Uchiha hideout. Naruto walked into the kitchen and cooked himself some ramen while Itachi went to open the weapon room. He brought out Naruto's special scroll and laid it on the ground. Naruto walked over to Itachi while eating and examined his scroll. "What are you doing with my scroll, Itachi?" Itachi looked up and said, "We are going to begin your seal training. You need to get much better at it if you want to have an advantage in the Chunin exams." Naruto gasped. "Oh yeah. I completely forgot about the Chunin exams. What are we waiting for? Let's start." "Alright Naruto, you already know how to seal things away into a scroll, but you need to be more efficient." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "How can I be more efficient?" Itachi kneeled and unsealed Naruto's weapon scroll with one finger. "Whoa! How did you do that, Itachi-sensei?" Itachi smirked and stood up to explain. "When you learn to control your chakra, normal things that you do will start to take less and less of it. For example, where it takes your whole hand to unseal this scroll, I only have to use one finger." Naruto shouted with amazement. "That's so cool." Itachi smiled. "I'm glad to see that you think so. Now then, I want you to take a few shuriken scrolls and your personal weapon scroll and seal them. Focus your chakra into your hand first. Try to use less and less chakra each time you seal and unseal the scrolls." Naruto nodded and then walked over to the scrolls. He opened them one by one, using less chakra with each one. After his third time through the scrolls, Naruto found that he could not seal the last one. His chakra wasn't efficient enough. Now is the time to really focus your chakra. If you can make it through the scrolls 2 more times after your limit, then we can move on to unsealing with a single finger, Itachi commented. Naruto nodded to show Itachi that he understood and concentrated his chakra into his hand. Again, he failed to close the scroll. Naruto became slightly frustrated. How am I supposed to do this? I can't go past my limit. Okay, I just gotta focus a small amount of chakra . Naruto closed his eyes and pulled chakra in his hand. He put his hand over the scroll and the scroll was sealed. Naruto grinned as he looked up at Itachi. Itachi smiled back. "We just might get to the single finger sealing in one day." With that, Naruto became excited and continued to seal the scrolls. He used less and less chakra each time until he began to think that he was using no chakra at all. After going through the scrolls 2 more times, Itachi stopped him. "Alright, now you have a choice. Do you want to try the single finger sealing right away? Or do you want to take a break and start back up tomorrow?" Naruto thought about it, but it didn't take him long to answer. "Let's continue right now. I can do this." Naruto stood up and stretched his arms, but as he tried to sit back down, he lost consciousness. Itachi shook his head. Chakra exhaustion. "Well, I guess it's better than another ordeal with the demon chakra getting loose." Itachi grabbed a blanket and threw it onto Naruto. He then sealed all of the weapon scrolls and put them away for their training tomorrow. Uchiha hideout next day. Naruto awoke and was unsurprised to find that he was on the floor. He had succumbed to chakra exhaustion before, but he didn't remember feeling worn out this time. He shrugged off the thought and got something to eat. When he came back to the main room, he noticed that Itachi was also awake and was bringing out the scrolls from the previous day. "I hope you're ready for round 2, Naruto. The exams start in a few months." Naruto looked at Itachi with shock. "Oh right, the Chunin exams, I forgot about them. But I thought I had more time than that." Itachi grinned and continued to set out the scrolls. "Well, you don't, and we have quite a few things to cover training-wise, so we better get started." Naruto nodded and walked over to the scrolls. "Focus your chakra into one finger. Use the same amount of chakra you used yesterday. You are going to have to put a bit of pressure into the chakra so that it comes out of your finger fast enough to seal the scroll. Once you get the hang of it, you will have no problem duplicating it." Naruto did as he was told, and after a few tries, he managed to unseal one scroll. "Ah! I got one." Itachi grinned at Naruto's excitement and sat down in his obsidian chair. Naruto certainly has talent. I thought it would at least take him an hour to unseal his first one. Oh well, I've come to expect surprises from the 4th Hokage's son. Itachi continued to watch as Naruto unsealed and resealed the rest of the scrolls. Uchiha hideout 1 hour later. Naruto was panting hard. This time he could feel the effect of using so much chakra. He decided to take a break, and Itachi took this time to discuss something with Naruto. Naruto, you should take the rest of the day off and spend time with your team. Naruto was dumbfounded at what Itachi had said. What? I thought you said that we have to work a lot, so I can be better prepared for the Chunin exams. Itachi sighed and walked over to Naruto. I did, but it is also important to make connections with your team. They will be working with you on most of your missions, and you might have to fight against them in the exams. Naruto thought about it and decided that Itachi's reasoning was well put. All right, I'll spend the day training with my team. Itachi nodded and said, Good. Training with them will be beneficial to you in many ways. Besides, Itachi turned around and started to walk away. You might make a connection with Hinata. Naruto blushed and looked away from Itachi. He then thanked Itachi and left the hideout. Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto walked around the village casually. He was deciding on what to do. Should I try to find Hinata? Or should I try to find Shino? Shino is kinda creepy, but I don't want to come on to Hinata too strong. While Naruto was thinking, a pink-haired ninja came up to him. Hey Naruto, I haven't seen you in a while. Naruto looked up to see Sakura. He grinned and said, Yeah, I've been on a mission and training a bit. Sakura looked confused. Mission? I heard that your team has been in the village all week. Naruto became nervous as he realized that his mission with Itachi was unofficial. Oh yeah, sorry. What I meant is that I was helping one of my friends with something and it felt like a mission. Apparently Sakura bought the lie because she didn't press him any further. Alright Naruto, I'll see you later. Sakura turned to walk away when Naruto stopped her. Hey Sakura. She turned around. Do you know where Hinata is? Sakura brought her hand up to her chin and thought for a minute. I think I saw her at the training grounds with Kurenai. Naruto nodded. Okay. Thanks Sakura. Naruto ran off to see Hinata while Sakura watched him leave. She thought to herself, I wonder why he is in such a hurry. Sakura shrugged off the thought and went off to her business. Training grounds. Hinata and Kurenai were sparring. Naruto saw them and immediately hid among the trees. He muttered to himself, I've never seen Hinata fight before. I wonder what she can do. Naruto watched as Hinata activated her clan's jutsu. Byakugan. The veins around her eyes became visible as she prepared for Kurenai's incoming barrage of kunai. Rotation. Hinata spun around in place while emitting chakra from her palms. The chakra acted as a shield and deflected all of the kunai. Well done Hinata, Kurenai said. And you can come out now Naruto. It's not nice to spy on your teammates. Hinata blushed when she heard that Naruto was spying on her. Naruto came out onto the field to try to defend himself. Hold on, I wasn't spying. I just wanted to see what Hinata could do. Naruto realized that he didn't say that right and instantly Kurenai took it as a challenge. Alright then Naruto, how about you spar with Hinata? Hinata blushed again. Naruto knew that he had no choice and he stepped closer to Hinata. Hinata's face became a deeper shade of red as Naruto had stepped a lot closer than either her or Kurenai had expected. Their faces were almost touching as Naruto said, Are you ready? Before she could even open her mouth, Hinata had fainted from such close contact with Naruto. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Does this mean that I win? Kurenai giggled as she walked over to the unconscious Hinata. Just give her a minute. And by the way, that was a cheap shot. Naruto shrugged and waited for Hinata to come to. When she did, she blushed again when she saw that Naruto was sitting next to her with his eyes closed. Naruto sensed that she was awake and said, You don't have to faint every time, you know? I thought you might like it if I got that close. He opened one eye to see her and smiled. Hinata sat up and shook her head. I didn't say that I didn't like it. I just wasn't expecting it. Naruto smiled and stood up. Are you ready to try again? Hinata stood up and nodded her head. Kurenai moved to the sidelines as Naruto ran at Hinata. Hinata watched his moves and ducked under his punch. She then attempted to stab his underarm with her chakra-enhanced fingertips but narrowly missed when he twisted his body out of the way. Naruto then jumped back to put some distance between them. He formed a hand sign and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones appeared next to him and started to charge at Hinata one by one. Hinata activated her Byakugan once again and hit the clones with surgical precision, making each one disappear in a puff of smoke after just one hit. Naruto then ran at her himself. He went low and tried to punch her in the gut, but Hinata swiveled her body out of the way. She once again went for his left underarm, but Naruto swung his arm out of the way and moved around to her back. He wrapped his arm around her neck and put just enough force into it to keep her from moving his arm. "Do you give up, Hinata?" Hinata shook her head and bit Naruto's arm. Naruto whimpered in slight pain and then looked up to see Hinata smack both of his arms. His arms went numb, and Naruto swept Hinata off of her feet. She tried to regain her balance but fell forward towards Naruto. Since Naruto's arms were paralyzed, he was unable to catch her. She fell on top of Naruto and they were face to face once again. Both of them blushed and Hinata fainted. Naruto could not get her off and she was unable to get herself off of him. Kurenai laughed. "You two just can't stay away from each other, can you?" She walked over and picked up Hinata. Naruto became a little sad for a reason he did not yet understand. Kurenai set Hinata down and leaned her against a tree. Naruto, still unable to move his arms, just laid there in silence and waited for his arms to get feeling back. When Hinata woke up and Naruto was able to move again, they both thanked Kurenai-sensei and walked towards the village together. "Sorry I fainted on you," said Hinata while blushing. Naruto shook his head. "That's okay, Hinata. To tell you the truth, I kind of enjoyed it." Hinata blushed even more and they continued walking side by side. When they arrived at the village, they parted ways. Hinata walked to her clan's mansion while Naruto walked around aimlessly for an hour or two. Naruto went inside a weapon shop and ordered a special scroll. It was a blood scroll, which meant that only one specific person could open it. He took the scroll and walked to the hideout. Kurenai peered around the corner and thought to herself, "What could he need a blood scroll for? And where is he going?" Uchiha hideout. Naruto dropped into the hideout quietly, but he saw that his stealth was wasted since Itachi was up and moving. "Ah, there you are, Naruto," Itachi said. "I was beginning to worry that you were having too much fun with Hinata." Naruto blushed and Itachi smirked as he went into the kitchen. "I had a lot of fun, Itachi-sensei. I sparred with Hinata and it kind of ended in a draw." Itachi sighed. "You need to do better than that if you want to pass the Chunin exams, Naruto." Naruto frowned. "I know. I got the blood scroll you wanted." Naruto tossed the scroll to him and Itachi caught it without looking. "Thank you, Naruto, but this is yours." Naruto looked confused as Itachi tossed it back at him. "What am I supposed to do with it?" Itachi walked into the weapon room and brought out Naruto's weapons. Claw and Sarah were Naruto's prized possessions. The hook sword, Claw, had helped him catch Itachi off guard once. Sarah, the serrated edge sword, had not yet proved its use, but Naruto knew that it would in time. "Naruto, anything sealed inside the blood scroll is sealed to the user. That means that no one will be able to open the scroll once you seal it." Naruto stared in amazement. "So you want me to seal my weapons in the scroll?" Itachi nodded. "Weapons are seen as ninja tools in the Chunin exams, which means that you can use them. However, since no one can open the blood scroll except you, they will not let you bring it into the exams." "Now!" Itachi flinched as he felt someone's presence at the entrance. "Naruto, were you followed?" Naruto looked confused. "I don't think so." Itachi motioned Naruto to step back. As Naruto did, he felt the vibration of the boulder being moved manually. "Whoa! There must be someone really strong out there," Naruto thought as he grabbed his swords. Itachi activated his Sharingan and waited for the intruder to jump down. He and Naruto waited for about 10 minutes before a shadowy figure dropped into the hideout. Itachi looked at the figure with determination. "Kurenai, to what do we owe this visit?" Naruto's eyes widened as Kurenai stepped out of the shadows. "Kurenai-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Kurenai kept her eyes on Itachi and replied, "I wanted to know where you were going with that blood scroll." Kurenai stared at Itachi with fierce eyes. "You are Itachi Uchiha, rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village." Hidden Leaf Village. Shino walked around aimlessly through the markets. He never admitted that he was aimless, just that he was looking for something in particular and couldn't find it. After walking around a bit, he decided to send one of his insects to look for Kurenai-sensei since he was bored and wanted to train. Even though it was late and the sun was setting, Shino thought it would be best if he trained with Kurenai-sensei and Hinata so that he could get stronger for the Chunin exams. He wasn't very accepting of Naruto. He always thought something about him seemed off. He also noticed that Naruto never had a clear explanation for his abilities. As he walked toward the Hyuga mansion, he saw Hinata leaving. "Hinata, where are you off to?" Hinata looked over and waved to Shino.
Oh, Ishinu.
"I was on my way to get something to eat." Shino looked over her casually. "Would you mind training with me? I want to test my abilities against your rotation technique." Hinata pushed her forefingers together. "Oh, well, I just got done training with Naruto and Kurenai-sensei an hour or two ago." Shino looked disappointed. "Oh, I was looking forward to training with you, but I guess Kurenai-sensei will do." One of Shino's bugs landed on his finger. "What?" Shino exclaimed. "You can't find Kurenai-sensei? Where was she last?" Shino listened to the small bug for a second and then looked at Hinata. "Hinata, come on. I think Kurenai-sensei is in trouble." Hinata looked worried. "What do you mean, Shino?" Shino looked away and said, "My insects tell me that she is somewhere in the forest. They lost her scent at a hole in the ground and they think she might have fallen in." Hinata gasped and followed Shino out of the village. Uchiha hideout. Itachi smirked. "Kurenai, you are not welcome here." Itachi readied a kunai and adjusted himself into a fighting stance. "And Naruto is not safe here," said Kurenai as she pulled out a kunai as well. "Kurenai-sensei, he has been protecting me." Kurenai looked over at Naruto, stunned. "Protecting you? Why would he protect you? He's a rogue and a killer. He must be dealt with." Naruto shook his head. "No, he is my sensei." Kurenai hesitated. "Your sensei? So he is the one who taught you seal jutsu." Itachi remained in his stance but lost some tension. Naruto nodded. "Yes, he has been taking care of me and preparing me for the Chunin exams." Kurenai lowered her guard. "Why, Itachi? Why would you do something as foolish as taking on an apprentice?" Itachi lowered his guard as well and stood up straight. He put his kunai away and walked over to Naruto. He put his hand on Naruto's head and looked at Kurenai. "Because it is my last mission as a member of the ANBU Black Ops, and I always carry out my mission." Kurenai looked disgusted. "You are no longer part of the ANBU, Itachi. So what is the real reason?" Itachi sighed. "I was asked to look after him and make sure he grows into a strong shinobi. I wasn't too excited at first, but Naruto has grown on me. In a way, I see him as my own son now, and I will do whatever it takes to keep him safe." Tears fell from Naruto's eyes as he realized what Itachi had just said. "Itachi thinks of me as his son?" Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes and stared at Kurenai. "Kurenai-sensei, both of you are my sensei. I respect you both. So please don't tell anyone about Itachi. I know I can't keep it a secret forever, but he still has a lot to teach me." Kurenai sighed and looked at Naruto. "Naruto, I can't just leave you here with him, even if Itachi is telling the truth." Naruto frowned and looked at her with pleading eyes. After a few minutes, Kurenai shook her head. "All right, Naruto, I will keep it a secret. But know this, if Yugao has any suspicions and asks me about you too, I can't withhold information. You will only be safe for a while." She turned and looked at Itachi. "As for you, Itachi, keep your word and make sure Naruto is safe. If you teach him jutsu and Naruto tells me," Kurenai glared at Naruto, "then I can show him how to use it in any situation." Itachi nodded, showing that he understood. "Thank you for understanding, Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai nodded and turned around to leave. She jumped up out of the hideout and pushed the boulder back. As soon as she was done, Hinata and Shino came running down the path. "Kurenai-sensei, are you all right?" Shino asked. Kurenai sighed, then turned around and smiled. "Yes, everything is fine." Hinata let out a sigh of relief. Shino calmed himself and looked at Kurenai-sensei. "Can you train with me, sensei? I know it's late, but I feel as though I'm much stronger in the dark." Kurenai nodded. "Sure, Shino, after we walk Hinata home." Shino nodded in agreement as they all walked towards the village. Uchiha hideout. Itachi sighed in relief. "I'm glad she took it so well. I wasn't up to fighting your sensei. Naruto nodded in agreement. Now then, Naruto, as I was saying, since you cannot take the scroll in with you manually, you will need to learn the scroll teleportation technique. Naruto looked excited. So I can summon the scroll to me wherever I am? Itachi nodded. But first, you must make this scroll sealed to your chakra signature. Naruto nodded. In order to do that, you must sign your name in blood on the scroll. Naruto opened the scroll and cut his thumb. He then wrote his full name on the scroll with his thumb. Now all you have to do is seal it. Then unseal it and put your weapons in it. Naruto did that also and resealed the blood scroll. He looked up at Itachi. Now what are we going to do, Itachi? Itachi yawned. Now we sleep. I am exhausted and you won't be ready to learn the scroll teleportation until your chakra reserves are full. Naruto nodded and said good night. Then he crawled into bed and slept. Uchiha hideout a few months later. Naruto awoke and went into the kitchen. He was extremely excited to learn the scroll teleportation technique. The preliminary exams were today and he really wanted to try out his weapons. Naruto waited in the main room and meditated while waiting for Itachi to wake up. After 2 hours, Itachi still had not gotten out of bed. Naruto grew impatient and walked over to Itachi's door. As soon as he went to knock on it, Itachi dropped into the hideout from outside. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto lowered his head. Of course he comes back when I'm doing something I shouldn't. Naruto turned around and saw Itachi. He had changed clothes from his traditional black mesh shirt and pants and instead was wearing a red jacket and orange pants. What is with the weird colors? Naruto asked. Itachi smirked. Today is the day of the preliminary exams. I thought you would like to see bright colors to get you awake and motivated. Naruto eyed Itachi strangely and shrugged. Well, I'm awake and ready to learn the scroll teleportation technique. Itachi shook his head. Sorry, Naruto, we will have to save that for another time. I want you to have a full chakra reserve for the exams. Naruto was about to protest but stopped when Kurenai dropped into the hideout. What are you doing here, Kurenai-sensei? Itachi turned around and looked irritated. She was supposed to wait outside. This is my base, you know. Kurenai shrugged it off. I know, but today I think you can make an exception. Naruto looked confused. What's going on? Itachi explained. I thought it would be best if you had an escort to the exams, and Kurenai was delighted that I asked. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Did you think I was going to run away or something? Itachi shook his head and hands. No, nothing like that. It's just that a lot of people know that you will be in the exams and, well, there might be an attempt on your life. Naruto's eyes grew big. What do you mean? I haven't done anything. Itachi nodded. I know, but word has spread of your unusual talents, and some villages think that it would be unfair if you were to compete. Kurenai stepped forward. That's where I come in. My genjutsu is better than anyone's in the village and I can disguise you. Besides, what kind of sensei would I be if I did not make sure you were safe? Kurenai grinned. Naruto shrugged and looked at Itachi. What about my weapons? Itachi frowned. I'm sorry, Naruto. I thought we would have time for it, but it looks like you will have to do this without them. Naruto sighed and walked over to Kurenai. Itachi spoke up. Naruto, before you go I have something for you. Naruto turned around and caught some clothes. What are these? Those, Itachi said, are your new clothes. I thought you might like a change up from the orange. Naruto looked at Itachi with a cautious look and went into his room to change. When he came out, he was clad in extremely light yellow-green clothing. His shirt was almost skin-tight halfway down his arms yet allowed him to move freely, and his shorts, which were also skin-tight, came down to his knees. Itachi-sensei? Itachi turned. I look ridiculous. Kurenai laughed. Itachi smirked and said, They aren't permanent. Just use them for the Chunin exams. They will distinguish you from the other participants. Naruto sighed and walked back over to Kurenai. As he turned to leave, Itachi said, Good luck, Naruto. Naruto nodded and left with Kurenai. Outside Hidden Leaf Village, forest. Naruto walked behind Kurenai along the road. Sorry again for not telling you about Itachi, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai shook her head. It's okay, Naruto, I understand. It was better that I found out the way that I did. It would have been hard to explain by yourself. Yeah, Naruto said as he looked at his feet. They walked along silently for a while until Kurenai said something. Naruto, about your weapons. Naruto looked at her. A hook, blade, and claw is a very odd combination for a novice swordsman. Have you learned to use them yet? Naruto shook his head. No, but I am hoping to train with them before the finals. Kurenai decided to stay along the same subject. How are you going to fight in the preliminaries? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. It all depends on who I fight, I guess. Kurenai accepted that answer, and as they came upon the gate, they heard something. What was that, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai shushed him and looked around. From behind them, they heard someone shout, Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. They both turned around in time to dodge the fireball. Before Naruto could get to his feet, another fireball was on him. He rolled to the side and sprung to his feet. Naruto formed a hand sign, but Kurenai stopped him. No, Naruto, I will handle this. Kurenai faced the direction that the fireball came from and quickly formed for hand signs. Ninja art. Tenfold tree illusion. Naruto saw that nothing happened, but he obeyed Kurenai and stayed in place. The ninja shot more fireballs, but his aim was off. Terribly. His fireballs never landed within 5 feet of either Naruto or Kurenai. I know you are there, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard a familiar voice. Sasuke is attacking me? Naruto couldn't believe it. Another fireball was shot. This one was heading straight for Naruto. Naruto, move. Naruto did as he was told and barely dodged the fireball. Kurenai landed in front of him with Sasuke in her grasp. Naruto looked at him. What the hell, Sasuke? Kurenai shook her head. Calm down, Naruto. This isn't Sasuke. What do you mean, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai looked at Naruto. I mean, this is an imposter. Do you know how to undo Genjutsu, Naruto? Naruto nodded and made the hand sign. Release. The man caught in Kurenai's grip started to change form. His hair grew out and brightened. His face grew longer and a scar on his right cheek appeared. Who are you? Naruto asked. The man squirmed to try to get out of Kurenai's grip, but she held on tight. Finally, he gave up and slowly replied. My name is Yamura. I was planning on taking you out so I could compete in the Chunin exams in your place. Naruto looked confused. Kurenai asked. That's impossible. Your skills give you away as a Chunin already. The man nodded. Yes, but I did not want to compete to go up in rank. My purpose was to dispose of the kid called Gaara. Naruto looked confused. Gaara? Who's Gaara? Before he could answer, Naruto remembered. Gaara is the jinchuriki of the hidden sand. The man looked at Naruto with a creepy face and replied, Gaara is a ninja from the village hidden in the sand. He is a threat to the peace of the hidden sand village, and it was my job to take him out. Kurenai held a kunai to his throat. Who put you up to this? Before he could answer, his body faded away into sand, which caught both Naruto and Kurenai by surprise. He only wanted to kill Gaara. Why did he have to kill me in the process? Kurenai shook her head. I don't know, but now your cover is blown. It doesn't matter though. I can see the village gate. Hidden Leaf Village, front gate. When they arrived at the gate, they were greeted by Shino and Hinata. Naruto, said Hinata. Why were you in the forest? Naruto sighed and scratched his head. Well, you see I was, Kurenai interrupted. He was training against wild animals. I told him he was crazy, but he didn't listen. Hinata ran up and hugged Naruto, which surprised everyone. Naruto, you should be more careful. Naruto blushed and Kurenai laughed. After Hinata finally let go of Naruto, they all walked to the large building where the preliminaries were being held. Exam building. Many people were already inside, including Gai's team, Asuma's team, and even Kakashi's team, including Sasuke. Many other people were there, including a Sound Village team with weird-looking people covered in bandages. There was also a team from the Hidden Sand Village. Naruto tried to guess which one was Gaara but couldn't see well from where he was standing. As Kurenai's team reached the balcony overlooking the arena, they greeted Team Kakashi. Naruto eyed Sasuke and stopped when he came up to him. Hey Sasuke, you look different. Sasuke turned his head away and replied, Shut up, you snot dripping. That made Naruto angry since Itachi picked his outfit, but Hinata grabbed his arm and pulled him away before he made a scene. Team Kurenai walked to the middle of the balcony and looked over the railing. Below them was the proctor who would decide the winner of each fight. He was a little sick as he was coughing every 3 minutes. Naruto looked around. He wondered who he would fight. The proctor addressed the competitors. "All right, everyone. In a minute the board above me will show who will be fighting in our first match. But first, I want you all to know the rules. You will fight until one of the combatants is unable to participate or forfeits. All ninja tools are acceptable as long as they were checked beforehand. If any ninja above genin rank interrupts the fight except me, then the genin that is being defended is disqualified. If another genin tries to interrupt the fight by participating, they too will be disqualified." Naruto nodded and looked up at the board. The 2 slots for the ninja names were scrolling through the names extremely fast and stopped suddenly on the first 2 genin. The proctor announced, "All right then, would Sasuke Uchiha and Shino Aburame please step forward?" Shino dissolved into bugs and reappeared on the floor below. Sasuke jumped over the railing and landed across from Shino. The proctor gave the signal to begin, and immediately thousands of bugs flew out from Shino's coat. Insect Cloud Jutsu. Everyone's vision was blocked from Sasuke and Shino. Naruto understood. Shino wants to have a complete advantage by keeping his fighting style a secret. The cloud lingered on for about 5 minutes and a lot of metal sounds could be heard. A little while later the cloud of insects dissipated. Shino was lying on the floor and Sasuke looked mostly untouched. "What happened?" said Naruto. No one knew what to say. The proctor declared Sasuke as the winner, and then Sasuke left with a new girl who was standing by Sakura. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. Sasuke has gotten stronger than last time. The proctor looked up at the board and called out the next 2 names. Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga. Hinata gulped, but after a few reassuring words from Kurenai, she jumped down below. Neji jumped down and looked at her. "You should just give up now." Hinata gasped. "Why?" Neji closed his eyes and stated quite confidently, "I am already destined to beat everyone I fight in the exams. You cannot win." Hinata shook her head and said, "No, you can't." Naruto barked, "Don't listen to him, Hinata. I believe in you." Hinata nodded and lowered into her stance. Neji did the same and they both activated their Byakugan. XXXXXXXXX into the storm by Blind Guardian XXXXXXXXX. The proctor gave the signal and Hinata charged first. She stuck at him low but Neji dodged. He struck at her left arm but she also turned her body out of the way. At the same time they both spun and said, "Rotation." Spheres of blue formed around each of them and they both were flung back. Both had a few scratches and Hinata was panting. She glanced at Naruto and looked for encouragement. "Come on, Hinata. You can beat him." Hinata nodded in agreement. She took her time and waited for Neji to strike first. He ran at her and they exchanged blows. Each time they struck each other, a small blast of chakra was emitted from their hands. It sounded like mini explosions. After about 100 clashes of chakra, both Hinata and Neji were panting. Neji knew that there was only one thing to do. He closed his eyes and when they opened Hinata became frightened. His Byakugan had increased in strength and she knew what would come next. She knew what she had to do. "I give up." Neji hesitated. "What, you can't, Hinata?" Naruto said as he was almost over the railing. Hinata turned around and looked at him. "It's okay, Naruto. If I let Neji hit me with that, then I might as well be dead." Naruto was trembling. "She can't just give up like that." Hinata looked at him with kind eyes. "Naruto, if you fight him, then beat him for me, okay?" Naruto nodded and the proctor raised his hand. "Neji Hyuga is the winner by forfeit." XXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXX. Both Hinata and Neji went back to their places in their teams. Naruto glared at Neji and then turned to check Hinata's wounds. "You sure are protective of her, Naruto," said Kurenai. Naruto blushed. It's just that." Naruto was lost with words. "He just wants to make sure I'm okay." Kurenai accepted that but giggled as she turned to look at the proctor. The proctor looked at the board and called forward the next 2 genin. Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto felt Sakura flinch as her name was called. Kurenai looked over at Naruto. "Naruto, I know that you can beat her easily, but go easy on her. We don't need to lose any genin." Naruto nodded and jumped, performing several backflips on his way down. Sakura took the stairs and was looking pretty fragile. "You can do it, Sakura," said Kiba, her teammate. "He doesn't look that tough." Sakura nodded but still looked nervous. The proctor looked at both of them and then looked up at the balcony. There was an unfamiliar ninja next to Team Guy's genin. He was tall and wearing a long black coat. It was open in the front and he could see red and orange clothing. His face was also covered. He dismissed it for now and gave the signal for the battle to start. XXXXXXXXXX down with the sickness by disturbed XXXXXXXXX. Naruto ran at Sakura. He raised his fist and swung at her face, but slowed his fist just enough for her to dodge. She moved out of the way, and even though he was slower than normal, everyone was amazed at his speed. He swept her legs and she landed on her butt. She quickly regained confidence and dodged away from Naruto's next kick. She was ready to fight now. She charged at Naruto and punched him square in the nose. Naruto made himself fly back several feet before landing. "Come on, Naruto, you can do better than that." Hinata screamed as Naruto got up. "I know, but I need to make a show." Naruto looked at Sakura. She was stronger than he gave her credit. But it was nothing and he charged at her. She tried to punch him in the gut, but he jumped high above her. He made a few hand signs and chakra surrounded his first finger. He used gravity to pull himself towards her at an alarming rate. He held out one finger and said, "Single-pronged seal." He touched her head and several things happened at once. Sakura flew backwards instead of down even though Naruto hit her from directly above. Also, Naruto landed as though he was as light as a feather. Everyone was staring in disbelief. Even the proctor's jaw dropped as he thought, "That kid can use Fuinjutsu?" Naruto pretended to dust himself off even though he wasn't dirty. Sakura groaned as she tried to stand. She felt completely drained. What was that? As she stood up, her legs wobbled, but she managed to stay standing. She tried to move towards Naruto, but her legs gave out as she fell to the ground. She was unconscious. XXXXXXXXX song and XXXXXXXXX. Naruto looked back at Hinata and gave her thumbs up. She smiled and returned the gesture. After the proctor declared him the winner, Naruto turned back to Sakura and touched her head with one finger. Reverse, single-pronged seal. The seal on her head shattered and she regained consciousness. Naruto helped her up and then jumped back to his place next to Hinata. She hugged him tightly and muttered a "thank goodness," and then released him. Couple more fights took place. A fangirl Temari beat 10-10 from Guy's squad. Lee was beaten by the man with the gourd called Gaara. Lastly, Kiba defeated the other sand guy called Kankuro. As they were all getting ready to leave, the proctor called out, "You there, the one in the long black jacket." The man turned around to face him. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The man turned to Naruto and looked at him. This gave Naruto a chance to see who he was. "Itachi-sensei?" Itachi then turned back to the proctor. "I was simply watching the matches." The proctor shook his head and was wary. "I don't believe you. Show us your face." Itachi took a step back, but his way was blocked by Guy. Itachi looked around for an escape but knew that there was a better option. He jumped down to the arena, losing his cloak in the process. Everyone except Kurenai and Naruto gasped. Itachi looked at the proctor and said, "If you must know, I am Itachi Uchiha. I was simply here to evaluate how well my student fought." The proctor was more than shocked and even more nervous. Cautiously he asked, "And who is your student?" Itachi turned to Naruto. Naruto looked frightened. Itachi shook his head. "I am merely here as a condition of the exams. All senseis of each student must be present. I have trained Naruto." At that moment, every eye turned to Naruto. Exam building. Everyone was staring at Naruto. He had never had this much attention before. All eyes were on him as he stood there motionless.
Naruto, come?
"It's time for us to go," Itachi said as he turned around. "Hold it," said the proctor. Itachi stopped. He turned around and saw that all of the jounin had surrounded Naruto. Kakashi spoke first. "Itachi Uchiha, we will not allow you to take Naruto." Guy nodded in agreement and added, You are still a rogue ninja and we will not allow you to taint him any further. Kurenai stepped forward now. We will stop you. Naruto looked at Kurenai in disbelief. She looked back at him and looked sad. She whispered, "Sorry, Naruto, but I can't blow my cover just yet." Naruto looked down at his feet, then back at Itachi. Itachi raised his eyebrow. "I'm sorry, but Naruto is my student. He has the choice to come with me if he wants." For the first time Naruto looked at Hinata. She had a scared look on her face. He stepped toward her, but she backed away. Naruto looked down once again. The proctor jumped in front of Kakashi and faced Itachi. "He will not go with you." Itachi shook his head and looked at Naruto. "Are you coming?" Naruto nodded, then looked at Hinata once more. "Itachi has been like a father to me. I cannot just turn my back on him." Hinata eased up and looked at him with caring eyes. She walked up to him and whispered, "When you can, come find me." Naruto nodded and started walking towards Itachi. Guy turned around and held Naruto by his shoulders. "Naruto, you do not know what you're getting into." Naruto smirked and said, "I'm already in it." Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. Guy was stunned. "When did he make a clone?" Someone replied from behind him. "I did it while you were all preoccupied with my sensei." Guy turned around and saw Naruto standing next to Itachi. The air grew tense as they all waited to see if anyone was going to make a move. Itachi turned around and started walking. Before he even took 3 steps, Kakashi appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "You aren't going anywhere, Itachi." Kakashi brought out a kunai and prepared for a fight. Itachi sighed. Kakashi's eyes grew big as Itachi stared into them. Kakashi had made a huge mistake and fallen right into his genjutsu. Tsukuyami realm. Kakashi looked around and saw a vast gray landscape. He had no idea where he was and looked up to see hundreds of crows circling him. He looked forward again and saw Itachi. "I should kill you right now, Kakashi." Kakashi hesitated and looked for his kunai. It was gone. "But I'm not that kind of person anymore. For Naruto's sake, I won't hurt you, but you must move." Kakashi stared at him intently and didn't answer. Itachi shook his head and walked towards him. Kakashi found himself unable to move, and as he looked down he saw that black chains were coming out of the ground and coiled themselves around him. "Kakashi, you know that I can kill you, so why are you so intent on keeping me and Naruto from leaving?" Kakashi tried to struggle, but it was no use. "You have corrupted Naruto and I will stop you from tainting his mind." Itachi looked confused. "Corrupting? Tainting? I have merely trained him. And as you saw, he is quite powerful." Itachi walked around Kakashi a few times. "Have you seen any evil in him? Has he killed anyone? Hell, he was even gentler with Sakura than I thought." Kakashi shook his head in disbelief. "How do I know you haven't trained him to keep his cover?" Itachi chuckled. "Foolish Kakashi. What could I possibly need Naruto for?" Kakashi quickly replied, "He has the Kyuubi inside him." Itachi laughed harder. "What would I want with that? World domination? Honestly, Kakashi, I thought you were smarter than that. With all that time as my partner in the ANBU, I would think that you would know me." Kakashi replied, "We were taught to hide our emotions. I didn't learn much about you." Itachi shrugged. "We should get to know each other better then. How about this? You let me and Naruto leave today and we will catch up some other time." "Not going to happen, Itachi." Itachi sighed. "Fine, but I warn you, Kakashi, I'm not as heartless as you think. I have my reasons for training Naruto." Itachi turned his head away. Exam building. Kakashi snapped out of Itachi's genjutsu and readied his kunai. Itachi looked at Naruto. "Naruto, we have 2 choices." Naruto looked up at Itachi. "I know, we can either surrender or fight our way out." Itachi chuckled. "Surrender is not an option. I meant we can fight or run." Naruto sighed. "All right, I think we should." "Who said you get a choice?" said the proctor as he also readied a kunai. Naruto became annoyed from getting cut off. Itachi came up with a new plan. "How about this? I leave you here and you come find me when things settle down." Naruto nodded. "All right, Itachi-sensei. See you later." Before anyone could react, Itachi had vanished using the trademarked leaf teleportation of the ANBU. Naruto looked around at everyone who was still looking at him. Damn, now what the hell am I supposed to do? He sighed and walked over to his team, excluding Shino, who was still in the care of the medic Neens. Kurenai-sensei, what now? Kurenai hesitated as the air was still thick with mistrust and shock. We have to make sure Itachi has not done anything to you. She looked at Guy and Kakashi. I suggest a full checkup along with a seal scan to make sure he has not been controlling you. Kakashi nodded and Guy walked over to Naruto. Come with me, Naruto. Naruto started walking behind him and turned around to look at Hinata. He stopped abruptly and walked back to her. Naruto, what are you? Guy stopped as Naruto whispered something to her. She blushed and almost fainted as Naruto turned around to fall back in line with Guy. When they were gone, Kurenai turned to Hinata. What was that all about? Hinata blushed. Naruto said he was looking forward to our date. Kurenai looked at her suspiciously. You have a date with Naruto? Hinata blushed even more now as she almost fainted again.
Igesido.
Hidden Leaf Village, outside of hospital. After being examined for 2 hours for seals, Naruto was finally allowed to leave the hospital. He wandered around and tried to decide what to do. I could go see Hinata now, or I could go to Itachi for some more training. Naruto walked around the village some more and passed a few unfamiliar faces. He paid no attention to them and decided that Hinata could wait a little longer, so he headed towards their base. When he got to the gate, he was stopped by the guards. Hold it, Naruto. Naruto looked confused and gazed over at them. We aren't allowed to let you leave. New orders, sorry. Naruto sighed and turned around. He didn't really want to go to the Hokage's office, but he had to solve this problem somehow, so he started walking in that direction. Hokage's mansion. That's ridiculous. You can't just let him roam free. Naruto heard someone screaming in the Hokage's office and decided to wait until they were done. He heard a female voice say, No, Itachi must be hunted down. We cannot lose this opportunity. He then heard the Hokage reply, I'm sorry, but we cannot spare any ninja to dispose of Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru is planning his attack and we need all available ninja ready for it. Naruto saw a woman with long purple hair storm out of the office and then walked in himself. Naruto, I was expecting you, said the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What can I do for you? Naruto became slightly irritated that Hiruzen did not know what happened. Why can't I leave the village? Hiruzen shook his head. I'm sorry, Naruto, but because of Itachi's appearance you need to wait for things to settle down. Naruto became slightly impatient. But sir, Itachi is my sensei and I need to train. Hiruzen laughed. Well, Naruto, don't forget that Kurenai is also your sensei. She can teach you just as much as Itachi can. Naruto sighed because he knew that he had lost this battle. As he turned around to leave, the Hokage said something. Naruto, the ANBU might move without my permission and hunt down Itachi. Cannot stop that. But you must trust that I have told them to leave it alone. Naruto nodded and left the Hokage's office. Hyuga Mansion. Hinata sat silently in her room and thought about the events that occurred today. I can't believe that Naruto was training with the rogue ninja Itachi. No wonder he is so strong. I bet he could do more than just beat Neji, he could kill him. Hinata shivered at the thought of Naruto killing and walked over to her window. After looking outside for a few minutes, she turned back and sat on her bed again. I wonder if he will come see me. Hinata blushed. Well, he did say that we had a date. Hinata, it's time for dinner. Hinata looked up and saw her father in the doorway. Okay, father, I'll be down in a minute. After he left, she looked out the window once more and thought to herself. I really shouldn't be so excited for our date. He could be dangerous for all I know. Hinata laughed at herself. What am I saying? He's a great guy. Hinata covered her mouth when she realized that she spoke out loud, and before her father could come upstairs, she left her room. Hyuga Mansion, 2 hours later. Hinata sat in her room and started to get frustrated. When is he going to show up? Will it even be today? Or tomorrow? Or next week? Hinata sighed and stopped arguing with herself and walked over to her bedroom window. She was shocked when she saw that Naruto was pacing in front of the gate to her house. Oh no, what do I do? For some reason Hinata had become scared all of a sudden. Before she could think of anything she heard her name being called. "Hey, Hinata!" She looked down and saw Naruto waving at her. She waved back, and before she could blink Naruto had jumped up to her window and was casually hanging onto the roof. Hinata was speechless. Naruto smiled and talked first. "This isn't the best place for us to talk. Can you meet me in the park?" Hinata quickly nodded and grabbed a jacket. "Don't run. It will draw too much attention." Hinata stopped for a moment, then started walking normally. Naruto dropped down and waited for her to come outside. When she finally got past her father, she met Naruto a block away. They walked silently for a few blocks, and then Naruto broke the silence. "Hinata, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you sooner." Hinata shook her head. "It's okay, Naruto. I know that you didn't mean harm by it. How long has Itachi been training you?" Naruto sighed. "I've been living with him since I was young. He took me in the night that he killed the Uchiha clan." Hinata's eyes widened. "Why would he take you in that night? Why not later?" "Because," Naruto explained, "he had to leave the village that night before everyone found out. The third Hokage assigned him his last mission that night." Hinata wondered. What was his mission, Naruto? They continued walking for a while before Naruto answered. "He was assigned to take care of me, to train me so I could become a strong ninja." Hinata looked confused. "Why would the third Hokage do that?" Naruto shrugged. "I don't know, I haven't asked." They walked along silently until they reached the park. When they looked at each other, Hinata saw that Naruto had tears in his eyes. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto wiped the tears away and looked down. "I've never felt this way about anyone, Hinata. I like you a lot." Hinata blushed and looked away. "But I'm not sure that you will be safe if we are together just yet." Hinata nodded in agreement. "There are two groups hunting down Itachi-sensei. One is the Leaf Village's ANBU unit." Hinata didn't look surprised. "The other is the Akatsuki." Hinata looked up at him. "What's that?" "It's a small group of highly ranked criminals. A while ago they tried to recruit Itachi-sensei, but he refused." Hinata frowned. "How would either of those affect us?" Naruto looked at her and smirked. "Because when they get to him, I'll be at his side no matter what. And I can't let you get hurt as a result of me. The ANBU will kill anyone they think is a threat, including you if you try to help in any way. The Akatsuki don't care who they take down. If it's convenient, then they will kill." Hinata started to cry, but then her eyes grew wide as Naruto hugged her. "You mean a lot to me, Hinata." Naruto pulled away but still held her shoulders. "Itachi-sensei will probably leave after the Chunin exams. He hasn't said if I'm going with him or not." Hinata's eyes were still filled with tears. Naruto smiled. "Don't worry, I'm still your teammate and friend. You will see me on missions. Heck, there might be some times that we—" Naruto stopped as Hinata slapped him. "Why did you drag me out here to tell me all of that?" Naruto frowned. "Because you deserve to know." Hinata couldn't take it anymore. She burst into tears and hugged him as tight as she could. After she stopped crying, Naruto walked her home. When they got to her door, she turned around and did something unexpected. She kissed him on the cheek. Naruto was stunned as she whispered to him, "Don't do anything you will regret." She turned around and walked inside. Hyuga Mansion, front door. Naruto watched as Hinata turned around to walk inside. Once he stopped holding his breath and was gasping for air. He was breathing deeply, and for a few seconds he just stood there, unable to move. He had no idea that he felt this strongly for her. "I will be careful for her." He turned around and started walking towards the village gate. Once he got there, he noticed that the two guards from earlier were still there, and more than likely were not going to let him pass. But he tried anyway. "Hey, Naruto, you heard me last time," one guard said to him. "You are not allowed to leave the village." Naruto groaned and turned around to go the other way. It was already late and he had nowhere to sleep. He wandered aimlessly for about half an hour. By now he was so tired that he could hardly stand. "Well, I guess I can sleep outside tonight." Right as he was about to sit down, he saw Shino heading his way. He looked up and caught Shino's eye. "Oh, hey Shino, what are you up to?" Shino turned to look at Naruto. "I'm just taking a midnight stroll like I always do." Naruto looked confused. It's midnight already? Shino nodded and looked Naruto over. What are you doing out so late? Naruto sighed. Well, I was living with Itachi-sensei. So now that the guards won't let me leave, I can't go home. Shino thought for a minute before deciding what he was going to say. Naruto looked at him curiously. Why don't you come with me? Naruto was still confused, but he shrugged his shoulders and followed Shino. They walked around for another half hour and Naruto was about to collapse when Shino stopped. This is it. Naruto looked up past Shino and noticed that they were standing in front of a house. What do you mean, Shino? Shino sighed. This is my house, Naruto. You can stay here for the night. Naruto's eyes widened with disbelief. Really, Shino? You are the coolest. Shino laughed and turned to face Naruto. There is one condition, though. Naruto smiled and said, Yeah, what is it? Shino replied, You have to train with me in the morning. I've wanted to test my abilities against you for some time. Even though I'm out of the finals, I still want to test my strength and to see how well my teammate will do. Naruto now looked at Shino from a different point of view. He wants to test his strength even though he can't compete. Naruto admired that about Shino. All right, I'll train with you in the morning. Shino nodded and led Naruto into his house. Naruto followed him to a spare room and as soon as he fell on the bed, he fell asleep. Shino's house, next day. Apparently most of the people in Shino's family were morning people because by the time Naruto awoke, they were all gone. Naruto yawned and got out of bed. As he was heading for the door, it opened and he saw Shino. Ah, you're finally awake, Naruto. Naruto yawned again. What time is it? Shino shrugged. Time for us to train. Naruto groaned and followed Shino to his backyard, which unsurprisingly was full of trees. Naruto looked around and then saw Shino ready himself. Naruto was not yet fully awake, but he was ready to train. Shino charged at Naruto. Naruto braced himself for the impact, but just before he was hit, he saw Shino disappear into a cloud of bugs. Naruto tried swatting them away, but he was quickly getting tired. Naruto just then remembered that Shino's bugs consume chakra and immediately, Naruto was wide awake and jumped back a couple feet, out of the swarm. The swarm of insects transformed into Shino. Are you awake now? Naruto nodded and then formed a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones appeared next to Naruto. Naruto stood back while his clone charged at Shino. One by one Shino easily dispatched the clones. He then ran at the real Naruto. Naruto ran at Shino, but at the last moment he jumped high in the air. Shino thought, that's not going to work on me. Naruto formed a couple hand signs and touched his own forehead with 2 fingers. 2-pronged seal release. Shino ignored him and his body transformed into another swarm of insects. Naruto was still in the air and formed another hand sign.
Multi-shadow clone jutsu.
This time, 30 Naruto clones were made and were all in the air. Each Naruto fell at a different speed and collided with the swarm of insects. The swarm flew up, destroying every clone it touched. It then turned back into Shino and he punched the real Naruto. Naruto fell and hit the ground hard. Geez, Shino, how did Sasuke beat you? I can't even touch you. Shino shrugged. Truthfully, my bugs don't take lightning chakra very well. Naruto looked confused. Lightning chakra? I thought Sasuke used fire. They both stopped and looked at each other. Shino nodded. He does, but somewhere along the way he learned to use lightning. If you fight him, Naruto, you must be careful. Naruto nodded and then charged at Shino. Shino shook his head and transformed into a swarm of bugs again. Naruto smirked and threw a kunai at the swarm. When it was in the middle of it, Naruto formed a hand sign and the kunai exploded. When the smoke cleared, he saw half of the insects dead on the ground. Naruto sighed in relief. All right, Shino, I think I'm done for now. Shino transformed back into himself and nodded. Thank you for helping me, Naruto. Naruto nodded and left Shino's house. Uchiha hideout. Itachi was pacing back and forth in the main hall. Asterisk, they must be keeping Naruto in the village. In that case, I will go to him. Asterisk, Itachi grabbed Naruto's weapon scroll and headed for the entrance of his hideout. When he jumped out, he made sure that the boulder was securely on top of the entrance and then headed for the Hidden Leaf village. He walked through the forest as was careful as always to stay off the main path. Since his disguise was already seen through, he decided to make a new one. Transformation Jutsu. Itachi transformed into an old man and continued walking while faking a limp. When he got to the gate, the guards let him pass without any concern. Asterisk, they must be more lenient now. Something must be going on asterisk. Itachi walked on and found himself in the park. There he waited for about an hour before he saw Naruto. Slowly, he walked up to Naruto and smiled. Good to see you, Naruto. Naruto looked confused. Do I know you? Itachi laughed like an old man. Of course you do, Naruto. Itachi leaned in and whispered, It's Itachi. Naruto looked at him carefully. Itachi-sensei? The old man nodded. I brought something for you. Itachi held out the blood scroll with Naruto's weapons. Thank you, Itachi-sensei. Nice disguise. The old man shrugged. I had to give you your weapons somehow since they are keeping you in the village. Naruto frowned. Naruto, we need to meet up to train soon. You only have about a month to get ready for the Chunin exams and you need to learn the scroll teleportation jutsu. Naruto nodded. I know. I trained with Shino this morning and he said that Sasuke has lightning jutsu. The old man looked shocked. So he finally discovered his secondary nature. Itachi looked up at Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto. We will find your nature as soon as the Chunin exams are over. But for now you need to focus on your weapons. Naruto nodded. I can see if Kurenai-sensei can teach me how to use them. Itachi nodded in agreement. Go now, Naruto. I will see you again before the exams. Naruto thanked Itachi once more and then Itachi left and headed out of the village. Hyuga Mansion. A few days later. Hinata woke up around 10 a.m. She stretched her arms and rubbed her eyes. Asterisk, I wonder what Naruto is up to. I hope I get to see him today. Asterisk, before her mind wandered too far, her cousin Neji knocked on the door. Come on, Hinata. It's time to train. Hinata sighed and hopped out of bed. She quickly changed her clothes and left her room. When she finally descended the steps, she found Neji standing there, impatient as ever. It's about time. Let's go. Neji turned around and opened the sliding door that led to the backyard. Hinata became irritated and thought, Asterisk, I hope Naruto beats you, Neji. You deserve to be beaten. Asterisk, Hinata just realized what she thought and almost slapped herself. Where the hell did that come from? When Hinata walked into the backyard, Neji was waiting as patiently as he could. Ready, Hinata? She nodded and they both lowered into their clan's signature stance. Byakugan. They ran at each other and exchanged 10 blows before they both backed off. Neji was disappointed that she was matching him on strength. He decided to raise his Byakugan to a higher level. Hinata grew angry again. Do you really need to raise your Byakugan to that level to beat me? Of course not. Neji spat back as his Byakugan returned to normal. He ran at her with anger and they exchanged more blows. They repeated this process that they called training until they were both worn out. I'm going out, Hinata said while trying to steady her breathing. Going out where? Neji asked. Just out. Hinata replied impatiently. Neji grew frustrated. I said where? Hinata crossed her arms. Wherever I want. I don't have to tell you. Neji clenched his fists but didn't move as he saw her walk away. Asterisk, damn her. I'll smack that disobedient attitude out of her once I win the Chunin exams. Asterisk. Hidden Leaf Village. Park. Naruto leaned against a tree as he thought about the next month. Asterisk, I need to train with Kurenai-sensei. The training with Shino helped some, but I need to learn to use these swords. Asterisk, he looked around the park at the unfamiliar people. He then turned his attention to the Hyuga Mansion. I would really like to hang out with Hinata too. By some stroke of luck, he saw Hinata open the front door and close it behind her. It must be my lucky day. He kept his head turned that way hoping she would see him. She brought her eyes up and was immediately drawn to him. Yes, she sees me. She started walking towards him. As he stopped leaning on the tree, he felt that his legs were asleep. But instead of waiting a minute for them to wake up, he started walking toward her. As he took the first step, his leg buckled under him and he fell face first into the ground. Ow! Hinata gasped and rushed over to him. Are you okay, Naruto? Naruto rolled onto his back and looked at her. Ya infine. My leg was asleep. Hinata giggled. Well then why didn't you let it wake up before walking? Naruto blushed. Well, I saw you walking this way and, He trailed off and switched subjects. How are you? She looked down at him confused. I'm fine. Are you going to get up? Naruto blushed again and then quickly got up. What is that scroll over there? Hinata said as she pointed at the blood scroll on the ground. Oh, that's my secret weapon for the Chunin exams. Hinata raised an eyebrow with curiosity. Oh really? What is it? Naruto turned around to pick it up while explaining. It holds my weapons. I plan on using them as my main means of attack. Hinata looked worried. Weapons? Are you allowed to use them? Naruto nodded. Of course, I checked to make sure. They are considered ninja tools. Naruto looked at her eyes and frowned. He remembered what he had done a few days before. Hinata started to cry, but then her eyes grew wide as Naruto hugged her. You mean a lot to me, Hinata. Naruto pulled away but still held her shoulders. Itachi-sensei will probably leave after the Chunin exams. He hasn't said if I'm going with him or not. Hinata's eyes were still filled with tears. Naruto smiled. Don't worry, I'm still your teammate and friend. You will see me on missions. Heck, there might be some times that we… Naruto stopped as Hinata slapped him. Why did you drag me out here to tell me all of that? Naruto frowned. Because you deserve to know. Hinata couldn't take it anymore. She burst into tears and hugged him as tight as she could. Hinata, I'm sorry about what I said a few days ago, but I thought that it was the best time to tell you. Hinata frowned and looked at him. It's okay, Naruto. I'm glad that you told me when you did. They both stood there for a while just looking at each other. In an attempt to get past this awkward moment, Naruto smiled. Hey Hinata, I still need to train to become stronger for the exams. Can you help me? Hinata smiled back and nodded. Of course I will, Naruto. Naruto smiled back. Cool. Want to meet up with Kurenai-sensei and Shino? Hinata thought for a moment. No. How about just you and me train? Naruto saw Hinata make an evil smile and blushed. Alright, let's go. He turned around and started walking towards the training grounds. He had only taken 2 steps when he felt something grab his hand. When he looked back, he saw Hinata holding his hand. She blushed when he looked at her, but she didn't let go. Naruto smiled and they headed for the village gate holding hands. Hidden Leaf Village, gate. When they got to the gate, Naruto saw the same guards that were there a few days ago. He knew that they might not let him pass, but he wanted to try anyways. And sure enough, the second he tried to go through the gate, they stopped him. I don't care who you are with Naruto. You are still not allowed to leave the village. Naruto groaned and looked at Hinata. What do we do now, Hinata? She thought for a second and came up with an idea. Follow me. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what she had in mind, and followed her. She led him down a few streets he didn't recognize. They did a few twists and turns and he swore that he passed the ramen shop 5 times. After 20 minutes he could see Hinata's house, or rather mansion, in the distance. He didn't really think that she was taking him there, but he kept his hopes up. After another 10 minutes of walking, they were at the front of the Hyuga mansion. Hinata, are you sure about this? Hinata shook her head. No, but it's worth a try. She let go of his hand and walked inside. Naruto sat there for a long time. After about half an hour, the door opened and Hinata came outside with a smile on her face. Okay, follow me. Naruto was dumbfounded. He thought for sure her father would not approve of this. She led him around the mansion and into the backyard. I should warn you, my father will be watching us the entire time. That made Naruto uneasy, but he was still very grateful. All right, what do you want to do? Hinata blushed. Do you want the truth? Naruto nodded cautiously and eyed her suspiciously. I want a K. She stopped herself before she said what she wanted. Never mind. Let's try something. Naruto looked confused as Hinata lowered into the Hyuga stance. What are you doing, Hinata? She smiled. If you fight Neji in the Chunin exams, I want you to be ready for his attacks. Naruto understood. So you want me to fight you so I am familiar with what Neji will throw at me? Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. Naruto smiled and ran at her. Hinata was surprised at how fast Naruto could run. She thought about the first time they fought and wondered if he fought the same way. Asterisk, he is going to focus on using his clones and fight up close. Luckily, that's my style too. Asterisk, she concentrated back on the fight just in time to dodge Naruto's punch. She lowered herself further and tried to strike his thighs. Naruto jumped backwards out of the way. I can't let her hit me in my legs or I'm done for. He watched her cautiously as she charged at him. She tried to stab him with her fingers, but Naruto did his best to dodge. Her hands were moving very fast and she was so precise that it looked like Naruto was being attacked by needles. Naruto knew that he would get nowhere fighting like this, so he did a backflip and caught her jaw with his foot. Hinata stumbled back and looked at Naruto. Asterisk, that's new. I should have known he could do that from the preliminaries. Asterisk, she took a moment to gather her thoughts and came up with a plan. Naruto took this time to plan something as well. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared, and when it was gone there were 5 Narutos. Just like their last fight, each clone tried to fight her individually. Hinata disposed of them easily and pushed herself towards the real Naruto. I've got you now. When she struck Naruto, he disappeared into a puff of smoke. Asterisk, what? Where did he go? Asterisk, she looked up and saw Naruto making a couple hand signs. His first finger was surrounded by chakra. Hinata was terrified as she remembered what happened when Sakura was hit with that jutsu. Here I come, Hinata, Naruto said as he sped down towards her. She had to act fast. She reached into her belt and threw a kunai at him. As Naruto blocked it with his other hand, he saw the paper bomb as it exploded. Hinata smiled as she saw Naruto fall to the ground. Then she became worried and called to him. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto slowly got up on his hands and knees. That was nice thinking, Hinata. I should be more careful. Hinata smiled and braced herself as Naruto charged at her again. Hyuga Mansion, same time. Neji and Hayashi Hyuga were watching Naruto and Hinata fight. Hayashi, Neji said. I still don't think that it was a good idea to let him train here. Hayashi nodded. No, it was a bad idea. However, we cannot refuse training to someone who is still participating in the Chunin exams, no matter who it is. Neji became irritated. Uncle Hayashi, as far as I'm concerned, Naruto should have been disqualified the moment that it was revealed that Itachi Uchiha had been training him. He could have been taught very dangerous jutsu which could give him an unfair advantage. He might even kill to win. Hayashi just kept watching Naruto fight his daughter. Neji, what will you do if you fight Naruto? Neji looked at him with a confused look. What do you mean, what will I do? I'll beat him as easily as I beat Hinata. Hayashi became irritated. As I recall, you didn't beat her, she forfeit. Neji ignored his anger. It's all the same, I won and she lost. Just then the ground shook and they both looked outside to see what had happened. Hyuga Mansion, outside. Naruto jumped in the air again and this time prepared a better seal. This is it, Hinata. Two-pronged seal. He launched himself down at her with incredible speed. Hinata mustered up all of her remaining strength and started to spin. Rotation. A blue sphere formed around her just in time to collide with Naruto's jutsu. The ground shook violently as the churkas clashed. Naruto could feel his fingers burning as he hit the sphere of chakra. He was thrown back and hit a nearby tree. Hinata slowed down and the sphere dissipated. She fell to her knees and was panting hard. She looked up to see Naruto grunting in pain. She crawled over to him to make sure he was okay. Naruto, are you all right? He nodded and they helped each other stand up. Hinata, I had no idea you could put so much force behind the rotation. She ignored the comment and checked Naruto's body to make sure he was unharmed. When she was done, she looked up and noticed that she was closer to his face than she intended. Naruto took her by surprise and kissed her gently on the lips. They stood kissing and it seemed as though time stopped. Naruto thought that they had been kissing for hours. Get your filthy hands off her. Naruto and Hinata stopped kissing and looked over to see Neji, who was so outraged that his head looked like it was going to explode. Leave now, Naruto. And don't you ever show your face here again. Naruto stared at him dumbfounded and then looked back at Hinata. She looked terrified by Neji's rage. He heard her whisper something. "Go Naruto, I will be fine." Naruto looked at her in disbelief. "But Hinata, what about you?" She frowned. "Don't worry. I'll see you later." They were interrupted by Neji screaming at the top of his lungs. "Leave!" Naruto gave Neji one last angry glance and then jumped into the trees and away from the Hyuga mansion. Hidden Leaf Village, Park. Naruto was walking in circles around the park. I hope she's okay. Was it really so bad that we kissed? Why is Neji such a prick? His thoughts were interrupted as he saw Kurenai walking by. Naruto thought to himself, that's right, I need Kurenai-sensei to teach me how to use my weapons more effectively. Naruto walked over to her and when she saw him she smiled. "Hello there Naruto. How are you?" Naruto smiled back.
I'm fine Kurenai-sensei.
"I just came from Hinata's house and… Hinata's house? What were you doing there Naruto?" She asked with a tone hinting that he did something naughty. "No, you don't understand. We were just sparring a little in case I needed to fight Neji." Kurenai looked disappointed. "Oh, well, what are you up to now?" Naruto looked nervous. "Actually, sensei, I was hoping that you could teach me how to use my weapons more effectively." She was dumbfounded. "Me? I'm a genjutsu specialist Naruto." Naruto nodded. "I know, but I thought that any jounin must know the basics of swordplay." She nodded. "Yes, I do know the basics. I can teach you if you want, but my knowledge in that area is just below that of a chunin." Naruto smiled. "That is okay. I'm not a chunin yet." She smiled and agreed with him. "All right then, since you can't leave the village yet, how about we meet at the Ninja Academy's training ground tomorrow afternoon?" Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. I will see you there." Kurenai said goodbye and walked off to wherever it was she was going. Ninja Academy, next day. Naruto walked out into the training ground. He remembered all the time he spent here. He looked at the trees with hundreds of scratch marks. He took out a shuriken and threw it at the tree. Just then, Kurenai appeared and caught it between her fingers. "You shouldn't be throwing things so carelessly, Naruto." Naruto smiled.
Kurenai-sensei.
"Do we get to train with my weapons today?" Kurenai nodded and Naruto brought out his sword and hook. "All right, Naruto. Now put one weapon down." He looked confused. "What do you mean, Kurenai-sensei?" Kurenai answered. "In order to be proficient with two weapons, you must first learn them separately, and then put them together." It seemed to make sense, so Naruto shrugged and put down the hook blade. "Now then, that saw blade that you have is used primarily as an offensive weapon. That means that you want to keep your enemy on their toes at all times. Also, since it has serrated edges, it is meant to inflict as many wounds as possible." Naruto nodded and watched his sensei form a clone. "Okay, I want you to attack this clone in the way that you think the sword should be used." Naruto nodded and ran at the clone. He brought the sword up and swung it horizontally at the clone's chest. The clone took the hit, but instead of disappearing, it healed itself. "What happened?" Naruto asked. "My clone has regenerative properties, but let's focus on your sword style. You understand that it is meant to inflict wounds and not kill, but you need to swing it much faster, like this." Kurenai grabbed the sword out of Naruto's hand and swung at her clone 3 times in the time it took Naruto to hit it once. Naruto's eyes widened. "Do you understand now, Naruto?" He nodded and Kurenai handed the sword back to him. "Your turn." Naruto took the sword and managed to hit the clone 3 times and was only slightly slower than his sensei. "Like that, sensei?" Kurenai nodded. "Okay. Now put that one down and pick up the other one." Naruto did what he was told and held the hook blade in his left hand. Now then, a hook blade is much different from the saw blade. First of all, it is used primarily as a defensive weapon. That means that you will hardly ever be attacking with it. Since it has a hard time blocking normal kunai, I will be using a sword instead. Kurenai summoned a normal long sword from a scroll she brought with her. "I want you to block my attacks in a way you think would be most effective." Naruto nodded and then Kurenai came at him. Her first attack was an overhead swing which Naruto blocked by putting the hook over his head. Then she swung horizontally and he blocked that by moving the blade to his side. "No, no, no. You are using it all wrong, Naruto." Naruto looked frustrated. "Well then, how do you want me to use it?" Kurenai shook her head. You are supposed to use it like a hook, not a blade. Hook my sword and twist it away from me. Naruto nodded, and this time when Kurenai came at him, he hooked the sword, twisted it out of her hands, and in a flash the hook was around her throat. Very good, Naruto. He smiled and pulled the hook away from her. Now you must learn to use both weapons at the same time. Naruto picked up the saw blade in his right hand and nodded. I want you to fight both me and my clone at the same time. Naruto was shocked. At the same time? I'm not an expert, Kurenai-sensei. She laughed. Relax, Naruto. Just use what I taught you. He nodded as both women ran at him. He dodged the first swing of the sword and caught the other sword with his hook. When did she summon another sword? He used the hook to twist the sword out of the clone's hand and then dodged another swipe from the real Kurenai. He ran at the clone and swung the saw blade as fast as he could and managed to hit the clone 6 times in 2 seconds. The clone vanished and Naruto turned to Kurenai, who had just put away the sword. Very good, Naruto, that is all for today. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Now maybe I can use these blades right. She smiled and nodded, then left the academy. Naruto sealed his weapons and left the academy as well. Hidden Leaf Village, park several days later. For the past 2 weeks Naruto had slept in a tree in the park. It was not the most comfortable place, but he did like seeing the stars as he fell asleep. As soon as he jumped down from the tree, he saw a familiar face.
Itachi-sensei.
The old man looked up at him. What did you call me, you brat? Naruto looked scared and backed up slowly. That guy looked like Itachi-sensei's disguise, but I guess not. He turned around and saw the same old man. Oh, sorry sir, I'll leave you alone, Naruto said as he backed up again. The old man spoke up. What are you talking about, Naruto? Naruto sighed when he realized that this guy was Itachi. Nothing, Itachi-sensei. The old man nodded. Well then, it's time for you to learn the scroll teleportation technique. Naruto smiled. Really? I actually get to learn it now. The old man nodded. I should warn you though, summoning a scroll would put a big dent in your chakra, but summoning a blood scroll, you would almost deplete your chakra completely. Naruto looked confused. What does that mean, Itachi-sensei? Itachi lowered his head. If a ninja uses all of their chakra, they die. Naruto's eyes grew wide as he realized the consequences of the blood scroll. That means that if I use my weapons in the Chunin exams, I can only use them. Itachi nodded. That's right, no clones, no other jutsu, just weapons. Naruto looked up. Okay, let's get started. Itachi smiled. All right, follow me. They walked for a while and finally arrived at the village gate. Itachi-sensei, I can't leave the village yet. Itachi looked at him. Oh. They continued walking, and when they got to the gate, they were stopped by the guards. Hold it, you two. Naruto isn't allowed to leave the village. Just then, a messenger ninja arrived in front of the guards. After a few muffled words, the guard nodded and then looked back at Naruto. Very well. It looks like your probation has been lifted, Naruto. Naruto nodded and followed Itachi back to his hideout. Uchiha hideout. Now that we are finally here, I can teach you the summoning technique. Naruto smiled as Itachi brought out a scroll. Okay, Naruto, the scroll summoning technique is a combination of the summoning technique and seal jutsu. Naruto looked confused. What does sealing jutsu have to do with it? Itachi sighed. I'm getting there. Now then, normal summons, such as animals, require you to make a contract with them. Since you can't make a contract with a scroll, you must form a seal on it. Naruto nodded. Okay, let's get started then. Itachi grinned as he took out a kunai. He cut his thumb and threw the kunai in some random direction. He then made a few hand signs and placed his thumb on the scroll. Transfer mark seal. A green mark appeared on the scroll for a second and then vanished. Now what, Itachi-sensei? Itachi laughed. Impatient as ever, I see. Naruto grew irritated and pouted. I'm not impatient, just excited. Itachi shrugged and threw the scroll all the way to the entrance of the hideout. He then placed his still bleeding hand on the ground and said, Scroll transfer jutsu. Instantly, in a puff of smoke, the scroll appeared beneath his hand. Naruto was wide-eyed with amazement. That was awesome, sensei. Itachi smirked. Your turn, Naruto. Start with a normal scroll. We will move up to the blood scroll eventually. Naruto nodded and got to work on the jutsu. Itachi went to his room and fell onto his bed. Asterisk, he will have that jutsu down in no time. I hope Kurenai taught him how to use those weapons well. He is going to need them. Asterisk, Itachi nodded off and fell asleep. Uchiha hideout, day of the finals. Naruto had been training for this day for several months and it was finally here. Today was the day he became a chunin. He got out of bed and put on all of his gear. Itachi woke up and came out of his room to see Naruto fully dressed and ready to go. Excited, are we? Naruto nodded and Itachi walked over to him. Naruto, this is a very important day. You will face many ninja, so conserve your chakra as best you can. Remember, this exam is based on who fights well enough to become a chunin, not who wins. You are very diverse and have several chunin rank jutsu. All that is left is to acquire the rank. Naruto nodded and then gave Itachi a hug. Itachi did not see this coming and all of a sudden he was breathless. Naruto hugged him tighter. Thank you for being a great sensei, Itachi. He was still stunned as this was the last thing he had expected from Naruto. He hugged Naruto back and said, "You're welcome, Naruto." After they let go of each other, Naruto made sure his scroll was with him and he headed out. Itachi watched him leave.
Asterisco do Mipral de Naruto asterisco.
Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto walked through the streets towards the Colosseum. It was a huge circular building with enough chairs to seat 3,000 spectators. The Chunin Finals were a huge tourist attraction, so there were a lot of foreign vendors crowding the streets. Naruto made his way through them and finally arrived at the Colosseum's front door. He walked inside and inspected the competition. He saw the winners from the preliminaries: Gaara, Temari, Neji, Kiba, Sasuke, a weird guy from the hidden sound village called Dozu, and Shikamaru. Naruto already knew how the ninja would be matched up. The finals were just a display of power. The genin would be matched up so that the strong fought the weak until the end. The strongest ninja would fight at the end to make the most spectacular show. Naruto looked around and labeled the ninja in the way that the jounin would. Gaara, Sasuke, Neji, and himself were the elite. Temari, Kiba, Dozu, and Shikamaru were the weaker ones. A jounin walked into the room and grabbed the attention of all the genin. All right, everyone is to go to the spectators' box. The exam will begin shortly. All the genin nodded and moved out of the area. After waiting for the spectators to take their seats, the proctor announced, "I will now call the first two competitors." He looked down at his sheet. Dozu Kinyuta and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto and Dozu walked onto the field. Naruto looked around the circular area. There were a few trees and a small pond, but nothing else was special. As the proctor was going over the rules again, Naruto ignored him and thought to himself, "Asterisk, I have to conserve my chakra for as long as I can. I also have to conceal my most effective moves until I absolutely need them." Asterisk, the proctor waved his hand and the battle started. XXXXXXXXXX thunderstruck by AC DC XXXXXXXXXX. Immediately Dozu raised his gigantic left arm. Sound cannon. Naruto barely dodged as a wave of wind rushed past him. Naruto thought he was unscathed, but as he tried to run at Dozu, he lost his balance and almost fell. "What the hell?" Dozu chuckled. "Looks like you fell for it. Those aren't air waves I shoot, they are sound waves." Naruto stood up with some effort and looked at him harshly. "Sound waves?" Dozu grunted. "Yes, that means that even if you dodge it, the sound will knock you off balance." Naruto formed a hand sign. "Well then, I'll just have to try harder then, won't I?" Shadow Clone Jutsu. 15 clones of Naruto appeared in a cloud of smoke. Dozu grunted. "You shouldn't even try." All of the clones ran at him and, one by one, Dozu defeated them all. "Is that all you have, kid?" Naruto ignored him and charged. Dozu raised his arm again and the sound blast surged forth. Naruto jumped over it but was hit by a second one that he was not ready for. He flew back and was knocked against a tree. Dozu laughed at him. "You should just give up now, kid. It will save us both some time." Naruto scrambled to his feet and could hardly stand up straight. "Are you having trouble there, kid?" Dozu said as he laughed again. Naruto kept his cool and regained his balance. "I'm just warming up." Naruto said with a smirk on his face.
Multishadow Clone Jutsu.
This time, 40 clones of Naruto appeared, which made many of the spectators gasp. Neji leaned over the railing of the contestants' box and said, "Good God! How many can that brat summon?" Naruto smiled, and all 40 of the clones charged Dozu. Dozu brought up both hands this time and clapped them while saying, "Sonic Wave." A shockwave was released and was heading towards the real Naruto. It took out every single clone without slowing and hit Naruto. He flew back again and hit the ground hard. "Looks like it's over," Dozu said as he walked towards Naruto. But before he reached him, the Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. "What? A clone?" Dozu frantically looked around for the real Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was hiding behind the tree that he had hit earlier. This isn't good. I need to find a way to catch him off guard. Naruto peered around the tree and thought of a plan. He came out from hiding. "Hey, creepy arm guy." Dozu turned around. "I'm right here." Dozu laughed. "I see you finally gave up. Good. That makes this easy." He raised his arm and a sound blast came out again. This time, Naruto dodged it completely and brought out a scroll. He unsealed it and held out a giant star shuriken. Naruto smirked and said, "Are you ready?" Demon Wind Shuriken. He threw the giant shuriken, but Dozu didn't move. "You really think that will work on me?" He raised his arm and shot the shuriken with a sound wave. The wave made the shuriken change course and it went up above Dozu's head. Naruto smiled. "Just as I thought." He made another hand sign. "Shadow Shuriken Jutsu." Dozu looked confused because he didn't see what was happening above him. The shuriken split into two and one of them transformed into a clone of Naruto. The clone grabbed the shuriken and threw it straight down at Dozu. Dozu had no idea, and before he could react, the giant shuriken pinned him to the ground by his right arm. He grunted in pain. "Damn it!" Naruto smiled and he looked up to see Hinata stand up from her seat. "Way to go, Naruto." He gave her the thumbs up. "What a loudmouth bitch." Naruto looked down at Dozu with disbelief. "What did you say?" Dozu looked up at him from the ground. "I said that she is a loudmouth bitch." Naruto became angry and jumped back, performing a backflip in midair. He landed and summoned 4 giant shuriken. Dozu's eyes widened in fear. Naruto threw them and screamed, "No, she is not." Dozu quickly opened his mouth and said, "I give up." Instantly the proctor jumped into the path of the shuriken and tried to stop them. However, the shuriken had much more force behind them than he originally thought, and he was pushed back 4 feet. XXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXX. Everyone was staring at Naruto once again. They were all wondering how he had so much strength. The proctor walked over to Naruto and held up his arm. "The winner is Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd cheered as Naruto panted and waved with his other arm. The giant shuriken was removed so that Dozu could move again. Dozu stood up and turned around but didn't move. Suddenly, he lost his temper and quickly turned around to shoot Naruto. However, before he could even raise his arm, Naruto had a hold of him and put him in a headlock. The proctor rushed over, as did a few other instructors. When Dozu was finally escorted off of the field, Naruto jumped back up to the contestants' box. The proctor took his place at the center of the field and called forth the next pair of ninja, Neji, Hyuga, and Temari. Neji walked towards the field. As he passed, Naruto said to him, "Don't die. I want to turn at you." Neji looked frustrated and said, "I'm not meant to lose here." Then he jumped down to confront his first opponent, Chunin Arena. The battle between Neji and Temari lasted forever. Neither of them could land a hit for a long time. Neji ran at Temari. "Fool, do you really think you can reach me?" Temari said as she swung her giant fan again. The cyclone of wind caught Neji and he flew back. "Damn it, forgot to get to her somehow." Naruto watched the ongoing battle. At this rate, Neji might actually lose, he thought. Naruto looked around at the other genin. "Let's see, Kiba, Gaara, Shikamaru, where is Sasuke?" Naruto could not find Sasuke. He wasn't in the spectator box. He decided that it wasn't that important and looked back to the fight. XXXXXXXXXXXX sick by Adelitas Way XXXXXXXXXXXX. Neji was standing up and trying to recover from the hit. Damn you, said Neji as he held his arm. You should just give up now, kid. You don't have a chance. Neji shook with anger. I'm not going to lose here. He ran at Temari and she raised her fan. She sent another cyclone at him and he flew back once more. I need to get past that attack, Neji thought as he got up once more. Temari didn't say anything and just swung her fan several times. Neji panicked and tried a jutsu. Rotation. A blue sphere appeared around Neji as he attempted to deflect the attacks. Ah, that won't hold for long, said Temari as she threw more cyclones at him. Damn, what do I do? Neji was overwhelmed by the continuous cyclones and the sphere broke, sending him flying once again. Neji attempted to stand up and found that his legs were throbbing with pain. I'm done playing around. The next hit will finish you. Temari raised her fan once more and swung. Neji rolled behind a tree. The cyclone hit the tree and cut it several times, but Neji was barely scratched. He sighed. Come on out, little boy, Temari said. Let's finish this. He sat there for a little while to catch his breath. Neji thought of something and came out of hiding. This better work. He ran at her one last time. That's a good boy. She swung her fan and waited for it to hit him. Neji threw a paper bomb into it and the explosion dissipated the cyclone. What? Temari said. Neji took the opportunity and ran through the smoke. As soon as he reached her, she brought up her fan for another swing. Too late, Neji said as he started spinning in place. Rotation. A blue sphere erupted around Neji. It hit Temari with such force that she flew into the wall and made a crater. Neji took his chance and ran to her. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Before she knew what hit her, Temari was bombarded with chakra-infused blows from Neji. She fell to the ground, unconscious. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXXX. Neji deactivated his Byakugan. It's over, he said as he turned away. The proctor raised his arm and declared him the winner. Then he went back to the box with all of the other genin. He looked over at Naruto and spat. Next time that will be you at my feet. He smirked and walked away. Naruto didn't let it get to him and instead waited for the proctor to call forward the next 2 combatants. Once things were settled, the proctor called out the next 2 names. Shikamaru and Gaara. Shikamaru silently walked out onto the field, followed by Gaara. They stood facing each other very quietly. Hey, Gaara, Shikamaru said. I just want you to know that I'm not going to make it easy for you. He waited for a response, but Gaara said nothing. He just glared at him with dark eyes. The proctor raised his arm and the battle began. XXXXXXXXXX pure hatred by Chimera XXXXXXXXXXX. Shikamaru decided to start by testing Gaara's famous sand shield. He ran at him and threw several shuriken and kunai. Just as expected, the sand rose from the ground and protected Gaara. He then jumped over Gaara and threw more kunai, this time with paper bombs attached. Shikamaru landed and activated the paper bombs, setting off a medium explosion. He waited and was not surprised to see that the sand had completely absorbed the attack. Gaara had not made a single movement. So it's true that sand is quite formidable, Shikamaru said as he took out more kunai. I guess I'll just have to up the power. He attached more paper bombs to the kunai and threw them at an angle so that they would drop right onto Gaara. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The kunai multiplied in midair and what had been 5 was now 30 explosive kunai. The sand came up to block the direct threats but the rest fell around Gaara. Gotcha, said Shikamaru as he triggered the bombs. A huge explosion shook the stadium as the bombs blew up simultaneously. The smoke took a while to clear, but once it did, Shikamaru was astonished. Not only had the explosion from above been absorbed, but in an instant the sand around Gaara had come up to form a shell around him. Arg, this is such a drag. How do I get past that sand? The sand moved a little so that Gaara's face was visible. You cannot get through my sand. Nothing can. The sand moved on its own and attacked Shikamaru. He barely dodged a few hits and jumped back to get a decent amount of space between Gaara and himself. Shikamaru then got into a meditative position, half kneeling while putting his hands together so that only the tips were touching. He just sat there and Gaara didn't make a move. The audience was growing impatient. They didn't want a drawn-out battle between these two. They wanted to see real action. But neither Shikamaru nor Gaara cared. Suddenly Shikamaru's hands changed and formed a hand sign. Shadow Position Jutsu. A jet black shadow shot from Shikamaru and raced towards Gaara. Gaara, already anticipating this, threw a ball of sand at Shikamaru, forcing him to break the jutsu and dodge. Damn. Shikamaru thought. He's smarter than I thought. Shikamaru looked around at the arena. There were a few shadows, but most of the area was in the sun. I have to get him to move into the shadows by the tree. He thought for a minute and came up with a strategy. He looked into the audience stands and found Tenten. He gave her a thumbs up and smirked. She knew what this meant. Shikamaru then turned back to face Gaara. I hoped I wouldn't have to use this, but you give me no choice. Gaara just stared as Shikamaru took out a small scroll. He unsealed it and a giant 3-foot kunai appeared. Naruto was in awe of its size. I don't think even Itachi-sensei had a kunai that big. He looked at the kunai and it had a purple tag on it. He remembered something Itachi had said. Explosive tags are ordered by color. From weakest to strongest, the colors are white, green, blue, red, purple, orange, and black. Naruto's eyes widened. That Gaara is in for a surprise. Shikamaru threw the giant kunai directly at Gaara, and as expected the sand caught it. He then ran towards it and kicked the kunai, pushing it into the sand. Even Gaara was scared of what would come next. Shikamaru formed a hand sign and triggered the explosive. A huge shockwave erupted from it and it blew a few limbs off of the tree behind Gaara. Gaara himself was knocked back a few feet. Even with the sand protecting him, Shikamaru smiled. Now Gaara was in the shadow of the tree. He ran around Gaara and knelt next to the tree. Shadow Position Jutsu. This time, the shadow shot towards Gaara with 4 times the speed of the last one. Gaara's shadow was connected with Shikamaru's. Shikamaru sighed. It's over. Gaara looked unfazed as both his and Shikamaru's arm were raised in the air. Without command, the sand raced toward Shikamaru. He had come too far to break the jutsu now. He quickly tried to speak so as to make Gaara forfeit. I give you dash, but just before he said the last word, Shikamaru's jutsu faded as he screamed in pain. His scream was deafening. He looked down and saw that Gaara's sand had completely smashed his foot. Every bone up to his left ankle was broken into tiny pieces. Shikamaru finally managed to scream, I give up! XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. The proctor immediately stepped in and used a jutsu to separate Shikamaru's foot from the sand. Gaara blinked and casually walked back up to the spectator's box. The 4 genin watched as Shikamaru was carried away. Even Sasuke was shocked. Naruto stared in disbelief. Whoa, what just happened? Gaara finally walked into the spectator's box and everyone became tense. They all shared one thought: he didn't even try and almost killed Shikamaru. Once all of debris was picked up off the field, the proctor called forth the next 2 ninja. Sasuke and Kiba. Kiba flinched because he knew nothing of his comrade's power, but he walked out onto the field calmly. Sasuke and Kiba stood facing each other. Sasuke tilted his head both ways to pop his neck. This is gonna be too easy. Kiba spat. You think so? He became angry. I'm gonna smash you into the ground, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Humph, you aren't even worth my time. The proctor sensed the tension between the two and looked towards another official and nodded. He raised his arm and said, Begin! XXXXXXXXXXXX the bleeding by 5-finger death punch XXXXXXXXXXX. Both Kiba and Sasuke ran at each other. Kiba tried to punch Sasuke straight in the face, but Sasuke dodged and landed a kick on Kiba's stomach. He then tried to follow up with a backhand to the face, but he was interrupted when Akamaru knocked Kiba over. Hey, whose side are you on? Kiba said while rolling away from a heel to the stomach. He looked at Akamaru and nodded. I know, buddy. We need to work together. He looked back at Sasuke and smirked. You need to try harder than that. I don't even need my Sharingan to beat you. Sasuke sniffed. Kiba got angry again and charged at Sasuke with Akamaru. They flanked Sasuke on both sides and attacked at the same time. Sasuke dodged them both but flew back when Kiba surprised him with a kick to the gut. Arg! Sasuke groaned as he stumbled back. Not so tough without your special eyes, are you? Kiba laughed at his own pride. He looked at Akamaru and nodded. Man-beast clone. Akamaru turned into a clone of Kiba and snarled at Sasuke. Let's go, Akamaru. Akamaru growled and they both ran at Sasuke. They continuously attacked Sasuke and didn't let up for a second. Sasuke was able to dodge most of their attacks, but he did get hit a few times and was getting bruised. Now Akamaru, Kiba said. Fong over Fong. The two spiraled and flew towards Sasuke, hitting him several times, and he was thrown into the air. Naruto became worried. What's with Sasuke? It's like he's not even trying. Naruto did not understand. Sasuke was actually a tough opponent last time they fought. Now he seemed extremely weak. Something isn't right. Naruto observed the battle closely. He's waiting for something. But what? Kiba and Akamaru looked up and grinned. He's done for. They both jumped up at him. Fong over Fong. Sasuke looked peaceful. It's time to quit the charade. He flipped in midair and looked at the two figures spiraling towards him. Take this. Lightning style. Lightning Sunbon. Thousands of electrically charged Sunbon flew at the pair of animals. Kiba and Akamaru were almost immediately knocked out of their Justu and impaled with the numerous Senbon. They hit the ground hard and Sasuke landed between them both with ease. What was that? Kiba said as he struggled to stand up. Akamaru changed back into a pup. That, Sasuke said, is called a real Justu. He smirked and formed a few hand signs. And here is another one. Fire style. Flame ring. A line of fire formed around all three of them, forming a ring. Here's where it gets interesting. The fire started to rise from the ground and formed a wall around them that was about 6 feet tall. What the hell is this? Kiba protested. This, Sasuke said, is your end. He glared at them to show he was serious. Sasuke ran at Kiba. Akamaru tried to jump in the way, but Sasuke batted him away, which sent him flying to the other side of the circle. Lightning emerged from Sasuke's first and middle finger on his right hand. It's over, he said as he raised his hand. Lightning style. Sunbon sword. He thrust the sword into Kiba and it impaled him, making him spit out blood. He then threw Kiba at the wall of fire. When he hit it, Kiba's back was seared and he bounced off of it. Kiba fell onto the ground, either unconscious or dead. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. The ring of fire dissipated and medics rushed onto the field to rescue Kiba and Akamaru. The proctor raised his hand. The winner is Sasuke. Everyone stared with their mouths open at Sasuke's demonstration of power. Naruto especially took note of his strength. Wow. Both Sasuke and Gaara easily won. Naruto felt weak in comparison to them. No, he thought. I can beat them. I am strong too. The proctor spoke aloud so that the audience could hear him. We will be taking a 2-hour intermission. The battles will resume once the contestants have taken a rest. Everyone got out of their seats to stretch and debate on who would ultimately win. Hinata was also sitting in the stands next to her father. She got up and stretched and turned to look at her father. I will be back soon. She smiled, but Hayashi looked through this. Where are you going? Hinata tilted her head. I was just going to walk around and go to the bathroom. Hayashi frowned. All right, but don't let me catch you with that Naruto. He's a bad seed. Hinata agreed but crossed her fingers behind her back. She turned away and walked out of the stadium. Naruto is not a bad seed. He is just a little different. She smiled when she thought of Naruto. Hinata decided to go find him. Naruto was walking around outside the stadium thinking of ways to beat the 3 other genin. He was interrupted when Hinata tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and instantly smiled. Hey Hinata, what are you doing here? She smiled. I came to see how you were doing. Are you worried about your next fight? Naruto nodded. I hate to admit it, but none of the ninja I could be put up against look easy. Neji is really fast and will overwhelm me at close combat. Sasuke has a vast amount of powerful jutsu, and Gaara won't even have to move to beat me. I'm starting to think that I am the weakest out of us 4. Hinata shook her head. Don't think like that, Naruto. You may not know immediately how to beat them, but I'm sure you will find a way to win, no matter who you have to face." She smiled, and so did he. Her smile always made him more confident. "Thanks, Hinata. Let's go for a walk." Hinata nodded and grabbed his hand. They walked away from the stadium and proceeded to make their way through the city. Hidden Leaf Village, Park. Naruto and Hinata walked through the park. They held hands and often looked at each other and smiled. They walked towards a tree in the middle of the park and stopped. "Hinata!" She turned to look at Naruto, who looked like he was thinking of something. "Why do you like me?" She looked surprised by the question. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Naruto turned to look at her. "I mean, what made you attracted to me in the first place?" She giggled. "Truthfully, Naruto, had a crush on you for some time." He looked confused. "Really? Since when?" She looked up and smiled. "Well, since the day you joined the academy, I guess." Naruto smiled. "Naruto, do you know what made me finally gather the courage to ask you out?" Naruto shook his head. "Well, it was during one of our missions. The one where we had to escort the weapons dealer to the hidden sand village. Uchiha hideout, several months earlier." Naruto was excited. Today was his first real mission. No dog walking and fetching runaway cats. There was actually danger involved in this mission. He packed his gear for the mission and headed out of Itachi's hideout. Before he left, Itachi called out to him. "Naruto, don't push yourself too hard. Remember that you are still recovering from that fight with the Kazekage." Naruto nodded and jumped out of the hideout to meet with his team. Hidden Leaf Village, main gate. Kurenai and Hinata were already at the gate. They both arrived early. Naruto came running towards them from the forest. "Naruto, what were you doing in the forest?" "You were supposed to be getting ready for the mission." Naruto laughed nervously. "Well, you see, I got up a little too early, so I decided to get some training in before we left." Kurenai shrugged. "All right, just make sure that you are prepared. We might run into some trouble on this mission." Naruto nodded and double-checked his bag to make sure he had everything. He then walked over and stood next to Hinata. This made her blush. A few minutes later, Shino arrived along with the person they were escorting. He was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a bald head. Naruto could tell that he was no ninja, which made him even more excited. Cool, we are escorting this old weapons dealer who looks to have no fighting experience. This should make things a little more difficult. Naruto loved it when things became difficult. It gave him a chance to test himself. "All right, team, listen up," Kurenai said to get their attention. "Just to rebrief you on the mission, we are to escort Mr. Rozo to the hidden sand village. It is normally a 3-day journey, but since this is an escort mission, it will take us 4 days to get there." The 3 genin nodded, showing that they understood. "All right then, let's head out." Azuna Plains, 2 days later. Team Kurenai had been walking through the forest for 2 days and had finally reached the plains that separate the forest from the desert. "Let's stop here for now," Kurenai said as she set her backpack down. "We will need to be fully rested in order to make it through the desert in 2 days." The team agreed and started to set up camp. Naruto was in charge of gathering firewood, Hinata was to set up camp, and Shino was sent out to find food. After camp was set up, they all sat around the fire and talked about the rest of the mission. "Kurenai-sensei," said Naruto, "are we going to fight anyone anytime soon?" She laughed. "Naruto, you should not be so eager to battle. Life as a ninja is not always about fighting. It's more about protecting and maintaining peace." Naruto sighed and stared at the fire. "I know." After an hour of Mr. Rozo telling stories about weapons, Kurenai decided that it was time to rest. All of them climbed into their own tent except Naruto. Hinata came out of her tent to see him still staring at the fire. "Naruto, you should go to bed. We will all need our strength tomorrow." Naruto turned to look at her. "I know, I'll go to bed soon. I'm just thinking about things. That's all." She smiled and went back into her and Kurenai's tent. Truthfully, Naruto didn't feel tired at all. He felt like he could just stare at the fire for hours and contemplate the randomness of its flame. He felt safe since they set up multiple traps around the camp, and he also didn't very much like the idea of sharing a tent with Shino. Just thinking about his bugs gave him the chills. Without knowing it, Naruto passed out in front of the fire, sleeping while sitting up. Camp, an hour later. Naruto awoke to a strange sound. He opened his eyes and heard whimpering. He looked around while half asleep and saw someone holding Hinata over his shoulder. She was gagged so she wouldn't make any noise. The man turned around without noticing Naruto and ran into the forest. After staring blankly for a second, Naruto snapped into reality. Someone has taken Hinata. He got up and rushed into the forest, forgetting to tell the rest of his team. He ran as fast as he could after the kidnapper. He had to find a way to stop him. If he threw a kunai, he might hit Hinata. Arg, what do I do? Almost instantly his mind became calm. It felt as though time stopped and he felt like neither him nor the kidnapper were moving. He thought to himself. Asterisk forgot to catch him. Think Naruto think. Asterisk he now knew what to do and, as if sensed by the world, time began to flow normally and he was chasing the ninja again. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto yelled out his jutsu as loud as he could and hoped that his team would wake up. 15 clones appeared and started to chase the ninja holding Hinata. One went back to alert his team. Naruto had to act quickly or he would lose the kidnapper. One by one, the clones threw each other at the ninja. He was fast, but the Naruto clones were flying faster and one tackled him, sending both him and Hinata spiraling to the ground. Naruto took his chance and the real Naruto dove for Hinata. He caught her and spun in mid-air so that she landed on top of him while he hit the ground. He quickly got up. Hinata, are you okay? He ungagged her and she took a minute to catch her breath. Naruto, you saved me. Naruto blushed. Of course I did, Hinata. You are my teammate. Hinata looked a little disappointed for some reason but shrugged it off. They both stood up. Let's get him, Naruto. He nodded as Hinata and the 14 Narutos charged the kidnapper ninja. The ninja turned around and used a jutsu. Water style, water tsunami. A huge wave of water erupted from his feet and collided with all of them. All of the clones were destroyed and Naruto rolled on the ground while Hinata flew into a tree. Hinata! Naruto got up and ran over to her. Ugh! Naruto? Hinata was feeling weak. She had hit her head pretty hard. Don't get in the way, kid. Just hand the girl over nice and easy. Naruto turned around and stood up to face the ninja. He became angry. What do you want with Hinata? Naruto said in a threatening tone. The ninja snorted. That's none of your business, kid. Now hand her over. Naruto shook with anger, but he managed to calm himself. No. If you want her, you will have to go through me. The ninja laughed. Do you know who I am, boy? I am the legendary bounty hunter Gnome Jibuntaro. Naruto looked confused. Gnome Jibuntaro? You actually exist. Gnome looked at him with an angry smirk. What do you mean? Naruto almost laughed. I used your name a while ago. Gnome spat at him. Whatever, kid. Hand over the girl or prepare to die. Hinata tried to get up but couldn't move. Naruto shook his head. I already told you, you are going to have to go through me. Gnome shrugged. Whatever, prepare to die. He ran at Naruto and raised his fist to punch him. Naruto knew that dodging would put Hinata in danger, so instead he tried to grab Gnome's fist. But Gnome was too strong and he followed through and smashed Naruto's hand against a tree, breaking it. Naruto screamed in pain. Naruto! He turned to look at Hinata, and he smiled. Don't worry, Hinata. I can take this guy. Gnome laughed. Take this. He threw Naruto away from Hinata and into another tree. Naruto slowly got up. He was breathing heavily. Gnome turned his attention to Hinata. You are coming with me. He reached down to grab her. Naruto suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist, throwing Gnome away from Hinata. You little brat. How did you get over there so quickly? Naruto smirked. It's a secret. He then looked down at Hinata and smiled. Naruto brought his hands up and formed a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 more shadow clones appeared. You don't learn, do you, boy? Gnome started to form a few hand signs, but he was interrupted when he saw a clone flying at him. He had to break his jutsu to dodge. You fucking kid. He snarled and ran towards the Naruto guarding Hinata. Gnome destroyed every clone that got in his way. Naruto stood his ground and started to make hand signs. Naruto. Hinata looked up at him. Naruto still stared straight at Gnome. Don't worry, Hinata. I won't let him touch you. He smirked as Gnome destroyed his last clone and ran straight at him with his fist raised. "You're mine." Naruto sidestepped and whispered, "Too slow." The tip of his first finger was covered in chakra, and he tapped Gnome's forehead. Single-pronged seal. A blue seal mark appeared on Gnome's head, and Naruto moved his hands much faster than either Gnome or Hinata thought possible. He grabbed Gnome by the neck and threw him as hard as he could into the ground, hard enough to bounce. The breath was knocked out of him and he laid there, paralyzed. Naruto sighed and turned to look at Hinata. He knelt down to check for any marks on her. "Are you okay, Hinata?" She nodded her head. "Naruto, that was so cool. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened." Naruto blushed. "It was nothing." Hinata shook her head. "No, it was something. Naruto, I'm really glad that we are on the same team. I like you and Dash." They were interrupted when Kurenai and Shino arrived. Hidden Leaf Village, Park, present time. Naruto smiled as they remember how it all started. "By the way, Hinata, I don't think you ever finished what you were going to say back then." She blushed. "Well, I was going to say that I like you and that I hope we can become more than just teammates." Naruto smiled and looked at her. "We are definitely more than teammates." She blushed and he leaned in and kissed her. "I think it's time to head back to the arena. It's been about an hour and a half." Hinata agreed and they wailed back to the stadium just as they had walked to the park, hand in hand. Chunin Arena. The stands were almost filled back up as the spectators returned to their seats. Naruto was hyped up and ready for his next battle. No matter who it is, I will do my best to win. Not only for Itachi-sensei and Kurenai-sensei, but for Hinata. The proctor looked around to make sure everyone was here. "All right, we will commence with the semifinals. There will be no break between the semifinals and the finals." Everyone seemed to understand, so he called forth the next pair of ninja. Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. Naruto's heart jumped. It was finally time for him to fight Neji. Neji was excited as well. Neither of them wasted any time getting onto the battlefield. "I assume you both know the rules?" Both Naruto and Neji nodded. "All right, you should know that there is one new rule. In both the semifinals and finals, you are not allowed to forfeit. The spectators get rather angry when the final 3 fights are boring." Naruto and Neji just stared at each other and nodded, not taking their eyes off of each other for a minute. "Begin." Neither Neji nor Naruto moved. "You know, Neji, we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. Or maybe you just plain don't like me. I don't know." Neji just stood there. "I like Hinata, and I'm going to win for her." Neji got a disgusted look on his face. "What makes you think you can win? You are a little weakling who until now has been winning by luck alone." Naruto chuckled. "You don't really believe that, do you? I have been training for months to be where I am now. I'm not turning back now." Neji smirked. "Well, that's too bad. Because I'm stopping you here." Naruto smirked back and said, "Then come on. XXXXXXXXXXXX Hero by Skillet XXXXXXXXXXX." Neji ran at Naruto. Naruto didn't make a move. He just sat there staring and waiting for Neji to get close. "Fool, take this." Neji threw several chakra-infused blows at Naruto. However, Naruto had no problem dodging them. Neji picked up the speed, but Naruto still dodged them like they were nothing. Neji became irritated and lost concentration. He made a wrong move and Naruto used this to his advantage. He grabbed Neji by the wrist and tossed him aside into the dirt. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 clones appeared in a giant puff of smoke next to Naruto. Neji jumped back a few times and regained control over himself. "Are you sure you want to do this, Neji?" Neji didn't answer but instead dropped down into his clan stance. All of the clones charged at him. Neji timed it just right and vaulted over a few of the clones to that. He landed in the direct center of the group. He waited for them to get close enough and started to spin. Rotation. A blue sphere erupted around him and all of the clones were instantly destroyed. He then used the momentum of the rotation to launch himself forward at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped and tried to punch Neji in the gut. Neji predicted this and twisted out of the way just in time. Neji dropped into his stance again. "You lose, Naruto." Naruto tried to jump away but it was too late. He was caught in the jutsu. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Neji moved extremely fast and stabbed Naruto several times in succession. The hits were grouped by doubles as Neji said, 2 palm, 4 palm, 8 palm, 16 palm, 32 palm. Naruto stumbled backwards and was unable to dodge the last hit, 64 palm. The last hit connected and sent out a blast of chakra that sent Naruto flying across the arena. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. Neji deactivated his Byakugan. It's over. He walked over to Naruto and looked down at him. I told you that I would win. You shouldn't have wasted your time. You are lucky that you are alive. He turned around and walked away. Naruto willed himself to get on his knees. Don't you walk away from me. Neji stopped and turned to look at him. You don't get it, do you? You lost, Naruto. Naruto stood up and his legs were shaking. I'm not done. I can keep going. Neji shook his head. Humph. Fine, I'll have to kill you then. The proctor decided not to step in. Naruto laughed. Softly at first, then louder until the whole station could hear him. What are you laughing about? Neji said angrily. Neji, you should never underestimate your opponent, no matter how sure you are that you have one. Naruto formed a few hand signs and touched his heart with 2 fingers.
Reverse-seal, suppresset o pronget-seal.
A huge shockwave shot from Naruto that was almost powerful enough to knock Neji over. Neji couldn't believe it. Asterisk, what the hell? Where did all of this chakra come from? Asterisk, Naruto smiled. Now the battle begins. XXXXXXXXXXX monster by Skillet XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto ran so fast at Neji that he was a blur. Neji was not ready for it and took a kick to the stomach. He flew back and hit the only tree in the stadium. The crowd was going wild. This was certainly a great spectacle. Hinata was no longer worried. Naruto looked at Neji and had a blue aura circling around him. When I said I was going to win, I meant it. I had to wait until you thought you had one so that I could catch you off guard. Naruto smiled and Neji ran at him in anger. I'll kill you. Naruto waited for him to get close, then effortlessly jumped over Neji and kicked the back of his head. Naruto landed and quickly turned around. He took his opportunity to bite his thumb and formed a long string of hand signs. His hands were moving so fast that even Kakashi couldn't read them. Naruto then slammed his hand on the ground. Scroll Transfer Jutsu. A familiar scroll appeared under Naruto's hand. He quickly unsealed it and took out his weapons, Claw and Sarah. This surprised everyone even more. The aura around Naruto faded. Okay, I've got a little chakra left, but for the most part have to use my weapons now. Neji got up and smirked. Ah, you plan to beat my taijutsu with your kenjutsu? Good luck with that, you will need it. Naruto just waited as Neji charged and threw several more chakra-infused blows at him. This time, however, Naruto parried every single hit instead of dodging, meaning that Neji had to try a lot harder to hit him. After 2 minutes of deflecting attacks, Naruto decided that enough is enough and sidestepped Neji's attack. Neji was caught off guard and Naruto hooked his extended wrist with claw and twisted his arm. Neji screamed in pain as he was tossed through the air and thrown to the ground. Naruto jumped back and waited for Neji to get up. Neji struggled to get back to his feet. I won't lose to a brat like you. Naruto smiled. That's funny. The last guy that called me a brat I almost killed. Neji didn't find that funny and ran at Naruto. Naruto stood still and took a defensive position. Take this. 8 trigrams. 64 palm. Neji once again threw his attacks at Naruto. However, this time, each of his grouped hits were deflected. Even when he got to 64 palm, Naruto blocked every hit while moving his weapons at a blinding speed. Neji was exhausted. It's time to finish this, said Naruto. He hooked Neji's leg and thrusted him into the air. Neji was unable to do anything as Naruto jumped up after him. He swung Sarah several times in succession just as Kurenai had taught him. He then hooked Neji by his neck and threw him to the ground. Neji was bleeding heavily and was unable to move. The proctor called the battle. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. XXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. The crowd cheered as did Hinata. Naruto smiled and sealed his weapons away. He then strapped the scroll to his back. He was exhausted, but he had won. He walked back up to the spectator box and sat on the floor to meditate for his next fight. Forest outside Hidden Leaf Village. A strange figure cloaked in a gray robe stared at the walls of the Hidden Leaf. "Soon you will be mine, traitorous leaf." The man laughed softly and started walking towards the wall. For shinobi clad in white robes with huge purple rope belts appeared behind him. One of them spoke. "My lord, we are at your command." The strange man nodded. "Good. Be ready to execute the 4-man barrier on my mark." Chunin Arena. Everyone knew who the next contestants were. It was the most anticipated battle, the one everyone came to see. The proctor called forth the last 2 semifinalists, Gaara of the Sand and Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd roared with excitement as both ninja appeared on the field almost instantly. Naruto looked up and saw their eyes. Neither of them were showing fear. They were almost the same person. "I've got a bad feeling about this." Naruto decided to stay seated on the floor, but he kept his eyes on them while he regained his chakra. The proctor raised his arm and the fight began. XXXXXXXXXXXX down with the sickness by disturbed XXXXXXXXXXX. Sasuke ran at Gaara. "I'm going to end this fight as quickly as possible." Gaara didn't move but instead waited for Sasuke. Sasuke readied his fist in the air and attempted to punch Gaara. As expected, the sand from his gourd came up to protect him at the last minute. Gaara folded his arms as the sand lashed out at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged several strands of sand before jumping forward for another hit, this time with his foot. He kicked hard and was blocked by the sand again. Sasuke ran around Gaara throwing several shuriken and kunai, looking for an opening. After cycling Gaara twice, he jumped into the air and made a few hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A giant fireball impacted the sand shield from above. Just as the smoke started to clear, Sasuke threw more shuriken and one broke through. However, as it hit Gaara, a crack appeared on his skin. Sasuke stood up straight. "So that is your ultimate defense? A fast sand shield and a sheet of sand covering your body." Gaara decided to go on the offensive and waved his arms to manipulate the sand. He hurled it at Sasuke in the form of imitation fireballs, but Sasuke dodged each one with ease. "Ha! Is that all you got?" Sasuke smirked. Just then, he felt a thud on his leg. The sand had come back around to grab his leg. He tried to shake it off but was unable to. He was submerged in sand in moments as Gaara waved his arms. Sand coffin. The sand around Sasuke was compressed, but no blood came out. The crowd was silent. They turned to one another too with questions. "Is that all? Did the Uchiha really lose?" Just then, a bright light came from inside the coffin. The sand exploded outward and Sasuke dropped to the ground. The crowd cheered and waited for the next move. Sasuke looked up at Gaara. "You're done." Before Gaara could think, Sasuke was charging at him with a blade of lightning emerging from his hand. The sand came up to defend him, but Sasuke was too fast. Lightning style. Sunban sword. The sword stabbed right through Gaara, piercing his chest. Gaara stood there, his mouth open in shock. Sasuke smirked, but just as he thought he won, Gaara started to crack. His body cracked all the way through until finally, it crumpled into sand. "What is this?" Sasuke jumped back and canceled his jutsu. He waited for Gaara to show himself. A shadow loomed over Sasuke and he looked up. There, in the sky above him, was a giant ball of sand. "Fuck," said Sasuke as he made a few hand signs. Before he could finish his jutsu, he was interrupted by many sand bullets that were shot from the sphere. He dodged as many as he could, but a few got to him and cut through his arms. Sasuke quickly recovered and jumped up high, above the sand sphere. "It's time to finish this," he said as he made several hand signs. The bullets kept coming, but he dodged them in midair and held his hand out. Lightning style. Lightning sunban. Thousands of lightning-imbued sunban needles flew at the sphere. To everyone's surprise, they cut right through the sand, poking several hundred holes into the sphere. Sasuke landed and the sand started to fall. Sasuke let his guard down for just a second, and the sand that hit the ground exploded into spires of sand that shot right towards him. Sasuke took one to the chest. Luckily, he braced for the impact by surrounding his body with lightning. The force was enough to send Sasuke flying into the wall of the arena, but it could have been worse. He looked up and saw the rest of the sphere of sand remain intact as it settled to the ground again. Sasuke decided to step it up and use his ultimate move. He made a few hand signs and shouted, "Fire style! Flame ring!" Extremely hot fire surrounded the sphere as Sasuke charged while making more hand signs. He threw one hand forward and held the other at his side. Lightning style! Lighting Sunbon! The Senbon flew towards the sphere, and just as they started to impact, he held out his other hand. Lightning style! Sunbon sword transformation! A sword emerged from his hand, and at the same time, the Senbon he shot earlier fused into one beam, connecting with his sword. The 15-foot-long sword pierced the sphere. Gaara looked over at his shoulder. What is this? He smelled a familiar odor. One that he smelled when he killed. Blood? Blood! Blood! The crowd went silent as Gaara screamed a blood-curdling scream. Blood! My blood!
I'm bleeding.
The sphere around him fell to the ground as Gaara's body started to grow. It became rigid and started to become coarse like sand. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXXX. Before anyone could do anything, a green flash appeared on the field and headed straight for Gaara. Three-pronged seal. Suppression. Gaara's body stopped transforming and started to revert back to normal. Someone screamed out, "It's Naruto!" He stopped Gaara. It was true. Naruto was standing in front of Gaara with his sealing jutsu on his chest. Gaara crumpled to the ground and remained unconscious. The crowd was in an uproar. They shouted, "Cheater! Disqualify him!" Naruto looked around and went to see the proctor. "Please excuse me, sir. I recognized what was happening to Gaara and I wanted to stop him before it got out of control. He is a jinchuriki and it was starting to grab a hold of him." Several other jounin were on the field now, examining Gaara and listening to Naruto. The proctor nodded. "Is that so?" He looked over to Gaara, then to another jounin. "Go tell the Hokage and Kazekage what you have heard and find out if it is accurate." The jounin nodded and was gone in a flash. The proctor turned to Naruto. "You know, if you are wrong then you will be disqualified for interfering with this match." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I know." The jounin returned. "It is all true." The Kazekage confirmed that Gaara is in fact the one-tailed jinchuriki. The proctor nodded and then spoke to the crowd. "Attention everyone, I have just received word that Naruto's actions were indeed necessary, and that both the Hokage and the Kazekage agree that he shall not be disqualified." The crowd started to boo as Naruto started to walk off the field. The proctor attempted to calm them down. "Avid spectators, would you have Naruto disqualified and the final fight be a forfeit? Naruto has in no way altered the outcome of this fight. The medics have said that Gaara's wound was lethal if it was not treated immediately. Surely you would like to see the seal user Naruto face off with the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke." The crowd started to cheer. "All right then, the next battle will start shortly." Sasuke walked off the field and avoided Naruto's gaze. Naruto decided that now would be a good time to find Hinata, so he went up to the stands. He received weird looks, and before he could find Hinata, her father, Hayashi, found him. "Naruto," said Hayashi's cold voice. Naruto turned to look at Hayashi. "I hate to admit it, but that was an impressive jutsu. Three-pronged seal, was it?" Naruto nodded. Thank you, sir." Hayashi looked away and stared at the open field. "I'm going to be honest with you. I don't trust you with my daughter. Your affiliation with Itachi Uchiha disgusts me." Naruto looked down at the ground. "I know. But," Hayashi turned to look at Naruto, "you have become a strong ninja. Although a genin, you have the discipline of a jounin, and I respect that." Naruto looked up to meet Hayashi's eyes. They were no longer cold and unmoving. There was a hint of warmth coming from them. "Thank you, Mr. Hyuga. I know that it will be a while before anyone in the village trusts me again. But even after the incident, my team has remained on my side. Hinata included." Hayashi nodded. "Yes, she has. Naruto, promise me one thing." Naruto nodded. "Sure, what is it?" Hayashi became serious as he stared directly at Naruto. "I know I can't keep my daughter from seeing you, but I want you to promise me that you will never put her in harm's way." Naruto smiled. You can count on it. I won't let anyone touch her. Hayashi's face softened. You are a good kid, Naruto, as far as I know. Good luck with your next match. Naruto smiled. With all due respect, sir, I would like to see Hinata before my match starts. Hayashi nodded. Of course. She is with Kurenai somewhere. Naruto thanked him and left. Naruto hurried and finally met up with Hinata and Kurenai. They were talking to Shino. Naruto, glad to see you are still alive, Shino said as he shifted everyone's attention to Naruto. Naruto smiled. Yeah, they let me stay in, but just barely. By the way, Hinata, I just talked to your father. Hinata froze. What did he say? Naruto smiled. Well, he complimented me on my jutsu and said some other things. He mainly just wanted to make sure he knew my intentions. Hinata looked confused and Kurenai giggled. Well, good luck, Naruto. I've got to meet up with the other jounins. Kurenai smiled and was gone in a flash. How does she do that? Asked Naruto. Hinata and Shino shrugged and they all talked for a bit. I hope you do well, Naruto. Sasuke is no pushover. Watch for his lightning. Shino turned around and walked away. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and pulled her to where they would not be heard. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto frowned. I wanted to make sure I tell you something before my fight. Hinata watched and waited. Sasuke is strong, and even with all of my training, I might not be able to beat him. Hinata protested. But Naruto, you are so much stronger and faster than him. Naruto shook his head. No, he matches my speed and more than likely has more strength. Hinata looked confused. But he barely beat Gaara and… Naruto interrupted her. Sasuke was playing with him. He was only using part of his strength. I could tell he was holding back. Hinata frowned. So what are you saying? Naruto sighed. The Nine Tails might take over. Sasuke will kill me if he wins. I guarantee he is still pissed at me for all of that time in the academy. Hinata hugged him tightly. Naruto, please don't say that. Naruto hugged her back. If IT gets out, I won't be myself. I'll try to keep it caged, but I can't promise that I can hold it. Hinata started to cry. Naruto hugged her tighter. Hey, don't cry. I'm not 100% sure that he is as strong as I think. I just wanted to let you know what could happen. She sniffed and pulled back. I know, Naruto. Please be careful. Naruto smiled and hugged her again. I will. They walked to the entrance and separate. Hinata went to her seat and Naruto walked to the spectator box. He decided to place a precautionary seal on himself. He then walked out into the arena. Sasuke was already there, waiting. As soon as Naruto was in place, the proctor looked at both of them. First at Sasuke, then at Naruto. The proctor sighed and looked up at the stands. This is the final fight and will decide the winner of the Chunin exams. The sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha versus the Fuinjutsu user trained by Itachi Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd cheered loudly and the proctor signaled for the fight to begin. XXXXXXXXXXXX break by 3 days grace XXXXXXXXXXXX. Sasuke and Naruto charged at each other. First, a test of power. Naruto thought as he threw a punch. Surprisingly, Sasuke matched his punch and their fists connected. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the stands. Both of them kept at it, their fists connecting on every hit, each time producing a shockwave. They started to punch faster. Soon, their fists were not even viceable and there was a constant barrage of shockwaves. Naruto was the first to back up. He took a breather and Sasuke did the same. Now, a test of speed. Naruto was a blur as he appeared in front of Sasuke. He smirked as he lashed out with his right leg. Sasuke jumped back and ran towards Naruto. They exchanged a few punches and kicks, then backed off. They ran at each other at the same time, moving so fast that everyone saw only a blur as their fists met once again. You are extremely annoying, Naruto, Sasuke said as he pushed his fist forward. Naruto matched his strength in this tug-of-war and smirked. We are evenly matched. Sasuke laughed. Not even close, brat. They both jumped back and Sasuke made some hand signs. Lighting style. Lightning Senbon, thousands of electrically charged needles flew at Naruto. Naruto did his best to dodge, but a few connected and sent a jolt through his body. Arg, what was that? Sasuke stared at him. My senbon are much more intricate than simple charged needles. They send out electrical signals that cause numbness in the area they hit. Naruto slowed his breathing. Well, that is a cool trick. But it will take more than that to beat me. Naruto made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 clones appeared in a puff of smoke. They all charged at Sasuke, who was less than impressed. He dodged each one effortlessly, killing them in the process. He then ran at the real Naruto with a giant white blade. Lightning style. Sunban sword. The blade pierced Naruto. Before Sasuke could react, another Naruto was behind him. Sasuke looked unamused. What is tea? But Sasuke was slammed into the ground by Naruto's fist. The Naruto that was hit by the sword disappeared as a puff of smoke. I'm not stupid. I knew that clones would be too easy for you, so just sat back and waited for you to let your guard down. While he was saying this, Naruto was making hand signs. 2 clones were holding Sasuke down. Naruto touched Sasuke's arm. Single prong seal. A seal mark appeared on Sasuke's arm where Naruto had touched, but before he could pull away, Sasuke's body was engulfed in lighting. The 2 clones were destroyed and Naruto was shocked and was thrown back by the charge. Sasuke stood up and laughed. Did you really think that one little seal could stop my chakra flow? Naruto stood up and held his arm. It was numb. A puny little jutsu like that will never beat me. Sasuke ran at Naruto and punched him in the gut. Naruto flew back and hit the tree. Sasuke stood back and watched as Naruto struggled to stand up. Naruto was determined not to lose. Naruto, you know you can't win. So why even try? Naruto inhaled and exhaled deeply a few times to catch his breath. Because I never give up. Sasuke laughed and started to walk towards Naruto. Naruto tried to hit Sasuke but was easily blocked and Sasuke held him against the tree. It's time to die, Naruto. A white blade emerged from Sasuke's opposite hand. Naruto closed his eyes. He heard Hinata scream and instantly opened his eyes. Just when Sasuke stabbed with the blade, Naruto disappeared. What? Sasuke said as he withdrew the lightning blade. He turned around to see Naruto, and scathed, staring him down. But how? Sasuke screamed. Naruto laughed. You should really be more careful, Sasuke. You didn't pay attention to how many clones I created. If you were using your Sharingan, you would have known that I made extra clones both times. Sasuke shook with anger and activated his Sharingan. Finally, a test of jutsu. Sasuke ran at Naruto, eyes ablaze, and threw several shuriken. Naruto dodged them effortlessly. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones appeared by Naruto. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. A huge fireball flew towards Naruto. He and his clones dodged the fireball, but Sasuke was ready for them. He quickly took out the 2 clones and threw a flying kick at Naruto. Naruto twisted his body out of the way while making hand signs, and time seemed to slow down as he set 2 fingers on Sasuke's leg. 2-pronged seal. Sasuke felt a pain in his leg as he fell to the ground. Naruto jumped back and created 20 more clones. Sasuke, it is time to end this. Sasuke stared at him with red eyes full of anger and hate. The clones formed a circle around Sasuke and each one jumped off of another, leaving 10 clones on the ground and 10 high in the air. Each of them threw a single shuriken. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Barrage of 1,000 steel. 20 shuriken multiplied into 400 shuriken in the blink of an eye.
Sasuke acted fast.
Fire style. Flame ring. A small ring of fire erupted from the earth around him to block the shuriken. He then tried to dodge as many falling shuriken as he could, but he was too slow. The shuriken impaled him and he fell to the ground. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto huffed and bent over. He had used a lot of chakra. When he looked up, Hinata was standing in front of him. She smiled and came towards him to give him a hug. Ah! Hinata screamed in pain as a white blade pierced her chest. She fell to the ground and Naruto stood in disbelief. Hinata! He tried to move but he couldn't. His feet were stuck in mud. He looked up and saw Sasuke standing there, over Hinata's crumpled body. I win, Naruto. Naruto's eyes filled with tears as he cried in rage. Sasuke! An orange substance started to leak from his body. Naruto grew fangs and bent down on all fours. The chakra broke the image. Hinata was no longer on the ground and Sasuke was farther away from him. Watching. Sasuke flinched. He broke my jinjutsu. Cursed beast. Sasuke still had a seal on his arm but not on his leg. When Naruto had dodged his flying kick, he trapped him in his jutsu. You are going to be tough to take down. The stadium shook and Sasuke looked around. He saw a figure approaching the Hokage and Kazekage. Who is that? Why is no one stopping him? He looked to the spectators. They all looked asleep. They are all under a jinjutsu. What irony. He turned back to look at Naruto and prepared for the worst. Chunin Arena, Kage Box. A figure appeared in front of the third Hokage. It's good to see you again, sensei. The third looked up at the figure. Orochimaru. Chunin Arena, Spectator Box. Hinata was one of the first to break the jinjutsu. Immediately she noticed Naruto. An orange substance that she had never seen before was seeping from his body. Her eyes widened in fear. What are you, Naruto? Chunin Arena. Naruto glared at Sasuke. The orange chakra was still flowing from his body, and it was starting to encase his skin in a red coating. Naruto roared, which sent shockwaves out all around him. Sasuke! Naruto growled as his fists grew orange claws and dug into the ground. Sasuke started to sweat and shake. Naruto, even in this form, Sasuke said in a shaky voice. I will beat you. XXXXXXXXXXXX, the animal by Disturbed XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto shot at Sasuke. Sasuke barely had any time to react when Naruto punched him in the gut. Sasuke went flying into the wall of the arena. Before he even had time to recover, Naruto was there, slashing his orange claws into the wall where Sasuke was. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and threw him up into the air. Naruto slashed the air and it formed a sharp blast which headed straight for Sasuke. This time, however, Sasuke was able to recover and dodged the wave. Naruto screamed and dashed at Sasuke in the air. Sasuke spun and kicked Naruto in the face, sending Naruto away. Sasuke landed and cringed when his leg hit the ground. He looked down at it to notice that his ankle was severely bruised where he had kicked Naruto. My ankle! He looked at Naruto and noticed that there wasn't a mark from his kick. Damn him! How do I get past that chakra? Sasuke stood up, but his ankle prevented him from standing straight. He made a few hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A huge fireball shot at Naruto. Naruto screamed and the fire dissipated. Naruto then ran at Sasuke and slashed his chest. Sasuke doubled over and Naruto punched him in the face. He flew into the air and Naruto followed him. Naruto slashed at Sasuke a few more times and then slammed him into the ground. Sasuke hit the ground hard and the ground sunk under him. He opened his eyes to see what once was Naruto standing over him. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXXX. Sasuke saw Naruto start to tremble. Naruto held his face and started to scream. Eric, let go. The orange chakra started to seep back into Naruto's body. Naruto shook his head and he fell to his knees. Get out of my head. The chakra was finally absorbed back into his body and Naruto let out a huge sigh. Just then the proctor stepped in to stop the fight. Stop this for now, we have bigger problems, he said as he pointed to the stands. Chunin Arena, Kage Box. Orochimaru, the third said as he stared at his old apprentice. To what do I owe this? Pleasure? Orochimaru smiled back and let his tongue fall out of his mouth, then pulled it back in. I thought I would visit my old village and return the favor. The third looked confused but Orochimaru went on. You see, old man, this village is the bane of my existence. I feel like it is my duty to destroy it. The third showed no emotion, he just sat and listened. However, you are in my way, so I will deal with you first. Orochimaru struck at the third, but the third dodged and kicked at Orochimaru's stomach. Orochimaru laughed as he pushed aside the kick. Fine, we will do this the hard way. Orochimaru jumped back and made a long string of hand signs. Then he bit his thumb and ran it along a snake tattoo on his arm. Beast summoning. Three-headed snake. A giant snake appeared at the front gate of the village. It tore through the gate and destroyed several of the buildings. The third quickly stood up as Orochimaru smirked. How do you like that, sensei? Chunin Arena, spectator box. Hinata looked around at the chaos. Dozens of unfamiliar ninja were jumping over the walls of the Hidden Leaf Village. She looked around and saw that her father had already undone the jinjutsu. Hinata, wake the others. I will hold them off, he said as he pelted the guy behind him with chakra-infused blows. Hinata nodded and woke Shino. What's going on? Hinata shook him. There's no time, Shino. The village is being invaded. Shino instantly stood up and almost knocked Hinata over. What? He looked around and saw it. Mysterious ninja were swarming the stands. The leaf ninja that were awake were barely enough to hold off the attackers. Come on, we have to wake everyone. Hinata ran to find Kurenai while Shino woke a few ninja that he knew were a higher rank. When Hinata finally found Kurenai, she was already awake and fighting off some ninja. Hinata saw someone sneaking up on Kurenai and she quickly threw a few shuriken. The ninja dodged and came straight for Hinata. Hinata was not caught off guard and she threw a few chakra-infused blows at the ninja who then collapsed on the ground. Sensei, Hinata said as she ran towards Kurenai. Hinata, I'm glad you are safe. Where is Shino? Hinata was panting. He is on the other side waking as many ninja as he can. Kurenai nodded. That won't be necessary. Hinata looked confused as saw Kurenai make a string of hand signs. Hidden technique. Mass release. In one move, half of the spectator box was released from the jinjutsu. Hinata looked at Kurenai in awe. We had better hurry, Kurenai said. Not everyone here can fight. We must protect them. Hinata nodded and they ran to confront the enemy ninja. Chunin Arena. Naruto, Sasuke, and the proctor looked into the stands. It was a disaster. Several battles were going on in the stands. Naruto looked around. I can't see Hinata. Sasuke grew impatient. TCH, there is more going on here, Naruto. The Hokage is under attack. Naruto's eyes grew wide as he saw a strange ninja confronting the third. We have to get to him. He started to run, but the proctor stopped him. No, Naruto. I'll go. If he is brave enough to confront the Hokage in front of all of these people, he must be strong. Naruto wanted to argue, but before he could, the proctor dashed up to the Hokage. Naruto turned to Sasuke to see him staring in awe. Naruto, there are so many of them. Naruto punched Sasuke in the shoulder. Snap out of it, Sasuke. You have to help me get to the others. Sasuke nodded. Sure. Chunin Arena, Kage Box. The third charged Orochimaru, but Orochimaru kept dodging backwards. You just won't hold still, will you? The third said as he continued to chase him. He and Orochimaru got farther and farther away until suddenly, the third stopped. What's wrong, O mighty Hokage? The third looked back at the Chunin Arena. There are more important things to do than chase you. He turned around and Orochimaru grew angry. Activate the barrier. Within seconds, four ninja clad in white robes stood at the four corners of the roof. They all made hand signs and struck the ground, saying in unison, Four-part barrier. Pillars of purple chakra erupted from each of the ninjas' feet. The pillars formed massive walls that encased the roof, sealing Orochimaru and the third inside. Now it's just you and me. Chunin Arena, spectator box. Hinata struck the ninja in front of her and he collapsed to the ground. She then spun around and hit another one in two places, crippling him. She heard another one coming from her side, but before she could react, Kurenai had already sent him flying with a killer punch to the gut. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai smirked. Don't thank me yet. A dozen ninja surrounded the two kunoichi. They backed up against each other and prepared to fight. Fire style, fireball jutsu. For ninja were impaled by the huge flame as it sizzled past the girls. What the? Shadow shuriken jutsu. The remaining ninja grunted in pain and fell to the ground. Hinata saw hundreds of shuriken in their backs. But something else more interesting caught her attention. Naruto. Naruto smiled and Hinata ran to him. She hugged him so hard that he could barely breathe. I missed you too, Hinata, Naruto said with the little breath he had left. Hinata then let him go and kissed him. Naruto blushed when they were interrupted by Sasuke. We aren't out of this yet. he said as more ninja started heading their way. You three get out of the arena. They all looked at Kurenai with confused looks. What? Why Kurenai-sensei? Naruto said. Just do it. I can handle these guys. Naruto looked frustrated, but Hinata grabbed his arm and the three of them left. They ran down the flights of stairs and eventually reached the bottom. Several people were trying to get through the crowded doors and they kept getting stuck. "Tch, stupid people," said Sasuke as he made a few hand signs. Naruto stopped him before he could use a fireball. "No, Sasuke, you will hurt the civilians." Sasuke shrugged. "I don't care." Hinata stepped forward and ran chakra to her palms. "Everyone stand back," Hinata said as loud as she could. Once the doorway was clear, she struck the edges of the passage, making it bigger. The people then rushed through. "Nice job, Hinata," Naruto said. She smiled and they went through the passage. Hidden Leaf Village. The three of them ran through the streets, helping people when they could. "Where are we going exactly?" Hinata asked. Naruto pointed at the three-headed snake. "We are going to destroy that snake." Hinata's eyes got huge. "What? We can't possibly. It's too big." Naruto smiled. "We will be fine. I have a few tricks up my sleeve." Just then, Sasuke stumbled and fell to the ground. "Arg!" Naruto and Hinata looked back to see Sasuke laying in pain. "My ankle is killing me." Naruto looked worried. "He's in no shape to take on the snake." Hinata stepped close to Sasuke and examined his leg. "It's okay. It's not that bad. I can take care of it." Naruto was as surprised as Sasuke was when Hinata's hands started to emit green chakra. She touched Sasuke's ankle and he cringed in pain. But after a few seconds, Hinata said, "Okay, it should be better now." Sasuke got up and sure enough, his ankle didn't hurt at all. "Thank you." Sasuke gave her a short nod and Hinata accepted it. They turned toward the snake and started off again. The three-headed snake was thrashing around, destroying everything in sight. "We have to stop it," Hinata said. "I know," said Naruto. "Maybe this will work." Naruto made several shadow clones and they all jumped into the air. They threw shuriken and formed hand signs, but before they could finish, the snake swung its tail and destroyed all of the clones. Naruto fell to the ground but somehow managed to land on his feet. "Arg! So much for that." Naruto gritted his teeth. "How can we beat this thing?" Sasuke stepped forward. "Naruto." Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, who had a smile on his face. "Your three-pronged seal can stop a jinchuriki transformation, right?" Naruto nodded. "What do you think it will do to a summoned snake?" Naruto looked confused. "I don't know, but it's worth a try." XXXXXXXXXXXX Song of the Sage by Amorphous XXXXXXXXXXXX. Sasuke smirked. "Alright, if you don't mind, Hinata and I will distract it. You just nail that seal on its middle head." Naruto and Hinata exchanged looks. Hinata smiled and so did he. "Alright, let's go." Sasuke nodded and he jumped onto the nearest house. He formed a few hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball flew towards the serpent, striking its right head. The serpent seemed slightly irritated as it turned its attention towards Sasuke. Sasuke dodged as one snake head lunged towards him, destroying the house. Hinata jumped over to Sasuke. "Please try to minimize collateral damage, Sasuke." Sasuke smirked. "Whatever." They both dodged when the snake lunged again, destroying the house they were on. Hinata jumped on a few houses until she could reach one of the serpent's heads. She nodded towards Sasuke and he understood. Sasuke shot a series of fireballs at the snake, getting its attention. When the snake turned, Hinata leaped and chakra coursed through her palms. Engaging strike. She hit one of the snake heads directly, which caused it to slump over. "Naruto now." Naruto nodded and ran under the snake, dodging its tail and heads. He then jumped high towards the middle snake's head. Three-pronged seal. Suppression. A much larger seal appeared on the snake's middle head. The middle head slumped over, which caused the rest of it to fall to the ground. XXXXXXXXXXXX End Song XXXXXXXXXXX. The three ninja surrounded the final head. They looked at with disgust. It was slimy from exhaustion. Suddenly, A figure appeared on the living head. Poor thing, it can't even defend itself. Oh well, I have no use for you now. The figure struck the beast's last head and it disappeared. The three ninja looked in shock as the figure landed on the ground. He looked up at them and smiled. Hello, children. Hello, Sasuke. Sasuke flinched when he heard his name. My name is Orochimaru, an outcast of the Hidden Leaf Village. He turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, you don't need this pathetic village. Come with me and I will make you strong. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, and he was more relaxed than a minute ago. Sorry. I already have someone that will make me strong. Orochimaru looked intrigued. Oh? And who might that be? Sasuke smirked. Fuck off. Orochimaru drew back. Oh my, you have a mouth, don't you? No matter. I'll take you by force if I have to. The three ninja readied themselves for Orochimaru's attack. His lower body mutated into a serpent-like tail, and he slithered towards them with intense speed. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A fireball flew towards Orochimaru with great speed and he barely managed to avoid it. I recognized that voice, Naruto thought. He turned to look at Sasuke, but he was just as confused as Naruto. If it wasn't him then? A familiar figure appeared between the three genin and Orochimaru. Within an instant Naruto knew who it was. Itachi-sensei. Itachi looked back over his shoulder and smiled. Then he looked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I'm stopping you here. You leave my brother and this village alone. XXXXXXXXXXXX bully by Shinedown XXXXXXXXXXX. Orochimaru smiled. Ah! Does Itachi love his baby brother? Itachi remained expressionless and got ready to fight. Naruto. Naruto walked forward to stand next to Itachi. I know, sensei. Naruto and Itachi stood ready while they waited for Orochimaru to make his move. Itachi spoke without turning his head. Sasuke, Hinata, we will handle this. Without any more words, Itachi signaled to Naruto and he made a few clones. This will be a long fight, so don't waste any chakra. Naruto nodded and ran towards Orochimaru. He sighed and blocked each clone with ease. He then destroyed each clone with one hit. Itachi took out a kunai and ran towards Orochimaru. He swung it precisely and Orochimaru was barely able to dodge it. Orochimaru was then hit in the back of the head hard. He went flying as Naruto landed on his feet. Naruto and Itachi looked at each other, then nodded. Naruto made a few more shadow clones and they all took out shuriken. Naruto threw them into the air and made a few hand signs. At the same time, Itachi made a few clones and they all made hand signs. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Barrage of 1,000 steel. All of the shuriken multiplied and rained down towards Orochimaru. Fire style. Triple Fireball Jutsu. Itachi and his clones shot fireballs at Orochimaru in sync with the shuriken. Orochimaru was trapped. But instead of moving, he just stood there. What is he doing? Naruto thought. The shuriken dug into Orochimaru and the fireballs engulfed him simultaneously. Once the smoke cleared, however, he was gone. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. It was just a shadow clone, Itachi said in a disappointed voice. Naruto shook his head. Damn it. Sasuke stepped forward and Itachi turned around. Their eyes met for a brief moment, then Sasuke looked away. Naruto sighed and walked over to Hinata. He gave her a big bear hug and closed his eyes as he exhaled. When he let go, Hinata asked, "What's wrong?" Naruto shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. I'm just glad you are okay." Hinata smiled back, but then Naruto remembered something. Oh no! Naruto turned to Itachi, but Itachi already understood. At the same time, they all looked to where the battle between the real Orochimaru and the third Hokage was already taking place. Hidden Leaf Village. Almost instantly, the four of them started to run towards the battle. Itachi took the lead, followed by Hinata and Naruto. Sasuke lagged behind. What am I doing? Why should I care what happens to the Hokage? Sasuke stopped and Naruto turned around to look at him. Sasuke, what are you doing? Come on. Sasuke just stood there, unmoving. Itachi and Hinata stopped also to see what was happening. Why should I come? Who cares if the Hokage dies? Hinata gasped and Itachi frowned. Naruto grew angry. What do you mean, who cares? He's the Hokage, we have to help him, Sasuke snarled. TCH, you wouldn't understand Naruto. Itachi stepped toward Sasuke. Sasuke, this is your village. It is your duty to protect it. Sasuke shook his head violently. Shut up. Sasuke stared at his older brother. Who are you to talk about duty? You killed our entire clan. You killed father and mother. Tears came to Sasuke's eyes. If it weren't for you, they would still be alive. Itachi sighed and came closer to Sasuke. Sasuke, listen to me. There is much more to this than you think. I was performing my duty. It brought me no pride, nor smile to my face when I did what I did. Sasuke stood his ground, wiping the tears from his eyes. Why did you do it? Why didn't you explain yourself? Itachi frowned. Sasuke, I promise I will explain to you later, but right now is not the time. You have a choice to make. Will you come with us to assist the Hokage? Or will you turn from your village and take the coward's way out? Sasuke hesitated. Then he looked up to see Naruto. For the first time, he saw Naruto as an ally instead of an enemy. All right, I'll come with you. He then turned to Itachi. But you must tell me what happened afterwards. Itachi nodded in agreement. Naruto then spoke up. Come on, we have to hurry. They all nodded and headed off to the battle. Hidden Leaf Village, rooftop. The Third and Orochimaru were locked in a heated battle. The roof was littered with shuriken and small swords. Orochimaru had a long sleek blade in his hand while the Third had a monkey staff. Orochimaru, we do not have to do this. Submit so that you can be dealt with in an honorable fashion. Orochimaru laughed. An honorable fashion? Surrender is never honorable. The Third sighed and readied his weapon. Very well. Chunin Arena, spectator box. Kurenai slashed at another ninja, making him crumble to the ground. She sighed. How many more of them are there? Behind her a ninja had his kunai out. Time to die, he said lightly under his breath. He snuck up to her and raised his hand. Dynamic entry. A swift kick to the face sent the ninja spiraling into a wall. Kurenai turned around to see a familiar face. Guy, it's about time you show up. The Leaf Jounin Might Guy smiled. Of course. No battle is great without the legendary Might Guy. Kurenai smiled. Within seconds, the other Jounin instructors came to help. Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Saruobi joined, and the four of them formed a back-to-back circle. Just like old times, right guys? Said Asuma. Kurenai smirked. Yeah, like when we were kids. Guy laughed while the enemy ninja surrounded them. Kakashi spoke up. Alright, we have to get through these few ninja so we can get to the Hokage. That is our primary mission. They all nodded as the enemy ninja closed in. Hidden Leaf Village, rooftop. Naruto and Itachi were the first to arrive. Itachi looked up and down the barrier. Naruto, this is a simple barrier, but it is strong. Naruto nodded in agreement. It looks like it was based on 4 points. Do you think it was created by 4 different people? Itachi nodded. Yes, this barrier requires too much chakra for one person to make. Hinata and Sasuke arrived and stared in awe at the glowing purple wall. What is that? Sasuke asked. Naruto continued to study the barrier. It is a 4-point barrier. We think it took 4 separate people to erect it. Itachi added. It is also made to prevent us from seeing what is going on inside. My Sharingan cannot see anything past this barrier. Byakugan. Hinata stared at the barrier and scanned it for openings. I can't see through it either. Naruto frowned. What now, Itachi-sensei? Hinata cringed a little. She had never heard Naruto actually call Itachi his sensei. Even though it is strong, the barrier can still be broken if we find a weak point. Itachi turned to look at Hinata. Can you scan the wall of the barrier and isolate any points that look weaker, Hinata? Hinata nodded. I'll try. She looked over the outside of the wall, but was having no luck. I don't see anything that looks like a distortion in the chakra. Suddenly, Hinata felt something touch her hand. She looked over and saw that it was Naruto. He grabbed her hand. Hinata, use some of my chakra to intensify your vision. After saying it, Naruto blushed and so did Hinata. But Naruto, I've never done that before. I don't even know if it will work. Naruto closed his eyes and let his chakra flow into his hand. Just trust me, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata looked at the wall again. There, near the middle of this section, it looks slightly weaker. Itachi nodded and looked to where Hinata was pointing. All right, Naruto, this will require both of us. I'm afraid I don't have enough chakra to break a hole in the wall. Naruto nodded and, reluctantly, let go of Hinata's hand. Itachi showed Naruto the hand signs required while Hinata and Sasuke watched. After 3 practice tries, they were ready. Naruto looked at Itachi and nodded. They started forming the hand signs at an incredibly fast speed. Suddenly, a few familiar faces appeared. Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said as Kurenai and her companions arrived. Hinata, Kurenai smiled. What is going on? Hinata tried to explain. Naruto and Itachi are going to try to break the barrier. What? Said the Jounin in unison. Kakashi looked surprised for the first time. How do they think they are going to do that? Naruto smirked. Just watch. The jutsu was finally ready. Itachi and Naruto looked at each other and simultaneously leaped into the air. They both threw out their hand and touched the barrier. Four-pronged seal, shatter. A human-sized hole was blown into the barrier. All of the others stared in awe. Naruto landed and summoned a shadow clone. The clone then jumped up and held the hole open. That was incredible, Kurenai said as she attempted to keep her jaw from dropping. Naruto smiled and looked up to his clone. What do you see? His clone replied, It looks like Orochimaru and the third are in a heated battle. There are weapons everywhere. They are in a deadlock. We have to help. Naruto nodded. Stop right there. Both Itachi and Naruto recognized that voice. They turned to see their worst nightmare. The ninja stood ready to fight and was facing Itachi. So, you finally showed up, Yugao? Yugao said nothing and stood very still, ready to pounce as soon as Itachi let his guard down. Naruto knew better and smirked. Itachi never lets his guard down. Everybody looked at Yugao, then back to Itachi. Itachi stood motionless. Yugao, you must excuse me. The Hokage needs me. He jumped for the hole but was cut off when Yugao threw several shuriken. Itachi dodged but the shuriken hit Naruto's clone, causing it to vanish. Naruto looked up at the hole. It wasn't changing, but he knew that it would close soon. You aren't getting anywhere near the Hokage, traitor. By this time, several more ANBU Black Ops members were appearing all around the barrier. They all had their weapons ready and aimed at Itachi. One of them spoke to Yugao. What are you doing? She scoffed at him. I'm fulfilling my duty. Itachi is a traitor to the leaf. Another ANBU spoke up. Aren't there more important things at hand? Like saving the Hokage. Yugao snorted. This traitor wants to be the one to save him. Hinata and Sasuke were lost. They had no idea why it was such a big deal that Itachi wanted to help. Naruto stepped forward. Let him help. He wants the best for the village. Yugao laughed at Naruto. Silly boy. You have no idea what you have gotten into. Instead of looking away, Naruto looked directly at Yugao. I don't care what rank you are or how strong you are. All Itachi-sensei wants to do is help. Don't you have a code that says you have to let someone help if they really want to? Yugao laughed even harder. That's ridiculous. The Hokage depends strictly upon the safety that we provide him. We don't have to let anyone help, for any reason. Itachi looked around at the dozens of ANBU members surrounding them. He then looked at Yugao. Fine. If you insist on preventing me from assisting, then I shall leave. Itachi jumped over all of them to the next rooftop. I don't think so, Yugao said as she threw a shuriken at him. It flew straight into Itachi and he collapsed onto the roof. Brother! Sasuke held his arm out towards his older brother, but Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke looked at Naruto who was smiling and pointing up. Sasuke looked up and it was Itachi, sitting in the hole of the barrier. All of the ANBU looked towards the hole and saw Itachi slip through to the other side. Get him, Yugao said as they all jumped for the hole. As if it were planned, the barrier was reformed and the hole sealed just as Yugao stuck her blade in it. The barrier then broke her sword in half and she fell to the ground. Naruto smirked as Yugao looked up to him. Sometimes it pays off to be a distraction. Inside the barrier. Itachi landed safely inside and saw the battle. Orochimaru slashed at the third's arm and cut a shallow gash in it. The Hokage then jumped back and then forward, slamming his pole into the ground. The shockwave sent Orochimaru stumbling back, but he did not fall. The Hokage then looked over to see Itachi, who was already at his side. "Ah, Itachi, it is good to see you again." Itachi nodded in agreement. "A pleasure as always, my lord." The third smiled. "Please, no formalities. We have known each other for quite some time, Itachi." Itachi nodded and looked at Orochimaru. "I had no doubt that you could hold him off." The third looked at him also. "Unfortunately, all I could do was hold him off. He has gotten stronger since I last saw him." Itachi took note and they waited for Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled but was panting heavily. The loyal dog always returns to his master. Orochimaru laughed. "How cute. Now you shall both die together." XXXXXXXXXXXX my enemy by Hakride XXXXXXXXXXX. Orochimaru rushed them courageously. He lunged toward Itachi and then spun around to attack the third. Itachi blocked Orochimaru's foot and the third used his arm to block Orochimaru's fist. "Very good. But dodge this." Orochimaru's limbs turned into snakes that lashed out at the two ninja. They both jumped back but one bit the third on his arm. He shook it off but not before the venom got inside. Already his arm was starting to go numb. He looked to Itachi. Itachi looked back and immediately understood. Orochimaru then rushed the Hokage. Itachi sidestepped to block. He held Orochimaru by his shoulder and forearm. He then twisted his body so that Orochimaru also twisted and landed on the ground. He pinned Orochimaru to the ground with kunai and leaped into the air. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive flame shot towards Orochimaru, but he was too fast. The flame hit and Orochimaru was already in the air. He kicked Itachi hard in the stomach. Itachi was hit so hard that he flew straight into the barrier that was still around them. He landed and struggled to get up. The Hokage stared at Orochimaru. His entire arm was numb and it was spreading to his shoulder. If it got to his heart, he would die. "We can't let this fight drag on." The third jumped over to Itachi and helped him up. "Itachi, my arm is numb. I'm afraid I won't be much help." Itachi nodded and glanced down at the third's arm. He did his best not to show on his face what he saw. His arm isn't numb, it's dead. Itachi looked up to Orochimaru, who smiled at them mockingly. He was playing with them. Itachi took a breath and developed a plan. He made a few hand signs and placed a hand on the third's dead arm. Single prong seal lock. A sealing ring appeared around the third's shoulder. That should stop it from spreading for now. The third acknowledged what he said. Itachi stared at Orochimaru. "It is time for this to end." Itachi rushed at Orochimaru. He brought up his fist to punch Orochimaru in the face, but Orochimaru blocked and brought his foot up to kick. Instead of blocking, Itachi stared directly into Orochimaru's eyes. "Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami realm." Orochimaru looked around at the vast emptiness. Itachi then appeared in front of him, his eyes blood red. "Orochimaru, you have lost. Give in before I have to kill you." Orochimaru just smirked and looked at Itachi. "It is you who have lost." Itachi just shook his head. Instantly Orochimaru was chained to a pole and surrounded by clones of Itachi. Each of them were holding a sword. "This is my realm. I control everything here. I even control how you feel." Orochimaru was suddenly crying. Through his tears, Orochimaru managed to talk. "Fool, your cheap tricks won't work on me." Itachi smiled. "Funny, because these cheap tricks are going to kill you." All of Itachi's clones stabbed Orochimaru. They stabbed him in a rhythm so that every time one sword left his body, another entered at the same time. After 10 minutes of this, Orochimaru screamed, "Enough! I give up, just stop the pain." Itachi smiled and his clones disappeared. Orochimaru fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Itachi walked up to him and stood there, putting Orochimaru in his shadow. In one fluid motion, Orochimaru coughed up a sword and stabbed Itachi in the heart. Itachi gasped and fell to his knees. I told you that your tricks won't work on me. Itachi looked up. Blood was coming from his mouth as he smiled. They just did. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru escaped the jutsu and struck Itachi with his sword. The sword went all the way through Itachi. But Itachi looked at Orochimaru and walked up the sword towards him. Orochimaru started to panic, but before he could even flinch. Fire style. Clone explosion. Orochimaru was engulfed in flame and the heat was so intense that the sound Ninja 4 felt it on the outside of the barrier, causing it to fall apart. XXXXXXXXXXXX end song XXXXXXXXXXX. When the smoke cleared, every ninja in the village had the three of them surrounded. The ANBU were divided into two teams, one for Itachi and the other for Orochimaru. Naruto rushed in to Itachi's side, along with Hinata. The three of them looked at the crisped body of Orochimaru. The smell of burnt flesh was heavy and several of the surrounding ninja gagged. A few members of the ANBU Black Ops walked towards Orochimaru cautiously. They examined the body. He is burnt all the way through, one of them said. He is dead to the fullest extent. Everybody turned to look at Itachi. Yugao then spoke up. Itachi, the death of Orochimaru does not grant you freedom. The hell it doesn't. The third walked over to stand by Itachi. This man did what you other members of the ANBU could not. He saved my life. Yugao got angry and stepped forward. Forgive me, Lord Hokage, but he should not be forgiven his crimes. The third smiled. You are forgiven, and so is Itachi. Hidden Leaf Village, rooftop. Itachi stood there, speechless. Everyone stared at him. One of the ANBU stepped forward. Lord Hokage, are you sure that it is wise to? The third snapped. Are you questioning my judgment? The ninja stumbled over his words. No, of course not. The ninja backed away to join the other ANBU members. Yugao was furious and almost lost her cool. Kakashi was confused as well and walked toward the third. Perhaps it would be better if you gave Itachi a probation period. That would give the rest of the village time to adjust to him. The Hokage sighed. Fine, yes, that would be a good idea. I don't want to lose the trust of my own village. The third turned around, but before he could take a step, he fell to his knees and grabbed his arm. Lord Hokage, a medical ninja approached him to check his arm. Itachi turned to face them. His arm is dead. My seal is the only thing preventing it from spreading to the rest of his body. The medical ninja looked up at him, frightened. I'm not familiar with this kind of jutsu. Another ninja walked over to examine it. From in the crowd, Hinata tried to get a glimpse of what was going on. Byakugan. She looked around and found Naruto standing next to Itachi. She also saw the third kneeling on the ground. She looked a little closer at his arm and was shocked. There was a black chakra flowing through his arm and it looked like it was eating away at his arm. One of the medical ninja at the Hokage's side saw this too. Lord Hokage, I'm afraid the only thing we can do to stop it is to amputate your arm. Shock passed through the crowd. People started muttering to each other and looked at his arm. The third thought for a moment and then looked up. Then it is decided. Take me to the operating room and then back to my quarters. The two ninja nodded and lifted him. They then left in a hurry along with a heavy guard unit. Now everyone looked at Itachi. Naruto was starting to get uncomfortable with all of the looks. Itachi-sensei, what now? Itachi sighed. I'm going back to the hideout. It is not yet safe here for me. He turned to look at Naruto. Now that the Chunin exams are over, we have something to discuss when you get back. Take some time to be with your team. Also, teleport your weapons back to the hideout. They will be safe there. Naruto looked confused but did as he was told. Itachi smiled. I will see you later. Naruto nodded and Itachi walked away. People moved to get out of his way but kept their eyes on him. Yugao and a few other ANBU members stormed off. Naruto looked around and walked over to Hinata. Shino and Kurenai were standing with her. Naruto looked at them and sighed. That was a little more attention than I wanted. He laughed nervously. Kurenai smiled. It will be all right, Naruto. How about I take us all out for lunch? That immediately got Naruto's spirit up. All right. Hinata giggled and even Shino smiled. They turned to walk away but were stopped by Kakashi. Would you mind if my team joined you? Kurenai shook her head. Of course not, you are welcome to come. Kakashi looked at Sasuke. You may come if you would like Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't look his sensei in the eye. I would like that. Kakashi smiled behind his mask and they all turned towards the village. Naruto could feel dozens of eyes on them as they left. Uchiha hideout. Itachi jumped down into the hideout and looked around. I must get things ready. Now that Naruto has taken the exam, we can get to serious training. Itachi walked over to a door and opened it. He walked into the weapon room and looked around at all of his treasures. He looked up at the dangling kunai and examined all of his weapons to make sure that they were in good shape. He walked over to Naruto's weapon scroll and strapped it to his back. Itachi went through every room like this. He checked to make sure everything was in place. Then he would shut and lock it behind him. When he got to Naruto's room, he hesitated. He had never gone into Naruto's room since he took Naruto in. He upheld a very strict rule of privacy, courtesy of his days with the ANBU. He went into Naruto's room for a short moment, checking that everything was in order. He then left the room and locked the door behind him. Itachi had one more thing to do. He walked over to his great obsidian chair sitting in the middle of the hall. Itachi walked behind it and touched the wall above the chair. He activated a seal and the fake wall disappeared. Hidden inside was a black cloak covered in red clouds. The Akatsuki cloak. He grabbed it from the hook it was on and resealed the wall. He then put the cloak on and left a note on Naruto's door. It read, I will be back shortly. Wait here until I return. I have some business to take care of. Itachi. P.S. I went into your room to make everything was secure. I hope you don't mind. Itachi then jumped out of the hideout, taking the cloak and scroll with him, and sealed the door behind him. Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto and the others walked into the restaurant. It wasn't a fancy place, but they had good food. After they sat down, no one spoke for a while. What's wrong, guys? Why is no one talking? Naruto said with a confused voice. Kakashi looked over to Kurenai, hoping that she would explain, but she remained silent. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, do you think that the village will really accept Itachi? Naruto looked confused. What do you mean? Hinata was sitting next to Naruto and was starting to get uncomfortable. Kakashi explained. Naruto, the third Hokage, has been well respected ever since he first became the Hokage of the Leaf. But you must realize that no matter how much people respect you, they will not always choose your side. Naruto looked straight at Kakashi, then down at the table. So you are saying that even though the third has forgiven Itachi-sensei, there are people who have not. Kakashi went on. There are some people who never will, Naruto. Naruto became sad and Hinata grabbed his hand with hers. Naruto. Everyone looked up and stared at Sasuke, who hadn't spoke this entire time. Even though I despise what my brother did, now that I have seen him face to face, I am unsure of how I feel. Kakashi and Kurenai were in disbelief. No matter what he did, he is my brother. He deserves to be heard, even if I won't like what he has to say. Naruto stared in awe at Sasuke. Is this the same Sasuke that I once knew? Before any more of the awkward conversation could continue, the food was brought out and they all began to eat. Naruto turned to Kurenai. Sensei, thank you for trusting me. Kurenai smiled. You are my student Naruto and part of my team. I will always give you the benefit of the doubt. Naruto smiled. After they were done eating, Naruto leaned over and whispered something to Hinata. Shino looked over and saw that Hinata was blushing slightly. Then she nodded and looked excited. Naruto turned to the rest of them. Thank you everyone for the food. We should do this again soon. Naruto smiled and bid them farewell, and both him and Hinata left. Ever since they had sat down, Hinata had never let go of his hand. The two of them walked around the village for quite some time. They looked at each other and smiled and eventually reached the top of the cliff, which the previous Hokage's faces were carved into. They sat down and overlooked the village. Hinata, being with you makes me so happy. Naruto smiled as Hinata leaned on his shoulder. I feel the same way, Naruto. Naruto frowned a bit as his mind wandered. Hinata, what do you think will happen next? Hinata looked confused and sat up to look at Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto looked out over the village. What Kakashi said about Itachi not being accepted. Now that the ANBU know he is a threat, don't you think they will pursue him again? Hinata shuddered and wrapped her arms around Naruto. Don't think about that, Naruto. We don't know what will happen, and it does no good for us to guess. Naruto looked down. Yeah, you're right, Hinata. He looked over at her and hugged her. Thank you. Hinata hugged him back. They looked at each other deeply and stared into the other's eyes. Naruto broke the silence. Hinata, if I have to go away with Itachi, you don't have to wait for me. Hinata was shocked but then smiled. Naruto, I will always wait for you. She leaned towards him and kissed him very lightly on the lips. Uchiha hideout. Naruto unsealed the hideout and jumped down. The first thing he noticed was that Itachi wasn't there. He also noticed that all of the doors were shut. That's weird, Naruto thought. Itachi-sensei never shuts the door to the kitchen. Naruto walked around and examined everything in the hideout. He finally got to his door and saw a note on it. He picked it up and read it. I will be back shortly. Wait here until I return. I have some business to take care of. Itachi. P.S. I went into your room to make everything was secure. I hope you don't mind. Naruto folded the note and put it in his pocket. He then opened the door to his room and looked around. He remembered his very first lesson. If someone has been in an area that belongs to you, then no matter how much you trust them, always check to make sure nothing was taken. Naruto walked around his room to make sure everything was in place. Then he left his room, closing the door behind him. Naruto wanted to check one more room. He walked over to the weapon room. He unlocked and unsealed the door. When he looked inside, his eyes snapped to where his weapons were supposed to be. Huh, Naruto said with a confused face. He walked over and examined the spot. His weapons were gone, but he found a small singe mark on the ground where the scroll was supposed to be. Naruto sighed. Itachi took it. It is safe. But what did he want with it? Naruto shrugged and walked to his room. He just realized that he was exhausted. It had been a very long day. He fell onto his bed and instantly went to sleep.